All right. She'll be up now. Well, carpet rakes are like for like 70s shag carpets. Like you don't really need a carpet rake for like modern carpet or like normal thin carpet. Like if you go and look up carpet rakes, like ironically that they kind of look like what do you call it? Like oh, I don't even know the name of it. The tool that they use to de-shed horses. That's kind of what a carpet rake looks like. These things. It's just like a plastic rake, but it's for like really, really, really dense carpet, basically. Or for rugs. Hold on. So you would go around and I assume that you're talking about like loose strands, like strands that came loose from your carpet today, but in my mind that reads like you are like, there's so much hair in your carpet that you are like having to mow it. But yeah, no, these are mostly for like thick rugs and stuff. Like you can still buy them. They're mostly for cleaning rugs. But I don't know. My vacuum cleaner has like a setting where you flip a switch on one side of it and like these little like these very, very stiff bristles come down and it has more or less the same effect, except it's a vacuum cleaner, so it also eats them and swallows them and digests them and then puts them away in a place where you never seen them ever again, which is much nicer than having to then, you know, pull it off of the carpet rake. I've never seen the term curry comb before, but I guess. Trust bread. You're now obsessed with them? Wait until you hear about stranglers. I've still never seen a strangler in game. Not once. I've seen them referenced in adventure mode, but I've still never seen a strangler. Stranglers are like these, they're basically Goro, the fighting game character with 4 arms, where they, except they only exist in evil swamps, basically. The evil, moist, tropical broadleaf forests. And they have 4 arms and are exceptionally rare. My brain is where it came from. I'm legally blind. My right eye doesn't work at all. My left eye barely works. I'm going to be honest with you, Morales. I interact with my chat in kind of a conversational manner. And if there's a person just like firing off-topic questions, I stop acknowledging them after a while. So if you join into the conversation and just kind of riff with us, then you'll get a lot more interaction than if you just fire off questions at me, because I will just stop reading them. I don't know. I'm a very conversational kind of person, and just kind of, it's like I'm having a conversation about one topic, and then somebody blurts out of nowhere, "What about Zoidberg?" And then everyone goes, "Ew." Move, and you move on with your day. Creatures that are unique to DF, also because like most of them are like absurdly rare. Actually, that's not true. The cavern ones aren't so rare like Crundles. What about him? Exactly. Squizly. Exactly. What's up, Desiju? How's things? I try. Avalon Shadow on YouTube chat. Zoidberg is maybe my favorite character in Futurama. Just in general. You're just curious? That's fair. That's fair. I'm just not a very, like, direct question and answer-y person. Like, this... I think that's... I'd say it's probably largely a... It's largely an issue that I've been doing this for so long. It's like, I've been streaming for 12 years. And I think that there's a point when you've been doing this where... Like, and initially it's just like... anything and everything. I will respond to anything and everything. I will chat back at literally anything and everything. I want to talk to everybody and communicate with everybody and have like as active a chat as possible. And then there's like a point that you kind of hit where you're just like, we've got a vibe here. Did you not speak to the bouncer at the door and get the 17 rules at the door? Because like quite literally there's a point where it shifts from just like, this is a question and answer stream and I will tell you everything about me. It's like for the first like few years that you do this, you kind of feel like you're introducing yourself to people. And this is definitely like an ego thing too, to a degree, where like if I go around on Twitch now, or like even in YouTube comments sometimes, like I don't really leave YouTube comments on gaming videos anymore, because I'll just get a bunch of people responding to me going, oh shit, it's this guy. Or I didn't expect to see you here, kind of thing. And when I go around on Twitch, it's like the same thing, except like even more so, because I'll get it from streamers too, where like I'll pop into a random like Twitch stream I've never watched before and start mentioning things, and then and then the streamer will be like, wow, you were the first channel I ever watched, or you're one of the first channels I ever watched. It's something I get kind of a lot now because I've been around for so long. And, or oh my god, you're still around kind of thing. And it's just, now I'm kind of averse to the no context random personal question or specific pointed question thing, especially if it throws the conversation off. I'm not exactly sure what you mean, because those are kind of like direct contradictions to one another, like slow going chatty streams. Do you mean like the gameplay's slow? I mean, Dwarf Fortress is slow until it's not. It's like any other city builder. Right? It's like any other bigger strategy game. It's like really slow until you need to focus. Yeah, well, I can't remember who asked that the other week, but that was a funny one. No, it wasn't what's your deepest childhood trauma. It was like, do you have any childhood trauma? It's like, duh. Like, how are you human and not? You're either aware of it or you're not. Everyone has it. You're just key stealing? Word, bullied. Word. I mean, the one that the OGs remember is, well, I won't be able to watch you anymore if you stream Doom. Wait, what? Why? But it's my 666th stream. This was this is 2016. Maybe it was 2017. I think it was actually 2016. The person was just like, because first-person shooters are only played by violent people who are low IQ and uneducated. I'm like, is that what your mom told you? For those of you who don't know, I streamed Doom 2016 for my 666th stream on Twitch, which was back in 2016. And I had somebody very loudly unfollow me and unsubscribe that day. That was not even the day that I streamed it. That was the day that I announced it on my 665th stream. It was a fun series of streams. I enjoyed that game. Also, Zion dude, hello. Hello. Well, I'm happy to help, Emeralds. Multi-streamed Animal Crossing and Doom on the day that Animal Crossing came out. Every time a sub came in, he switched games. What happens if somebody gifts 100 subs? Cyberdud. Like, actually. I never saw that person again, Bully. Shadow Absorber, thank you very much for the 29th month. Appreciate you. Generally, when, like, people crash out of chat pretty hard like that, Bully, they never come back. Although it wouldn't surprise me all that much if that's a person who tunes into my comments section once in a blue moon and is just like, this person is mean to his viewers and hates religion. It's like, well, one of those things is true. VODs are a thing? I doubt it. My content was very, very different back then. Like, that was... Like, it's not like I've streamed Dwarf Fortress since 2016. Like, I was streaming different games back then, so I kind of doubt it. I would be pretty surprised. I mean, maybe they've stumbled upon my stuff occasionally, but... Oh, God. Oh, I remember that guy. But I highly doubt it. Very much doubt it. Like, Dwarf Fortress didn't start worming its way into my content until, like, 2018. And even then, it was, like, a once or twice a month thing, because I was paying my bills with it at the time, and I would play Dwarf Fortress, and my view counts would just tank. Like, I would play, like, I don't know, some random city builder or, like, transportation sim, like Transport Fever or something. And, you know, I'd have, like, 60 to 80 people watching. But then I would play Dwarf Fortress and I'd have 20, which is, like... I mean, I was already streaming 12 hours, 10 to 12 hours a day to make a living at that point, so I would have had to stream more, which already wasn't healthy. And, you know, it just wasn't something I did very often. I mean, when I started dedicating time to Dwarf Fortress, I more or less just accepted that I was going to go get a job in it was like 6 months or something. It's like I straight up had like X amount of savings left, and I was like, I'm going to go get a job when these savings run out, and that's going to happen soon. Like, soon. It's actually kind of funny. If you go watch, like, my really early shorts on YouTube, like, right when YouTube started making shorts, it's maybe not that obvious if you're just watching them, but me watching them, it's literally because, like, chat was so dead, no one had spoke for, like, 30, 40 minutes, that I was just bored and trying to entertain myself, so I would just, like, make a short. But you also need to remember, like, what's changed, right? Like, here, I can show you. This isn't the best data, but it's the easiest to look at. Aw, man, I'm outside of the top 10,000. Boo. Sorry. It doesn't actually matter all that much, but... So this is a Twitch tracker. This is a public website. Anybody can go look at it. I've been in the top 10,000 streamers for a while, but we're out of it because view counts is a wee bit down again this month. But this is my average viewership over the years. So you can, like, see my average viewers. Like, you know, 2016... 2017, 2018, you can, like, see the average viewers. It's that little green number at the top. Actually, if I zoom in, I can make it bigger. So it's like, you know, I was full-time by this point already. This is, like, before the site existed, pre-this, but I was already full-time at this point. So, you know, 50, 60, 70 viewers. Like, in this era, I was living on what I would describe now as, like, 2 good days a month. It's like I would be fucked for the entire month, basically. And then I would have 1 or 2 days where someone would tip $200 or something, and I'd be okay, and I'd just squeak by. I don't know how I made it through these years. Like, I look back on it, and I genuinely don't know. Like, I had some good months. Like, this was around where I got partnered. No, actually, a little bit before that. It was around here. And then it goes down. Like, after I got partnered, it just tanks. It just tanks. And then you can see Dwarf Fortress start weaseling its way in, because it was around here that I started weaseling Dwarf Fortress in, but I was streaming enough games at the time that it didn't pop up. And then this, where it tanks all the way down to, like, 53, was because basically all I was doing was Dwarf Fortress at this point. But then the numbers started going up when the Steam version got announced, and then the numbers got better when the pandemic happened. Because, like, this was pre-lockdowns, average of 64 viewers. That was post-lockdown. So, like, you can see where things shifted. And then the pandemic, I think, saved me, actually. I don't think I would have made it without the pandemic. And then Twitch changed how hosting worked. That was brutal, actually. This was me throughout the pandemic, all the way throughout, you know, those eras. And then Twitch changed how hosting worked, and it, like, demolished me. Like, I went from, like, 70 to 80 concurrents down to, like, 50 because I basically stopped getting traffic from hosts that I was getting. And then so that, like, nuked all of the growth I was getting. And then, like, around here was where they announced Dwarf Fortress was going to be releasing in December, I think, or was it November? Might have been November. I can't remember exactly what month it was. I knew it was going to be releasing by September, though, because I went to PAX and they said it was going to be releasing that winter. Oh yeah, I streamed Thief. That was a fun week. And then November hits, and then Dwarf Fortress releases. And that's been me coasting since. So basically, it's like, I don't know how I survived until Dwarf Fortress released. No, because the only reason I have a career still, and the only reason I'm able to still do this is because I got this. I don't see another world where I would have gotten this otherwise. What happened in 2023? Dwarf Fortress released on Steam. Literally December 22 is the... Here, let me see if I can show you something. I can show you more direct stats. There's just a stat I'm not supposed to show you. I can. I don't think I'll get penalized for it, but at this point, yeah, this is a better stat. No, it would help if I actually clicked the button correctly. So this is... I go all the way back to September 2022. It's gonna take a second to load. Let's go 2 months earlier. July 2022.
Woo.
So this is my Twitch stats. These are front pages, weeks where I had front page on Twitch, and the blank ones are weeks where I took off. But this was when Dwarf Fortress released on Steam. So this was like, this is 1 week at a time, so these are 7 days worth of stats. So August 2022 was before Dwarf Fortress had been announced. Around here was where it got announced. It has to have been October, because things started getting a lot more better around like October 2022, and then that was the week that Dwarf Fortress released. Or like the December where Dwarf Fortress released. So I don't know. I mean, like, that's kind of an unanswerable question, Kage-Jitai. Like, the thing is, like, I've been around for so long, Weed, that, like, these stats, unfortunately, don't actually go that far back. I can't go all the way back to the beginning. But, like... Oh. Would help if I clicked the day and then clicked update instead of just clicking out. See if I can go back further. Yeah, you can see exactly the days that... I want to say I just got a big raid that week. I vaguely remember that. All the way back there. But yeah, these are weekly streams, right? Like if I go to months, it's clearer, I guess. But it's like... No, I won a contest that week to get on front page once. That's what happened. But yeah, no, it's... Let's see if I can go further back. I think this is almost as far back as it goes. Even Twitch graphs are purple. You can change the colors of them. I've just left them on the defaults. Yeah, it's as far back as I can go. So December 2016 is as far back as I can go stats-wise. It's also, it shows how many follows I've lost. Because I have, what, like 30,000 followers on Twitch? I actually haven't looked in a little bit. But it ain't 42,000. So it shows how many I've lost. Although I know I got follow botted a couple times in the early days. You may even be able to see it. Oh yeah, you can. You super duper can. You super duper can. 100%. Like, follow bot, probably. That one might not be. That one was. That one definitely was. That wasn't. That was legit. Well, I'm happy to help, Zion. Also, chat, can I get a round of beers for Eric? I think that's up alive. But yeah. So if you ever wonder, it's just like, would I be bigger if I did other games? I don't know. I feel like there's a world where like I became an asshole and got bigger because of it, but I'll be honest with you guys, chat. Like, I can be a bit of a prickly character. Just in general. As a person. Well, that's wild. Okay, so unique viewers shows off front page the most. Holy shit. That is wild, actually. I don't look at these very often. Like, you can literally just, like, see exactly when I got front page. Huh. That is kind of nuts. No, I can be kind of a prickly person. But, like, in this era, like, specifically, like, the pre-2016, like, from, like, maybe 2015 till maybe about 2018, I was a prickly character. I was not a nice person. And I was streaming too much, is the easiest thing to say. And I was a bit of a loose cannon and not pleasant to be around. Because I was, especially, like, until 2018, like, you can actually see right here. Like, right here, this was when I quit my job. Into 2018. But the reason I would say that I was a prickly character is because, like, I had kind of a reputation for being a crank back then. Like, now I'm just kind of direct and blunt. But, like, I was a cranky person back then because of how little I was sleeping. And how much I was streaming. And just, like, I think there's a world where, like, I just kind of embraced that and didn't, like, become a nicer person with time and just never cared and just, how do I put this? Would have either crashed and burned or taken off as part of the crappy people on Twitch. But, like, for clarity, the numbers look crazy. I don't think that will ever happen again. And I know that whenever I say that, there's always somebody in chat who's just like, I don't know, there's always a chance. It's like, I really, really don't. Like, that was my 2 minutes of fame, and it happened eventually. It took almost 10 years. It was like 8 years. No, because I started streaming, like, in 2014, primarily. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Yeah, it's like, it took 8 years. Almost 9. And I don't think that's ever going to happen again. Because by the time that, like, another series of stars align for something like that to happen again, content is just going to be so different that I don't think it's going to happen again. You know, I really hoped that the video that I made about the magic stuff would explain why that's not going to happen, Baruz, but I guess nobody watched it or got the message from it that I was trying to convey, which is a bit of a shame now that I'm seeing this. Because there isn't going to be a magic update. And if you miss that, then I give up. I very much doubt I will ever hit 1 million YouTube subs. Not as noisy as today's. Because at the rate that I'm going, if it continues at a similar rate, I will be like 60 by the time I hit 1 million YouTube subs. I would even say it's taken me about 2 years longer to hit 100,000 than I thought it would 2 years ago. I'm confused what you mean by that, Squizzly. Like, how so? How do you mean? I'll tell you this. If you're looking at Twitch as a form of revenue for work, don't do it. The reason I did it for so long, like the first 4 years, it was literally just a social outlet. It was something that I did for like 2 hours a day so I could talk to some people. That's literally all it was because I was like a night shift worker who didn't have a large friend network. And the friend network I did have wasn't awake during the day. And my ex worked during the day, so I was bored shitless. So I had like 3 hours before I would go to work at like 2 p.m. while everybody was at work. I worked weekends when everybody was off work. So I had a very microscopic friend group and literally used it as a social outlet. Like, it was a hobby for me that I did for a really long time. Genuinely. Like, I made like $106 in my first 2 years. And I could say that because I could tell you exactly who gave me those tips. How am I doing today? I'm doing all right. Doing all right. But no, trust me, like, streaming is not a viable revenue source unless you go viral, like, immediately. And even then, it might not be a viable source for a very long time. The only reason I can do this for a living, and even I'm starting to worry because the past year, well, the past 6 months has been scary. But I'm starting to worry because of the state of the world right now and people's willingness to, like, fund me in places that are sustainable is lowering. And what I find is very few people are like, weed. Sorry, I know that sounds weird, but there's a person in the chat named Weed who did this earlier, who asked me, like, other platforms that they can support me. There's very few people like that. What most people do when they decide, I don't want to support Amazon or I don't want to support Google anymore, they just stop watching Twitch. And the reason I've survived this long and the reason I've been able to do this long, I would honestly say just, I don't know where you live or what you do, but just go try and find traditional work. Squizzly. Like, this is... I could elaborate more on that, but, like, I need to finish my thought first. Most people just stop watching Twitch. Like, the reason I've been able to do this sustainably as long as I have is because I have a large number of people who have been subscribed for a very long time, like pre-2022 Dwarf Fortress release. And then when Dwarf Fortress released, I gained, like, I basically tripled that number. I had about 400 to 500 people consistently subscribed. And on top of that, there was maybe about 100 people that would consistently tip me. And everything else around the edges would just keep me going. And I'd say that's been cut by about a third. It's lost about a third in the past, like, 4 months, which is like the biggest sudden drop I've ever had. And it's literally just because of the economy tanking. Like, I'm actually worried for the first time in my life. No, I understand why people don't want to support Amazon too, but what people need to realize is that, yes, Twitch is owned by Amazon, but so is all of the internet. And Twitch operates as an independent entity. So if you give me money through Twitch, sure, you're giving Twitch 20%, but Twitch is paying for AWS like any other customer of Amazon. So anything that you use on the day-to-day that uses Amazon Web Service is just as in about the same position as Twitch when it comes to how much they're actually funding Amazon. So that just kind of boggles my mind a little bit. And then also the general sentiment of, well, I don't want to support Amazon anymore, so I'm just not going to watch you at all. And it's like,
excited for the new video.
It's very rare in entertainment media of like, I really like this actor. And I really like all the work that they do. And I really like this other actor and this director and all the work that they do. But I'm not going to support their future work because their old work was on a like movie production company I don't like. Is kind of how it feels. I get almost nothing from my merch. Almost nothing. Zortos. Like, I get money from it, but I actually have to be careful about what I show from merch, because if I show you stuff from merch, I might accidentally dox people. Because I do just straight up have like a shipping backend for this, so I just need to be cautious. Merch is not a big money giver. For Vile Force of Mug, I get $3.04 for the 11 ounce. I get $3.04 for the 15 ounce, and I get $4.59 for the 20 ounce mug. Merch is far and away the worst way to support me. Cancel culture? No. The fuck you want about, man? No, it's literally the economy tanking. It's literally all it is. Wars starting in the Middle East. America blowing shit up. Everybody's savings going brrr. People pull the plug on everything that is like the thing that keeps them financially stable. No, absolutely not. Merch is often a loss leader. In most cases, when people gift merch, I break even. Sometimes I'll make money. But because I cover a portion of the cost of shipping, if somebody has expensive shipping, I usually lose money. Like, there's been times where people have gifted merch in my chat, and I've been like, yeah! And then I look at it, like, at the end of the day, and I'm like, I lost $6. Sparky, by the way, thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for a 30th month. Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think that there is, like, a certain mindset of, like, I have less income. I can't afford to financially support anymore, and so I won't watch. Which is, like, the, like, creator spiral thing that happens. And because I'm not a big, like, how do I put this? I'm not the sort of person to just go say something fucked up so that it shows up on your feed. Like, that, I've never felt good about doing stuff like that. Or having those kinds of, like, keep yourself relevant tactics. So I'm very much the kind of, wow, I keep whistling with my, I don't know what's going on with, like, my tongue this morning. So, like, I'm very much the sort of person who will just, like, fade off into the background. Because people will forget. Yep. Budgie. I mean, it's like, I just kind of pity everybody. I just feel bad. It just sucks. But, like, to be clear, or like just when it comes to mugs and merch and stuff in general, there have been points where I've made quite a bit of money on merch, but you need a volume for it to make sense. But like another thing about merch, like I did a limited edition mug for Christmas, which I worked together with Elfie Bean, one of my mods, to commission the art. I made about $40 US selling those mugs. I sold about, I could actually just go, I'd pop up the thing and tell you. But I know it's about 40 bucks because I looked. Do I ship myself? No. No, then it would cost me like 100 times more. No, I work with a company who takes a cut, although admittedly it's a pretty fair cut. They keep about 8% of the profits, but they ship from facilities direct within regions so that it's actually financially viable. Otherwise, like, I looked into shipping some merch myself, and to give you an idea, like, I wanted to ship paper bookmarks to people, like custom drawn bookmarks. It was going to cost me twice the cost of the bookmark to ship them to the US. and I basically was going to have to charge like $40 to $60 per item to not lose money. What was I looking at? Right, that mug. I sold 13, so total revenue. Actually, I lost money on 4 of these. Yeah, I made $41 off of that mug. That isn't even a third of the amount that it cost me for the commission. That isn't even a quarter. That isn't even a quarter of like what it cost for the art. So that mug was essentially me like tipping a friend some money for cool art. Yeah, and like if you look at my YouTube audience, which is where the majority of my merch sales come from, Kage, are like from YouTube clicks, not through Twitch. The majority of the gifts go through Twitch, but like if you look at my YouTube audience and you look at like global audiences, it's United States is 40% of my audience. So if the economy in the US gets bad, that hurts me. 6.3% of my audience is in the United Kingdom, 5.6% of my audience is in Canada, 5.1% of my audience is in Germany, 3.4% of my audience is from Brazil. Yeah, that makes sense. Brimmonk. Brimmonk. Keep doing that. I'm not asking you two to be specific here, Quick Fade. I'm just babbling. Also, Stone, not to be rude, but your sub just ran out. Just making you aware in case it hasn't worn off on your end yet. But no, it's not worth it. I guess the short version, Kage, is it's not worth it to do that because, like, I have more financially viable and logical ways to keep the channel funded, and it's quite literally just my blog, you know, direct funding. Like, if people want to be direct, that is the way to do it. But, like, you know, as it sits, the more I talk about this, the actual worse it gets for me because, like, if I talk about this stuff a lot, what happens is people just stop funding me on Twitch. And I understand it's like, you should do that if you need to pay your bills. You should do that. I should be one of the first things you drop. After you drop Netflix, but me second. Netflix first, me second. But like, that doesn't convert to blog subscribers. Like, I'm gonna do some math here. I'm actually gonna grab a calculator. My blog made 8% last year of what Twitch did, which is actually more than I thought. So, you know what's funny, Rummy? When you say you wonder if there's someone in Russia, yes, there is. The stat of 40% of my audience coming from the US used to be about 35 to 36%, and Russia was like right in between Canada, the UK, and Germany. And then there was a day where Russia just like mysteriously disappeared and the US went up by a couple ticks. Which happened on Twitch and on YouTube, and I think that that's really funny. It's like, oh, I see where you guys are routing your VPNs to. I get it, I get it, I get it. I know what y'all doing. I respect it. Cheers, Bald Bojo. And also, thank you very much, Shadow, for gifting a sub to Stone. Mysteriously, yeah. I mean, like, I know how a VPN works. It was just like that 1 month where I had like two consistent viewers, and I can like filter by country in Twitch stats from Honduras. I was like, which one of you fucks is setting your VPN to Honduras? Somebody's doing it. You know, I should like make a joke command for commands or something like, commands? Where we're going, we don't need commands. It's true, you don't. It runs contrary to the whole idea of tech? Not really. I mean, VPN IPs are known for large brand VPNs, right? Like, the reason that, like, Netflix can block a VPN or a lot of streaming services can block a VPN is because it's all coming from like the same building effectively. So you can figure out like what percentage of people are coming from a VPN, but I see like, you know, as laws change and people start having to do weird shit to watch things, like there's people who watch me from mainland China. Like over the years, there's always been a handful of people who would just like, you know, pop up and be like, I'm in this country, but using a VPN to route to this country. Appreciate you, Rummy. Cheers. Glad you get something positive out of it. But no, I think like the reality is just like, right now DF is in a quiet point, so that puts pressure on me. Right now the economy is in a rough point, which puts more pressure on me. So my goal for this week is to finish this fortress and then edit it into a video. And that might mean that this might be a short stream week. Like this might be a 2 or 3 day stream week. Because like that's just the reality, you know? Because like when time is quiet, my time is better spent editing. When time is busy, my time is better spent streaming. But the tough part for me is I like streaming. I don't super like editing. I don't mind it. I like the result of editing. I don't... Like, streaming doesn't feel like work to me. Editing feels like work to me. Like, it feels like a job. In the negative sense of the word. Thanks for the raid, Liam. Shadow is also in a Nordic country. Shadow. Also, like, Russia's a very large country, so depending on where people are, it might actually be closer to route through the US. Like, route through a server in Hawaii, you know? Alright. Let's play some of this stupid video game, shall we? I would just like to remind everybody that this is a crowdfunded channel. If you want to help keep this channel funded, the best way to do that is by typing !support in the chat. Of course, I do make the primary and vast majority of my revenue through Twitch via bits, subs, and gifted subscriptions, etc. So if your name is on the leaderboard or if you have a hat next to your name, thank you very much. You're the literal reason I'm here as consistently as I am. Aside from that, the best way to support me is directly through my blog. You can subscribe at a yearly or a monthly amount. I think you can also tip me through my blog. Somebody did that once, and I was like, shit, where's that button? I didn't know that was a thing. But that exists. You can also tip me directly via Ko-fi or Streamlabs. And I do have a Patreon, but I disincentivize that because it essentially provides the same purpose as my blog, except you get less and I get less. So I recommend my blog. That being said, if you're watching on the YouTube side of things, the best thing you could do is just simply leave a like on the stream, tell a friend about the stream, and I don't know, YouTube members are there, but the YouTube doesn't pay very well, so that's all. YouTube pays about 62% right now, after all the fees and stuff, because they don't cover that. So that's where I'm at. That's where we're at. That's where the stream is at. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for tuning in so far today. I appreciate you all, and let's play some Dwarf Fort. Well, that's your problem, Ralds. This game isn't too niche for your friends to play it. You're just not doing a good job convincing your friends to play it. Don't try to tell them they need to play it. Just talk about how much fun you're having. Tell stories. They'll get interested. You have to let people get interested on their own time, though. So for clarity with this fortress, there's some ground rules. We are following a single dwarf. Cheers, Infinity SS. Although I think a lot of it and a lot of the instability right now is my own fault, because I decided to get a mortgage, which I think was the right decision. Which I didn't need to do. I could have just sat on my money, but because I'm a very frugal person, I don't spend a lot. Also, hey Zalvi, how are you? It's good to see you, mate. The reason I just kind of paused is because an ad break just started. I thought it had just finished, so that's my bad. Literally just sitting here and waiting for the ads to end 35 seconds, and then we can pop in proper. Then I'll lay down the ground rules, and we will cover the basics. How are things going? It was a little touch and go for a minute there this past weekend, but then I watched Talking Heads Stop Making Sense, which I haven't watched in a number of years, and that cheered me up. Something about Talking Heads that just make me smile. Is that like your equivalent of Good Morning San Francisco, Abrax? Good morning, armchair experts! Or hello, Vietnam. That's how I actually tried DF the first time. Same year, 2010. Your friend told you it was captivating. I mean, I've told this story many times. His fort? Huh. Did he play in Boat Murdered? That was very eloquent. Not like your description. I mean, I first found out about Dwarf Fortress because I'd beaten Adom, and a friend of mine in a Ventrilo call was like, "You should try Dwarf Fort." I was like, what's that? And I installed it and tried to generate a world. It took too long. I got bored. And so I tried to Control-Alt-Delete, and then it seized up my computer. And it wouldn't let me close it. And I got upset. So I crashed my computer, restarted my computer, deleted the files, and forgot about it for 6 months. That was my introduction to Dwarf Fort, was 2009. I deleted it. All right, so there are some ground rules with this fort that I need to lay down before we start playing fully. Well, as a humble armchair expert myself, Abrax, I shall disable this overlay. All right. Well, actually, this isn't really... I'm more of an office chair expert than an armchair expert, because there aren't any arms on this chair. So... Although, I'll be honest, I've been looking at, like, used Lazy Boy chairs, because I subscribe to this, like... It's not really a blog. There's a local furniture store that posts, like, highlights from the store, because I bought a sofa from them once when I moved into this apartment because I needed a sofa. And I was able to get a sofa for very, very affordable from them. But because I bought a sofa from them once, I'm just like subscribed to their newsletter. And they've been bringing in a bunch of Lazy Boy chairs recently. I'm like, man, I used to know somebody who just like sat in a Lazy Boy with a keyboard on his lap and like a cup in the coffee cup and like a mouse pad on the other side. I was like, oh, that'd be nice. Just like sit in a lazy boy, just like sink into fabric, let your back get all nice and fucked up, and just stream for like 10 hours. Oh, I disarmed my chair when it fucked up my shoulders. It's not the nicest chair. It's not the most ergonomic, but I made it better. All right, so there are some specific rules with this fort. We are following a main character in this fort, and that main character is Tosid. Now, if you would like to look up Tosid or any of the history of Tosid, or any of the dwarves in this fort for that matter, type in !legends in the Twitch chat. In the YouTube chat, it's just in the description, or you can go to legends.blindirl.net. That is a link to Legends Viewer, which I'm hosting on the server in my closet, and Legends Viewer essentially is just it's the XML export of the entirety of the history of the world. So that'll allow you to scroll around and look at all of the history from the entirety of the world, and everything that we've done so far. I have played 2 forts. This particular fort is called After Casket. The one that we played before this one was called, he says as his brain just like stops functioning for a second. The one we did before this one was Squidward. This probably won't be the last fort I do in this world, but this fortress started its challenge portion in fall in the year 114. So in the year 224, in late fall, we will be done. Because the goal is I want to follow this dwarf for 10 years to see how their psyche develops. Now, the catch here is it's the 10th of Timber. Whenever I'm following the dwarf, the game will be unpaused. Whenever the game is unpaused, I can't pause until the 5, the 10, or the 1 of every month. So 5s and 0s and the 1s of every month I can pause. Otherwise, I have to unpause, and I can't move the camera. Which means when catastrophic events happen, it is very difficult to, like, come to grips with what's actually happening on screen, and shit can get very confusing, which is part of the idea of this type of fort. I did this once before. I followed a non-vampire dwarf for 10 years, and it was one of the more interesting forts I've ever played. So I'm replicating that essentially, but with a vampire. Now he has killed some people, but we'll get to that in a second. As for the fortress itself, we've got kind of like this nice little bedroom setup. If I hit Z, I can click on the little dwarf plus. You can see that there is actually quite a few dwarves that need bedrooms. So I think for a good chunk of the start here, I'm going to just be going through and building more bedrooms. We are at war with the elves and the goblins. I didn't start the war with either of them, actually. Like my faction was just at war with them from the get-go, but I did start raiding the goblins recently. As for this, we've got this little tower thingy here, which we'll see if this ends up becoming something. I might run out of time, but the idea here would be to build a little lava setup. We'll see. We'll see if that becomes something. I don't know if it will. We have been attacked by several different crews of people, so that's why there's bolts everywhere. Champion? Don't have one. Not assigning one. Would you like a beard or no beard? Is that a giant mantis? Yeah, I had 2 of them. They only live for about 1.5 years, so they won't be alive for very long. And also, I'm not gonna, like, give you champion, especially because of the war with the elves thing. I'm not a huge fan of like the genocide humor that surrounds Dwarfort. It's not funny to me, and so I'll give you a dwarf, but I ain't giving you that for this like weird war fetishism thing that you got going on, mate. It's not my vibe. Valium, hello. But if you don't want it, I can just pass it on to somebody else. That's fine with me. As far as dwarves that are alive, we've got YouTube. YouTube's still alive. We've got Urist Uristov. I think Twitch is dead. We've got Christopher. We've got Ilana. We've got Handchest. We've got Stormwolf. We've got Emmanuel Kent. Not Immortal. We've got Shinobi. My brain was out of completing words in my brain. We've got Jim Lahaye. Then a lot of unnamed people. We got Nothing. Definitely not as in the band Nothing. I was listening to Nothing on Saturday. We got Emily. We got Moreb. Twitch fellow Nava. Yeah, that sounds right. We've got Moreb. We got Seth TV. We've got Q&O Earl Grey. We got Tinier Haj. Balfagor. I will get to cats and pets in a second. Paxmac. Key. I want to say yes in regards to the cat. We got Silk, Freeways, Micah. Who's the Count? And Wilm. One Sparse and Amelia. As far as animals, we got Salthopper, the mantis. I'm thinking no. Doesn't look like it. I'm saying no. Weed. So, since we got a peace out, Abrex, would you like a dwarf? Because I haven't gotten an answer on what Emerald's second choice would be. Can elves siege? They just ambush, but they bring mounts. They were attacking us with giant flies, which was fun. They come in like multiple waves of ambushes, which can be interesting, but I'm not a huge fan of that being the only like personality trait of people in my chat having. But 07's in chat for the cat Elliot. Abrex would like a dwarf. All right, we'll give Abrex a dwarf. You can have the happiest dwarf in the fort. Rith the Dyer. And I'm gonna... Yeah, we had a bunch of people get captured. Like, more or less an entire squad. Umbral Alderman. He is deliberately cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to his sadism and dislikes obligations and will try to avoid being bound by them. Though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason, he is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger and occasionally overindulges. He sometimes acts with little determination and confidence and isn't given to flights of fancy. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He likes to brawl and he acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself and blows out his breath when he's annoyed. Stony, you in chat? Would you like a dwarf? Streamer's being kind today. He blows out his breath when he's annoyed, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He doesn't really care about anything anymore. Mostly I just want to have a bunch of named dwarves so that my vampire can eat them. He personally believes that acquisition and power over others is the ideal goal in life and worthy of the highest respect. Believes that peace is always preferable to war, and dislikes cooperation, and does not go out of his and does not care about family one way or another, and dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes Killinite and nickel silver and brown jasper and common snapping turtle shell, and the color pink, squares and maces and amulets and splints, and sheep for their wool, willows for their fluffy catkins, and the sound of the tressed berry, and the sight of the rhythm of lyrics. Some impossible prefers to consume butterfly, mango wine, and reindeer milk, and absolutely hates leeches. So I'm not changing anybody into vampires, at least not intentionally. I specifically converted one person into a vampire, and I'm not converting anybody. Vampires don't... Why did Silk kill Snail? Silk killed Snail? Or Slick killed Snail? That is a good question. I don't know. I wasn't aware that that happened. I mean, maybe I was, but I forgot that that happened. That... Oh. Maybe a bar fight? Or alcohol poisoning? I mean, he is a tavern keeper. I thought that Snail was killed in a squad. It's like, weren't you a militia captain? Like, didn't you, like, raid somewhere? I guess not. I thought that you died as part of a siege when we were getting attacked. You actually did try a mango wine last night? How was it? Hey, Brex? That's weird, though, Snail. Like, genuinely, that's weird. in the crazy siege. I mean, it was crazy. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, you got mugged, unfortunately. I'm sorry about that, Snail. I always feel bad when named dwarves die unless they die somewhere, like, very... Get killed by a forgotten beast, no vampire bite for you. I mean, honestly, that's a pretty good way to go. If I recall correctly, Squizzly, you just got to the fight first and got punted. But let's read through our main character. Oops. So currently, Tosid, arrived here as a normal dwarf, and then a strange prophet from a faraway land arrived and offered him a gift, which he accepted greatly, and then he realized slowly that he could no longer sleep and had a strange thirst for blood. This dwarf arrived in the fortress, and at this point, he truly treasures the company of others, has an incredibly calm demeanor, is confident under pressure, and has little interest in joking around. He rarely feels discouraged and does not tend to be swayed by emotional appeals. He is slow to anger, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible and needs alcohol to get through the working day. And he is starting to work slowly due to its scarcity. And he doesn't really care about anything anymore. We need to get him into the tavern so we can go get served booze. He personally finds the notion that one would persevere through adversity completely abhorrent. Sees working hard as a foolish waste of time and does not particularly value the truth. He doesn't feel strongly about the law and doesn't care about art one way or another and dreams of raising a family. He likes chromite, trifle pewter, green jade, alpaca wool, cows for their haunting moos, and the words of the meditation of droplets, and the sight of the veneration of luxuries, and when possible he prefers to consume gutter cruer and maize flour, and absolutely hates bats. His left ear is broken, that must have happened during the last fight, and his very long beard is braided, his sideburns are clean shaven, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long hair is arranged in double braids, and his somewhat broad ears are very splayed out. His silver eyes are narrow, and he has low cheekbones, and he has a deeply recessed chin. His eyelashes are short, his somewhat short nose is slightly upturned, and his hair is sepia, and his skin is copper. As you can see, he's had many jobs and tasks, and has several pet dogs, worships the god Ureth, the god of war and death. He's friends with the manager of the fortress and Emily, and everybody else that he is friends with are dead. You can be a necromancer in adventure mode. Can you be a vampire or a were creature too? So by rolling dice, you can get cursed in adventure mode. Dice are sometimes found in temples or shrines. There are other ways to do it as well, but that's the easy way. And then what I had to do was play adventure mode, and I had to get my blood into a container mixed with water as the vampire that I made into a vampire in adventure mode. And then I walked to this fortress and gave it to this dwarf as a gift, and he drank it. And then once he'd done that, we just followed him for 10 years. Yeah, there's also a whole wiki page on how to become a vampire. Or, you dump glue and glitter on your head. I'm going to make this dwarf train, because he needs alcohol. And where he trains also happens to be in the tavern. So we're going to go follow him into the bent basements, which is his bedroom. It's very tedious. I will do my best to explain exactly how I do it once I've made the video, which I'm hoping will be out next week. Because there's 4 years left in this game, which means between today and tomorrow we can probably finish this fort. Which means ideally, and I'm saying ideally I finish it tomorrow, and then after tomorrow it's just epilogue stuff. Or like tomorrow evening would just be epilogue stuff. And then I will edit Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then hopefully get the video on Monday. Because a video like this usually takes me about 4 days of like 8-hour days editing. So what I'm trying to say is if you have a Prime sub, use it right now, because it might only be a 2-day stream week. Also, thank you very much, seriously, for those of you tuning in. On the 15th, we're going to go designate a bunch of bedrooms. So he's now training. I'm hoping he'll get fed alcohol quickly, because I need that. I need the tavern keepers to bring him the booze in quick fashion. So, as far as kills go, he does have 24 kills. As you can see, he's killed Olin, Stukos, Anuk, Kel, Glass Half Empty, Elf G, Thob, Thaicut, Nagoking, Viking, Renumia, Urist, Anti-Lanix, Bogwater, Shorast, Aban, Momas, Saber Honored, Stinthad, Stinthad Quest God, which was such a good name, my god, and who was my adventurer. He killed my adventurer. Anyway, he killed Zulban, Avuz, Manom, who's Server Lord, and Libash and Ubal. So, Server Lord the Metal King, such a fucking good name, yeah. So what I'm thinking is I need an ending for this fort. Now, because, like, you're basically watching, like, a theater production being produced in real time as part of a fort like this, because, you know, this is going to be made into a YouTube video, right? Something that I'm looking for today, and something that I want to ask for your help, chat, with, is I need ideas on how I can end this fort. I've got a few that are kind of rattling around in my brain, but I'm going to bounce some ideas off you guys today, most likely, is going to be a big subject of discussion. One of the ideas that I thought about having is if you... So, like, our dwarf, the vampire, right, worships the god of death. Like, that is... War and death is his god of choice. Kind of grim. But, like, I've got this idea of, like, what if something happens in his life where he just goes completely nuts and starts trying to, like, summon the god of death or, like, honor the god of death or something like that, and we just start slowly I don't know how I would, like, justify this even in a video for Dwarf Fortress, but, like, if you topple a coffin or destroy the burial place, like, if you desecrate a burial for a dwarf, it summons a murderous haunt. And I did a video a while back about ghosts, but it didn't do super well in comparison to other videos I've uploaded. Wouldn't it be fun? Because, like, I've had this idea in my head of, like, what if this fortress ends with just, like, a vampire left in the fortress? Wouldn't it be fun if we come up with some sort of in-lore or in-world excuse for him to start destroying grave sites and just see if we can kind of have, like, a ghost spiral? Because the problem is the ghost might just kill the vampire if I do that. Like, we're going to get more sieges. That's going to happen. Like, I'm going to siege more things as well. That's also going to happen, but... I would just need to come up with some, like, in-world reason as to why this dwarf would start doing that. I mean, he's basically the previous Death Pope, right? Like, he's not he was never the mighty leader of the religion, of the Communion of Gods, which worships the god of war and death. But he was the highest ranking official. He's more like a death cardinal, you know? Other temple destroys the graves of his victims. Death Cardinal. Cardinal of Death. He hasn't been fed alcohol yet. We do have plenty of mugs, too. We got 30 stored in here. Zealous about remembering beating somebody with a beating. Telltale Heart style madness? I'm not super familiar what that means. So he destroys their graves and destroys the bodies? Is that what you would say? Glass half empty? I could see that. I could see that. Well, I mean, I'll say this. He dreams of raising a family. It provides positive moods, yeah, and it helps them learn knowledge, which gives them like a hidden skill tree. I mean, what's the point of having a mortal family when they're all just going to die? What would the point of that be ever? It's definitely going to be a cycle of madness, though. All right, so something else that I'm building behind the scenes is down in the magma sea of this fort. There is a route for magma pumps to pump lava to the surface, or very high up. I can make a really cool sacrifice chamber or something. Also, we're pretty close to becoming Mountain Home, by the way. Or not Mountain Home, but at the very least, capital. We do have a count in the fortress, because we have Count Micah, who needs a tomb, by the way. So I should probably give him that. Or at least queue something up for that. Do I want it connected to his room? Maybe not. These are all just guild halls. That's the... Could just go down here. That was not the tool that I wanted. Let's use this instead. Let's use... Nice. Let's go this way. Just do it to here. That was a little further than I wanted. So let's just go to here. Go there. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Just go floor. And do that. That can be the space for you. And then if I go over to here, we can go... Oops. I keep losing spots. Every time when I'm like back after my time off every week, like my hands forget how to play this game. It's always a little embarrassing right off the bat. It's like, you know, you'd think that I would just be like muscle memory, but it takes me like an hour to get into it every time. Every single time. Without fail. Oh, it's a short story by Edgar Allan Poe, gotcha. I'm not as familiar with Poe as I feel like I should be. Like, he kind of aligns with a lot of my interests, but like I've read the basics basically. I read The Raven for school, which wasn't something I enjoyed very much at the time. And let's see where are doors at. Okay, let's queue up some rock doors because I don't think I'm actually doing any of those. At least it really doesn't look like it. Oh, it'd help if I turned on my numpad. What, having to remember the hotkeys and like how to play Cold War style? We got some ads that are going to play in a minute, so I will use this time to queue up more things. So this over here is my pump stack that we've been working on. So I've got this that's connected to up here. So I've got to seal this off. That's something I've got to do. So I'm just gonna go all the way down here. All the way down. To right where it starts, which is gonna be right about there. So this goes all the way down to here, which is basically the bottom of the map. And I'm going to send a collection of dwarves over to here to dig all the way along this. Which should, ideally, release lava all the way along here, into here. And then we should be able to pump it out. I could also bring some over this side, but honestly, you know what, screw it. Let's actually dig over to here as well, because that'll be easy. And I can bring in more if I need it. Might as well do the thing before I screw the thing up so that it's harder for me later. We're just waiting for our vampire to get some alcohol in him, then we can move him. But he has had some traumatizing moments in his life. I mean, one of the most traumatic things that happened was, oopsies, he witnessed the person who made him into a vampire die, but not due to his own vampirism, because he beat them to death. And he was angry at the time and got some pretty bad trauma from it, but since then has become less anxious, actually, and has remembered that day with absolute zealousy. Zealousy? Zealous? I don't know how you use zealous in that way, but the SpongeBob adaptation is pretty good. I would expect nothing less. Zeal? Yeah, but how would I use that in a sentence? Quoth the Raven. I've definitely seen that. I mean, that's what I said first, a crafty bastard, but that doesn't feel like a real word. Zealousness, I know is a word. Zealousy sounds like zealotry. Ah, true. Yeah, actually. I'm gonna have to, like, look up a dictionary and find all of the correct uses of the word zealot. What are you? Why is there a naked dwarf right there? Excuse me? This is like a bit from a horror movie where there's just like a silhouette of a naked man in the doorway. Don't be a hater. I mean, it's just Arnold. He just came back from the future to be a robot in the past so that he could go hang out with Sarah Connor and save her son. Give me all your clothes. And the bike. Okay, seriously, what? Oh, that makes so much sense. So, chat was like, hey, Blind, can you do anything with helices? Yes. And I did. So I sent one of my dwarves to go to one of the helices and request workers. And it looks like they got one. And one of the ones that they got was a merchant. And merchants are completely fucked. Like, there's a lot of things they just can't do for some reason. And sometimes they have a really hard time equipping clothing. So that explains that. Let me just get some beds made real quick. And assigned. Hopefully he'll equip clothes, but it might take him a bit. They're a little special in that way. He's now your favorite, what, just the random naked one? He likes it that way, you know? It's what he's into. We don't talk about old, what's the name of the merchant? Fob? Salve praise? He's just here because he's here to praise himself, you know? He's just standing there, menacing. You know, sometimes these days people will say things in chat like that, and I'll be like, was that something I said in a video? Pretty sure that was the case, right? That was something I said. I said, he's just standing there, menacing. Okay, so this is the beginnings of my little reservoir. That's a SpongeBob meme? I'm pretty sure I also said that in a video, though, but... Probably, like, absent-mindedly quoting a SpongeBob meme. Let's just do... this. I am SpongeBob? That's... Do I get royalties on all the episodes I've been in? Because I could work with that. You know, I've known very few Bobs in my life, but they've always been cool. One of them, on Halloween, growing up, outside of his house, he had this old intercom system. And he would set it up in his hedge and would sit on the second floor of his house. And his wife would answer the front door and give kids candy on Halloween. And he would sit on the upper floor and call out everybody that he knew by name and would call you a coward if you walked past his house on the other side of the road. And would like, come on in, get candy. What are you, afraid? He was a fun guy. So, I could deal with that. I don't know. I could live in a pineapple under the sea. Also, Silver She, it's good to see you. Appreciate you for tuning in. Thanks for hanging out today, mate. Tossid! Me and my Tossid in my sleep. Did you get alcohol? He hasn't been boozed? God damn it. Somebody give this dwarf a drink. So this tiny little guild is set as part of the tavern. All right, Nudie, Nakey, I need you to... Can I not? I guess I can. I was gonna say, can I not assign him as... All right, I will just set another dwarf as a tavern keeper. Because I need you to get fed booze. I don't care if other people die of alcohol poisoning. He's getting slow. When dwarves start getting slow, you have to give them booze. Absorbent? No, I tend to not absorb most information these days. Yellow? I don't think so. Porous? Definitely not. Except for when, like, I'm riding my bike, maybe. So we need to figure out an inciting event for this dwarf to want to build family. Oh, shit. Okay, I read that as a different word, which was funnier. The Hillocks of Cobalt Sank has been formed a day's travel to the north and incorporated into your holdings. I'm just going to go take a look at that on the 5th, I think. Ulfas, hello. You know, your username is like 3 letters away from being my friend Ulfsire, who made a cool video game. It's like ULFAS, except Ulfie's name is Ulf SAIR. I've been over this. Oh shit, I missed the 5th. I've been over this before with chat before Stocked Bar, but I can count on one hand the number of times I've actually seen SpongeBob related things. I've seen so little SpongeBob. Like, I've seen the SpongeBob movie, and I played whatever the name of that 3D platformer was at my cousin's house once. And that might be all of the... I've seen, like, incomplete chunks of episodes. Dwarf with a pet. I can try. I can do my best. There's a way I can search for that. Do you care about... No, it's all good. You can have a dwarf just as long as it's not the same day that your dwarf died, and your dwarf did not die today. Yay! Had alcohol. Sweet, sweet, sweet. I'll just get you named on the 10th. I got to make sure to actually pause is the problem. Uh-oh. So for those of you who don't know, this dwarf is the captain of the guard, right? Now, because he's the captain of the guard, he just discovered a murder. It's horrifying. In fact, he was so scared that when he discovered the crime scene, he threw his arms on the ground, cast them aside in fear, so that he could go right down in the mortuary that a dwarf had just passed. And he's going to get to the bottom of this crime and make sure that, without a shadow of a doubt, the person who committed such an atrocity, such as murder, will be correctly punished. And he goes and gets his hat. No preference beyond having a pet. Gotcha. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to find out who's the most upset dwarf. It's a baby. Well, who's the most upset dwarf who I could actually convict of a crime? Momo's the potash maker. Great. So, this horrible murder was just committed, and we have no idea who did it. So it must have been the potash maker. Who else could possibly be so angry? Now I need to find a dwarf with a pet. Do you want a cat? Or do you want to be owned by a cat? Do you want a pet dog? A goose? Or a pig? Because I'm watching a dwarf who is definitely not a criminal vampire, who is definitely not, like, rigging the books so that he can get away with doing his crimes. So in Legends, when you read about vampires in Dwarf Ward, it'll often read, like, they see a, this is a menu I never look at. You'll often see, they have a general familiarity of training cave blobs? Okay. When you're, what's the word? When you are reading about them, they often start embezzling funds or lying about things or seeking agents within that space so that they have people in positions of power above them. This dwarf is good friends with the manager of the fortress and is aware is a good friends with the manager of the fortress, who is also the count of the fortress. So he's gotten favors from that person. He's getting away with crimes, and in a live stream format, it's gonna seem like me just going, yeah, I'm rigging this in favor of the thing, because I am, but the idea of what I'm doing right now is I'm recording this for a video. So this is going to end up with, like, justifications and, like, you know, framing to make it a viable plot device is my goal. So that requires me doing some things that are like, yeah, no, this is just me doing the thing that's not allowed. However, the benefit is this dwarf just committed a crime. He just committed murder. Now, any dwarf in the fortress who's related to the dwarf who just died, who values the law, is going to be upset. Any dwarf who was friends with that dwarf who just died is also going to be upset. However, any dwarf who doesn't value the law isn't going to care. And so for a large portion of these dwarves,
well, this is a nice
they just
round
don't
number
care.
Crypt Wave.
In the situation of this dwarf, he doesn't value the law, but he is the captain of the guard, and he is kind of a cruel dwarf. So he gets a very happy thought convicting somebody of a crime regardless of if they did it or not. I'm basically building a main character villain. Wild Peak, it's been a while. How you been, man? Thanks for the 90. Goddamn OG. I was thinking about you recently. I was like, man, I haven't seen you in a while. Hope you've been well, dude. You missed the R in crypt weed. So, I can check out bedrooms real quick. So basically, there's a lot of justification and, like, artificial character driving, right? But I think that's kind of what's fun about a fortress like this is, like, I have a video called I Followed a Dwarf for 10 Years, which is, like, one of the more YouTube titles I've ever done. And this is kind of a sequel to that, where instead of following a dwarf for 10 years, I'm following a vampire for 10 years. Actually, do you guys want a preview? I already sent. I did send out a preview to people who are members on my blog who've paid for membership there, but I could give you guys a preview if you like. I've actually got about 20 minutes of the video edited already, and more of it trimmed up, but I'm just prioritizing more upset dwarves. I do have a like pretty tight 4-minute preview of it. So I was the one at the Party of Adventures on it. There you go, mine. I really like the Adventure Party one. Actually, Cooler kind of outdid himself with the art on that one. Moved into a new home. Should be back again. What was the reason for the traveling? Are you traveling for work or long vacation kind of thing? Okay, so I do need a few more beds. Always coming around and wanting to look at it. I think that's also available in separate stickers, if they'd want that. Like these individual adventurers are like exist as stickers. I have a genuine question. When you say moved into the wrong home, do you mean like place that just like wasn't good for you, or do you mean like literally you moved into the wrong house? And if you literally moved into the wrong house, how the hell does that happen? Like you just screwed up the address and just moved in and then get evicted like a month later? Not good for you. Okay. Like, I'm just thinking about that. Like, how does what? How does that happen? Miscommunication to the maximum, man. But yeah, no, I get that. I get that, especially if like you're living with roommates. That sucks. I do seem to recall you vaguely losing your job at some point, so it's good to have you around, and I'm glad that you found somewhere. I would say that I lived in the wrong home for too long, so I can kind of relate. But it wasn't that I moved into the wrong home. I just lived there for too long. How is the lava flow spot doing? Okay, so this and down to here. So I need to get a channel down there. And I need to go along here. I need to widen this out. I need to widen this out. I need to go up to here. I need to go over to here. And then right up there. And I can start getting this built. And then that I will just leave for the minute. You work in construction and it's fairly common for people to do work on the wrong home. I beg your pardon? You mean like they're not supposed to be working there, but the home is supposed to get work done? Or you mean like literally they are in the wrong place, weren't supposed to be there, and like are in trouble now because like they've done damage? Because like that's kind of terrifying for many levels and many reasons. What the fuck? Don't like that. Don't like that at all. People are dumb? Yeah, but that dumb? That's like pretty dumb though. So the thing that I'm stuck with right now is I kind of really the thing that I'm stuck with right now is I just want to fill this up with lava. But in order to actually use this, I need to basically build it to be powerable. It happens more than it should. That I could believe. The more than it should. Because I would, like, could absolutely imagine the I'm not even supposed to be here today kind of situation where it's like somebody is, like, scheduled to work on Project B, but instead shows up and works on Project D, and then two guys who were supposed to be working on Project C actually show up and work on Project B, but... I know this might look confusing, but trust me, it'll make some sense in a bit. Or it won't work, and then I'll just pretend that it was a new idea and I didn't know what I was doing and I screwed up. Actually, this is what I need to do, not that. I'm also screwing it up again. Okay, so you go down, there, go down, there, okay. You go to here. You go to there. You go to there. Why do I keep... I'm just gonna go start from the top, and I'm gonna stop screwing this up. If I start from the top, I won't have any problems with this. Okay, so you go from here to there, here to there, here to there, here to there, here to there. Yes, why didn't I just do this the first way? Sweet. You've heard of an instance of the wrong house being demolished? I mean, does it really matter where in the world it is? That's just kind of scary to me. Like, kind of nightmare fuel, in a way. Let's see what the vamp goes and does. I'm not gonna lie, one of my weird nightmares is just like waking up while the building I live in is being demolished. Like that was some nightmare I remember having as a little kid at one point. So now we're gonna go chain up that horrible criminal who was convicted of doing such a horrendous crime against Warvies. At least he gets the prison cell with a bed. Honestly, that's a win. It was the giant mantis. Oh, probably. Or perhaps that dwarf that he chained up. That he convicted of the crime. Such a horrible crime to be committed. I mean, killing dwarves like that, such a monster. Waking up to an excavator punching down your living room wall. Yeah. Or just like a wrecking ball coming in through your bedroom. It's like, growing up, the first house that I lived in growing up, that my parents had, the neighboring house to us, like 6 months after we moved out, a tree fell through the roof and almost killed one of them. And that story has been like retold in my family many times. Also, investments are open for those of you who care. That story has been retold many times that like a tree fell through their house and like almost killed them. or almost killed one of them. Like he stepped out of the shower and then like the tree came through the house. And ever since hearing that story as like a little kid, probably 200 days or so. Well, I can check because it's the 15th. The convict who definitely committed the crime, 220 days, yeah, for murder. I Had Nightmares from the Money Pit. Is that a movie? Never seen it if it is. I thought that was just the American economy. But more recently, like the same thing happened to Lazy Game Reviews. Like house fell through, or a tree fell through his house. So, yeah. But here, I got a preview for you guys. Let me just mute the audio for a second. I got something to show you guys. Just got to tab out real quick. This is like not representative of final product, and some people have already seen this. But sometime in 2020, it's my voice. It's the scariest thing in the world. I do have to apologize in advance for the like slight flicker that happens with it, but it's just OBS, I swear. Sometime in 2024, I made a video where I followed a single dwarf in Dwarf Fortress for 10 in-game years. That video centered around a dwarf named Cog. Cog was a relatively normal dwarf, with a bit of a tragic backstory, and over that span of 10 years we watched as his mood shifted, and he became a very different kind of person, harboring a lot of anger from his tragic past, until he eventually finds love, and even learned to resurrect those who had left the lands of the living. This is a similar video, but with a twist. The dwarf that I will be following this time has a very peculiar ailment. You see, they're a vampire, but that wasn't always the case. I made them this way. This is the story of me following a single dwarf for 10 years, from the day that they became a vampire, cursed to prowl the night in search of blood, stalking the halls of my fortress, and craving the warm blood of living flesh. How will their mind change and contort over these 10 years? And how did I even bestow this curse upon them? Welcome to After Casket, and the tales of a dwarven vampire. That's what you're getting. You can see more of that if you give me $3 a month on my blog. Otherwise, that's what you get for now. But yeah, that's the video I'm working on. I hope it does well, and I hope people like it. So many bolts down here from the last beast. It really is, yeah. We'll just have to be very cautious about not finding oil reserves. Snatcher Hardcore in YouTube chat. There's a game called Rise of Nations. And years ago, I did a stream with a friend of mine at the time where we played Rise of Nations. And I had this base that I'd built up that was like pretty decent, but I was like, if you've never played Rise of Nations, it's an RTS that goes like starts off with like cavemen, and by the end of it you have nukes. It's like Civilization if it took 10 minutes. So it's kind of ridiculous. Like cavalry just turns into tanks randomly. I was very much in sword and board and like cavalry kind of era, and my friend who I was comp stomping with was like had just gotten like to kind of the World War II tech. And so he had the ability to use oil. And suddenly these oil refineries started popping up in the middle of my base, and they're all his. Because he's just like, I need the oil! I'm like, I can't even detect that yet. So there was just suddenly like oil refineries everywhere, and just you made me think of that. There's a bug on your screen reading chat. You mean like a fruit fly or something? Some ads are about to run, and I'm about to get blasted by sunshine. So I'm going to go and close my blinds. I will be back in a sec. shall resist the rogue sunbeam. At least they're not asking you to buy Pogs. I had somebody unironically tell me that they miss Pogs and thought Pogs were awesome recently, and I
Crypt beer.
maintain that those were the dumbest fad of all the fads. It's like, oh, because you can trade them. It's like, okay. Just always make the endgame Armageddon. We had 4 seconds left, and my friend tried to do that in Rise of Nations. Funk NDA, thank you very much for the 20th month with Prime. Welcome back, dude. Can you believe it's in 20 months? I can't. Thank you very much for keeping that Prime running. Appreciate you, mate. What was I saying? In Rise of Nations, in that particular match, my friend tried to end the game with Armageddon, but we had like the neutral victory, like the wonder victory, basically. And we had like less than 10 seconds, and he tried to fire off, because you have to fire off 8 nukes in that game to like end the world and just have like the nobody wins state. And he tried to fire them all off, but we got the peaceful win the literal second the nukes went off. So the screen was just like sheer white. Like everything was just like explosion over the entire screen, except for like victory, peaceful victory. It's like the entire screen is just boom. Genuinely one of the funniest things I've ever had happen in a video game. Digmoth, hello. All right. Let's see if we can go about pumping some lava, which is over here that we're gonna do that. I don't want to do that. And let's go up to there. Okay, so we'll let them do that. Peaceful, because like all of the bombs went off at once, simultaneously. I should just be able to do that. Okay, so then this is blocked off. Yeah, so this right here needs to be blocked off. This can be blocked off. And then let's just make sure that this is all good all the way up. This one is going to need to be sorted, because this is where power connects. So I need to completely encase this. So what actually I'm going to do is this. All right. I was considering going on the lava, but chose not to. Definitely too lava colored, you know? Makes it look sketchy. Okay, so I need a lava safe material. I could just use a drawbridge, but eh. Basalt's lava safe. Really don't have any lava safe mechanisms, do I? I'll just make 2 basalt mechanisms. Those will get done pretty quick. And then you're making doors. How are we doing on those bedroom setups? These are all set up over there, so it's just the stuff down here then. The last stream I did, or the first stream last week I did of this fortress took off like a fucking rocket. Like, almost immediately things just went hog wild. So I was kind of sitting here going like, man, I wonder how today's gonna go. It seems to be kind of quiet so far. We'll see, though. I shouldn't get ahead of myself, though, because usually when I'm like, you know, things seem kind of peaceful, things just explode and erupt into chaos. Could go either way. And Lanix, hello. How's the week been treating me so far? I had kind of a weird, melancholy weekend, and then I watched Talking Heads Stop Making Sense, and that cheered me up. I need to just, like, self-prescribe that, like, concert movie as, like, antidepressants. There's just something about the energy of that concert that just makes me smile. No matter how old man-coded it is to be like, yeah, I watched Talking Heads this weekend. But pretty good. And the week is still young, you know. Plenty of places to go from here. How about you, Lanix? So it looks like I've got some people to reach out to about blog stuff. After the stream today, I will do that. Specifically the movie. Marmalade Man. Although I've been told that, like, I think that, like, the bug on your screen trying to, like, go after the dwarves is a very unique thing, because usually it's cats that are trying to get into the screen. Or kill the dwarves. It's like, have you ever seen those videos of, like, the model train sets on YouTube, and then just, like, it's just, like, POV model train set, like, going around a route, and it's super cool and cinematic looking, and then a giant cat comes out of nowhere and just, like, bats the train set off of the track. It's like, bop! It's just, like, cat sees it. Like, just this giant cat off in the distance. Fucking love those videos. Those are some of my favorite. Copy its brain to the computer so it really gets there. What are the ethics of that? Did you ask that bug for consent first before you cloned its consciousness? Okay, so they're working on this. I'm going to go along here. Do this on priority number 5. Do that. Do that. Do that. Do that, that, and that, and that, and that. I'm quite worried about whether or not somebody's gonna get torched doing this, but oh well, if it happens, it happens. Nobody's perfect after all. Okay, let's do the corners on a slightly higher priority, because those are the danger spots. If he dies, he dies. Well, I guess so. So in order for only this dwarf to deconstruct tombs, we could organize a festival where everybody's restricted out of the areas with the tombs. That's the first thing I could do. Canned Sheep, thank you very much for the 4th month with Prime. Excuse me. Can I get a round of beers? Appreciate you, dude. So the first thing that we could do is I could assign all the dwarves to a zone and then permit the vampire to leave the zone and start toppling stuff. That's the first thing I could do. The second thing I could do is I could unassign everybody from construction and deconstruction. Oh, that's interesting. There was just a big hitch. And a child has risen and started haunting the fortress. I wonder what that hitch was. The population drop? I don't think so. Okay. We had some sort of crimes roll in. Ah, I failed a production order. So the Count is ordering more people arrested for one reason or another. So it seems that our vampire is going to have some antics for a little bit. And it seems that a child has come back to life. Did you eat that child? No. I don't actually know what killed Lore then. I think we just let that child be, you know, a ghost. We're gonna have to take a look at the child and see who killed them. See if we can figure it out. Grabbing fancy cave spider silk cloth. Making stuff. It's like the movie Ghost Dad, except it's not a dad, it's a kid. I don't know what movie that is, but that does sound like a movie that exists. It's not somebody that this dwarf has any relation to. I feel like this dwarf would start off with his friend. You know, like Anti-Lanix and Thykut and Goden. I think that's where he would start. You saw Bronze Watchful's dead body. So what was the last thing that happened to you then? Also, I didn't know this. The last time I had a bunch of ghosts in a fort, children ghosts still showed up as adults. But now they show up as children. That's interesting. I don't think I've ever seen those. It's a good look. For a dwarf, yeah. That's because it's an adventure mode only thing. You can only be on friendly terms with somebody from adventure mode. There's a lot of mechanics and like possibilities and moods and skills and like thoughts that you only see through adventure mode. And that's one of them. It's like somebody that you've met once, but like never actually really interacted with. And then down here, we're just going to do this. Don't have floor grates, so we'll just do bars then. Gold bars it is. You enjoying the use last material option? I kind of don't really think about it anymore because it was added so long ago, right? Like, when was that even added? Like, it has been years at this point, right? Feels like it's been years. At least a year. But yeah, I'm enjoying it. I guess I don't really think about it that much anymore. It's been long enough. Watch, it's only been like, it's probably actually only been like 2 years, right? Okay, so so what I'm going to do, let's go. Oh, this is the thing I want. Add new work detail. Wall floor construction. Road building, cleaning, lever operation, push haul vehicles. Yeah, it doesn't look like I can do a specific job then. So I'm gonna have to go with the... Chat, it's time for the Winter Festival. A very specific time of year where every single job inconspicuously just gets canceled with the exception of brewing. And the actual areas of the fortress people can go to are very locked down once they're done building all that stuff, because that's important. But everything else is going to be paused. And I'm going to make a burrow, which is going to be called the Festival of Something. It's going to be just here. Just here. And those beds. And maybe just there, because actually I do need to finish that. And that's basically going to be it. Aside from the tavern, the additional bedrooms. Basically locking everybody in the one temple. And then these spaces. Now this is going to take everybody. Except for the vampire. It's a good proposal. Good proposal, I think. I missed bedrooms on the guild floor, did I? Which bedrooms did I miss? Oh, yeah, you're right. Good call. I should also put the hospital in there. Just in case. I am not a brony at all. Like, I've maybe seen seconds of that show in the format of memes in my life, so I wouldn't even know what's being referenced. No, I'm locking all the dwarves in, like, relaxed spaces so that they can go chill. And then my vampire is gonna go topple some graves and desecrate some corpses. So I don't know what the fuck that would have to do with My Little Pony. What are we doing? Do you remember when I followed one dwarf for 10 years? That, but vampire. That looks like they're saying brony. But I'm sending the dwarves on vacation so that the vampire can raise a family of ghosts. That's literally what's happening. So I've been thinking of ways to like make this fortress slowly accelerate into chaos. And because it's like we are getting sieged, but like things have been going like kind of well. So I'm manufacturing excitement. Anvil, thanks for the 39th month. Welcome back. Mass slaughter? No. We're just going to go dump a few graves. I may or may not actually be about to forbid all of my books and codexes. No book. Book bad. I mean, maybe not bad, but no reading. Why are these all separate? Putnam, please give me a forbid all job. Thank you. What I really want to know is why can that one book be thrown out? It has to be like a non-finished book. Or like a non-unique. What'd you miss? You made dinner? I've decided I'm going to start committing acts of grave destruction. That's what I've decided. There's the memorial to Twitch. Twitch, of course, in memory of Twitch, born in 170 and went missing in the year 219. Yes, like a normal fort. I mean, chat, who here doesn't want to see, like, ghosts start appearing and killing people on top of the vampire, you know? I mean, they do worship the god of death, after all. My kind of, like... This is fine. Actually, that's actually not a bad thing. I mean, everything's all prepped now and ready to murder. How dare you disrupt my festival like this? That's rude. Hey, chat. I need a vile force of darkness, please and thank you. Please and thank you. And as a reminder to everybody, it only takes 1 bit to get number 2 on the leaderboard. It only takes 51 pennies to get number 1 on the leader and unseat the weed. You only need to gift 1 subscription to get onto the gift subscription leaderboard, or 2 to beat Shadow Absorber for number 1 on the week. This is a crowdfunded channel. I only make a living because people throw tips at me. So if you're here and you're watching the stream and you're getting something out of it, well, okay, now it's 56 cents to get number 1 on the leaderboard because we decided to just, like, do the... So, also, unrelated, apparently Twitch is going to let us customize those soon. Weed, because you just used the, like, little celebrate thing over this stream. I want to make a bunch of minecarts go everywhere. Anyway, Curse All Friends of Nature. Curse All Friends of Nature X2. I literally can't do anything yet, aside from, like, adjust burrows. Now we have a problem. They're already shooting bolts at us. And he's running somewhere. Not entirely sure where. Oh, shit. It's not supposed to pause. Oops, that's not what I wanted to click. That's what I wanted to click. This is gonna be bad. We're gonna have a lot of deaths on the other end of this, aren't we? Run home, please. Run home. Or don't. They're like directly beneath... Oh, bolts are starting to fly. Maybe this fort will be very short. That was actually a very successful ambush. Look at this. They're like in the middle of everything. Nobody's died yet, but this is about to go hot. Come on, dwarf. Get inside. Maybe you can run. Maybe you can't. There is giant animals there. They're right above the entrance of the fort. There's bolts flying, or arrows flying at us. We've got Marksdwarf standing right next to us, shooting bolts up. Because if I pause here, they are literally up top here, up there. If I cancel this, maybe I'll run in. There he goes. Let's see if I can pull my dwarves inside. We've got one more day and I'm gonna just close the door, I think. Dwarves are continuing to fall. He grabs his crossbow, because he's actually getting his equipment now. More of them are arriving. I'm seeing dead dwarves, but I can't look at the fighting. Okay, now I can. Oh my god. Well, that's a mess. We do have Urvad, who's in a martial trance. It seems that we've lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, mostly in the same spot. We do have Urvad here, who's killed 4 elves so far. I mean, we truly got caught out. I was in the process of getting all the dwarves inside. We do have more on their way out. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go places, siege weapons, turn these on, and I'm going to just reiterate that I need these dwarves inside. But I'm going to leave the squads outside. This could be the inciting event. Are those what I think they are? Are those giant honey badgers? Holy shit. Oh my god, that's giant honey. Fear the badger! That's fucking terrifying. Holy shit. That is actually horrifying. I don't know if any of the squads are going to make it inside. They might just keep charging. We'll see. I'm just going to try and forbid everything here. Actually, let's just make sure that I close this gate. Okay, someone's coming to pull the lever to close the gate. Well, I mean, the outside is. They can't dig, though, because they're elves. But we are going to lose a lot of dwarves here. Unless they get inside, in which case, yeah, then we're in trouble. But the lever's been pulled. Maybe it's time for a long festival. I have lost a lot of military dwarves, though, that's for sure. More arriving. I could fight this if I wasn't playing this fort the way I'm playing it, but because I'm playing it the way I'm playing it, it's very hard to fight this. I mean, it's a good excuse for why you died, that's for sure. My god, there's so many. Hear me out. Next fort is honey badger themed. I can't guarantee honey badgers on spawn. I mean, the number of times people have asked me to do specific things with specific animals, and I'm like, yeah, they literally, I just didn't get them. They just weren't here. Like, I kind of can't confirm that I can do that. Okay, so with you there, can I zoom out enough? Haha, I can! I can open the front door. Perfect. Let's see if I can let more of the dwarves inside. So far we've lost Paxmac, we've lost one of our tavern keepers, we lost Urvad Rith, several children. It's truly a massacre, but we've got the front door open now. Is this part of that burrow? Oh, also another thing I need to do is I need to just, like, remove everybody from this. And then make sure that everybody's assigned to this. That's the other problem. So now we wait. There's still military running around. Bruggen, thank you very much for the 8th month. Welcome back. Also, I have to say thanks for the $1 in bits, Wild Peak, and thanks for the $1 in bits, Eric. And appreciate you guys. Seriously. Yeah, it's crazy when they're all, like, ambushes. Okay, I can pause again. There was a crazy fight here. There's Paxmac. How did Paxmac die? Stormwolf was out there. Oh, wow. There's so many combat logs, I can't even see who's still alive. Hugh Green Tea got injured badly, was actually stabbed to death. Rest in peace, Green or Earl Grey. Repeatedly stabbed in the neck by an iron or a wooden sword. They also had giant cougars and giant honey badgers, man. Let's see, how many of my soldiers are still fighting? Let's see if I can find one. Your husband's still alive too. He's all the way over here. He's injured though. Where's Besmer? Besmer made it in. Cyril is out here and injured. You're in the hospital injured. A lot of them don't have their weapons. I think I know why. It's because we weren't quite prepared to fight at the moment. Okay, so a lot of my soldiers did make it in. So did an elf, which is kind of crazy. Got a very injured herbalist down here. Where's most of the elves? Oh. Okay, so there's like some that made it into the fortress. Hold up. That's actually real bad. It seems like most of the fighting is over. And they're all just down in the caverns, except for this one. Don't need to kill the Grathla, but... Oh, I see what I'm trying to do. Let's see if I can send the vampire down here. Okay. 10 seconds left on the ad. It takes so long to reorganize a siege when shit just goes hog wild like that. Okay. Let's go. We're on a mission now. Glass half empty. Did I name you a dwarf? I know you asked for one. I don't have any recollection of if I did or not. Dwarf with a pet. Yeah, I never actually named you one. You redeemed one, but... Uh-oh. I should give you one now. Which animal did you decide you wanted? Because there was several dwarves that had pets. Most of the elves are dead, though. Mass, that's the thing. Vast majority of them are dead. How about we go with the one that has the pet cat, Bim? Glass half, as opposed to the rock half, is impervious to the effects of stress. Enjoys the company of others and is quick to anger. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He has a greedy streak and he tends to not reveal personal information. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He often feels lustful. He laughs in a unique way when he laughs in a unique way when he's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He does not mind being outdoors at least for a time and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally has a negative view of those who exercise power over others. He finds leisure time wasteful and doesn't really see the point in working hard. And he likes rutile and lead and almandine and deer antler and the color snail and deer antler and giant snail shell and bolts and catapult parts and the words of the skirts of embracing and the sight of the veneration of luxuries and when possible prefers to consume elephant seal and sheep cheese, raspberry wine and artichoke hearts and absolutely hates blood gnats. This is going to be kind of fucked, but Yeah, this is going to be kind of fucked, but we'll do our best. You're angry after getting into an argument. You do have a pet cat. You have a couple of friends in the fort. A bunch of them are dead. This is going to be super fucked. So we're now also under attack by goblins. I didn't see who their commander was. They were led by Oso Screamed Confess, a competent commander. Beware their skilled mountain goblin swordsmen. With them come monstrous siege engineers, Mineras, and of the goblin fortress of Spider Hobbled. So if you want to see who these goblins are, ! Legends, and you can go look up the leader of this squad, who's Scream Confess. And we are going to follow the vampire. But I'm going to see if I can click on this really quickly, because I think that's the right one. We're going to close the front door. So once these kill various requests are done, we're good. But until then, there's still elves in the fort. Uh-oh. Another ambush was found. What if I just lock these doors? You're gonna go fire a bolt thrower. That'll give us an idea of what's happening at the very least. Okay, well, when we hit the first, I can unpause. Which we're not there for a bit yet. Obok the Boyer's been found dead. Potash Maker's been found dead. I don't know where they're dying. They could be outside of the fort. What wood is white? Literally one of the mushroom woods. What? Tower cap. Don't know where they are. Cannot check. Do not have the way to check. Cannot check until the first. So I don't know if these are things in my fort killing my dwarves, or if it's stuff outside of the fort killing those dwarves. Anyway, there's another ambush. Another dwarf is found dead. It's the fucking longest season I've ever seen. What the fuck is killing them? It has to just be like... Steel bolt hits the goblin maceman in the head, chipping the skull. Yeah, it has to just be the last few. Ay, 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 ay. Okay, so who's going around killing these guys? Huh. Alright, so they have a direct route into the fort. Because I wasn't able to build this in time. And I wasn't able to get this hooked up. That's the fort. It's done. Unless I cheat. I mean, I could go back to a save, but I think that's kind of what we have to do. No to which part? Mass. Don't cheat, you got this? I guarantee you we don't. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 total trained soldiers against an army of like 200 something. No, we don't. We 1,000% do not have this. Like, the fort is done. We are going to fall. But then I don't complete the goal, Mass Morass. That's the problem. You know? Like, if the goal is to follow a dwarf for 10 years, then we fail. It's late winter year 220, so this is year 5. We just finished year 5. We're into year 6. Not even halfway done. But no, I 100% guarantee you we've lost. I mean, I'm not going to cheat. I would just go back to a save. I would give it another shot. Basically. Is the only way that I could think to beat this. Was this all a premonition dream? I mean, it's not, if you call it save scumming, I will just argue about why it's not save scumming. It is the plot armor. But no, this would be Fortress done. I don't know if you count body swap as cheating. No, if these goblins get in, we all lose. Because, like, basically what I would have to do in order to save this is I would have to turn this on. I would have to turn this on. Which would, like, fuck a bunch of my plans and not permit me to finish the fortress properly. But, like, if I was able to turn this on, then I could save this. Make the vampire fight until he's dead. What does he have for gear at the minute? Yeah, I mean, we could play it out until it's, like, done, but just so that you guys know, we're gonna have to go back to a save. We are going to have to go back to a save. 100%. There's no other way that this ends. He's not an adventurer. There was an adventurer, but that adventurer has been dead for a while. I used an adventurer to make this dwarf into a vampire, but... I 100% guarantee you this will not work. 100% guarantee you that this will not work. And if it works, then I don't know. I will just argue the fact that I was right, even if I wasn't. But I can't pause the game until the 5th. As the vampire backs out. I need to pull a lever. So it's fine that he's backing out. We're going to lose so many fucking dwarves. Nope, didn't even get to do the thing that I needed to do. I'm telling you once again, this is not going to work. No, because generally the Dwarf Fortress community is sane and understands that you get diminishing returns with those models very quickly. Green place. It's not worth the short fad. Mostly because I think the Dwarf Fortress community has an imagination and, you know, is capable of coming up with stories on their own without the help of computer bullshit. Green place. So now I need to deconstruct this, which isn't going to work, part 1. Then I need to build across here, which isn't going to work, part 2. And I need to build into here, which isn't going to work, part 3. There's too many moving parts that are already full of things that are killing us. But we'll see. See, whole squad's dead. Most of the squad's dead. Gory Paws has come back as a ghost, though, so that's exciting. And we're not going to see much because we're just going to be in a single file stairway the whole time. That's the bummer here. You know, as I said, if I had $1 for every single time some twat in the YouTube chat brought up LLMs as like a way to make Dwarf Fortress better, I would have like an extra $10 to $15 a day. I would make more money than I do in YouTube ad revenue. Just with that. He's literally collecting more bone bolts because he's out of ammo already. There goes more. Continuing to fire bolts. And here they come. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers? Because you're going to see the fortress fall before we go back to a save. Although, actually, I need to manually turn off saving real quick because otherwise the game is going to save on my behalf and then I won't be able to go back to a save. Save the game. That's all I have to say to that. You don't get a refund. No takebacks. I'm getting the vibe that nobody wants to see this fortress complete. Do you not want to? Because if you just want the fortress to die, we can let that happen, and I can end stream now and go edit the video, and you'll get a stream on Tuesday next week. If that's what you want, I'll go do that. Because that's what it looks like, Sally. I would like to at least get to the time limit. There's always the lure of the fresh fort. I guess. Let's see. Have we made any progress? Like, I'll play this through to the end until the Fortress falls. And if we complete it, then cool. But I'm not going to save over my save file and not give me the alternate option of saying, welp, I fucked up. And if you don't want to give me that, then that's your problem. I'm not going to play in that world. Yeah, see, these are not going to get constructed, which is a shame. That is getting there, maybe? Effectively, I just need this. I'm gonna swap the vampire to a melee weapon. I'm not gonna reload it until everybody's dead. Giving you guys that, because people seem to want that, so we'll give that. Because I'm not gonna lie, it would be kind of cool if I do somehow manage to pull this off. But at the same time, I'm going to leave, like, safety precautions in place in case there is somehow a success here. And that's it. It's over. He fell into lava. It's not the first. It's like the 30th or something. So no, we will reload. We will reload a save, but I'll let the goblins win. Low-key vampire might win. No, he wasn't that. Well, maybe. If he got into the hallway, maybe. Just waiting for them to come piling out. I'm kind of surprised I haven't done it yet. Also, the reason the dwarves are still pathing down there is because I'm letting them. Who's having babies during this calamity? Jesus Christ. Where even is the nearest goblin? I think the siege may be over. Are they? They had nowhere in particular to go. Nope, they're still coming in. Some forgotten beast arrives. Oh, it's also in a level where it can't get to us. That's unfortunate. Yeah, low-key it is kind of a draw, but like, we'll still do the fights again, so you'll get to see these happen a second time. So the only thing I'm going to do differently in those fights, the only thing, is I'm going to make it so that I can turn the pumps on. That is it. There will still be a fuckload of casualties. But that is the only thing that I'm going to change. I might have to re-dwarf you. That is, like, guaranteed. It was a dwarf who had a pet cat, so that's easy. I was thinking about that, just as I did that. I mean, I'm not going to say that you jinxed it, Snatcher, in YouTube chat, but I think you did. So Snatcher in the YouTube chat's just like, low-key, vampire might win. Never mind. Like, as he fell into the lava. Which is pretty funny, but... All right, cat. All right, so that was a weird dream. Bim was your dwarf. Glass half. So what I'm going, the only thing I'm going to do differently, because we're still going to get attacked. The only thing I'm going to do differently is I'm going to place you there, right here, right now. You there, right here, right now. You there, right there, right now. Priority number one, priority number one, priority number one. Horizontal. Sorry about like the pessimism, but like I was pretty certain that was not going to end well. Oopsies. Priority number one over to there. Also going to swap out your... Actually, let's just give you some backup. Just a couple additional dwarves. All right, so we're going to do that, and then this is just going to turn this on almost immediately. So what I'm going to do alongside of you is I'm going to go up to here. there. Place a lever in the middle. And that'll be the one that I use to turn that on. I am preparing for the attack. Well, loosely preparing for the attack. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take everybody off of staggered training. Except for you, I'm just going to set you to no orders. Where are you at? You're over here. All right. I mean, we do still have like a month. So. With a premonition, prepare for the attack. I don't know. I don't know how much I'll incorporate that. I might use that as like dream footage, but because you know, it's like a very common dream to be constantly falling, right? That is a very common dream. Could use that for something. Vampire had a vision. A vision from the future! Mr. Zalvi, you did ask me to save earlier, didn't you? I don't know what you're talking about. Although, truth be told, I do genuinely feel that save scumming is only scummy in a high score game. Like, the term save scumming came from save scumming your scores in like FPS games with a score at the end. So you could brag to your friends that you got a better score than they did. That is the only recollection of like the actual term of save scumming. It's okay. We're all just very shameful people that are into the shame. We like being shamed, Valium. I should also re-enable autosaves. The god of death gave an omen to his followers. Sure, yeah. The game gives you the tools, use it. You know, I like to remind people that quit without saving is a new feature to Dwarf Fortress, but back in the day you had to literally crash the game. Never stopped me, but... Oh. I liked the name of the other Hillocks we got more. Oh well. On the 5th we're going to check. I'm also going to check the actual weapons that people have. Oof, we are very short on crossbows. Okay. We are in an not an ad break, a point in time where I can go around and do these. So I'm going to do these. Aunt Gladys. Like from weapons? That would be a lady dwarf, right? Something, something, touch of consumption. I should rewatch that movie. I've only seen it like 5 times. I think that that's the movie I've seen the most in like quick succession, maybe in the last decade. Also, apparently, Zach Kreger's Resident Evil movie is like supposed to be out in the next year. Which is like, that director's next movie is a Resident Evil movie. Like, apparently it's like mostly done being shot. Which is interesting. No beard? Gotcha. Do you really want me to name her Aunt Gladys? Like Aunt, specifically? She'd be mad, right? Like... No beard? If you haven't seen Weapons, chat, you should see Weapons. Definitely 22 years old. She does not care about her appearance and talents or other personal vanities and has a very calm demeanor. Yeah, that checks out. Has a low sense of self-esteem, feels strong urges, seeks short-term rewards, and is a pessimist, can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and is quite polite and has little interest in joking around and lives a fast-paced life. That kind of checks out to a point. She tenses up when she's nervous and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, dreams of mastering a skill and personally disregards tradition, values sacrifice, and finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff. And doesn't care about art one way or another. And dreams of mastering a skill. Aunt Gladys likes orpiment, lead, and blue jade, and lynx leather. And the lynx leather earrings and catapult parts. And water buffaloes for their water wallowing. And periwinkle brutes for their rhythmic undulations. And the words of the sport of power, and the sound of the vermilion rhymes, and the sight of the veneration of luxuries of impossible prefers consume. giant one-humped camel cheese, pearl mullet beer, and blue blade weed seeds. And absolutely hates large roaches. Actually, no, mechanisms. And then there's one other thing I need to check, actually, that I'm not sure if it's done. Yes, okay, so I need to... This is all priority 4. Nope, that's channel. I need dig, not channel. And then... like the homebrew community for the GBA? Every now and again, I like fall into the rabbit hole of like, not necessarily homebrew games, but like...
Prime sub o'clock.
Prime sub o'clock? Well, that's kind of you. Thank you very much. Oh, I also need to make rock doors. Sandshrews, thanks for the 19th month. Welcome back. Let's just get the squads inside So the problem is this. Oh shit! I didn't actually screw it up again. Well, I gotta screw it up again. Why do I keep double screwing it up? You know, it's funny, if I didn't do this the first time, we would have just been totally fine. It's specifically this that's fucking it all up. But I might not be entirely legit when it comes to doing specific narrative runs like this, but I will make sure that the same events play out. And you up here, let's start from the top. Okay. I believe that itch.io would be full of them. That would make a lot of sense. Okay. Let's go down to here. You're getting built, you're getting built. You're getting built. Okay. So this is going to be disconnected from powers. Is anybody confused about anything I just did? This right here is going to be disconnected from power as soon as it's hooked up. And then this will be then capable of pumping lava from the lowest possible level all the way up and into here, and also into this walkway right here. I should also be able... Nope, haven't built a door there yet. I think actually what I'm going to do is just this. And there we go. I need to take a piss, chat. It was great until everybody died, and then we went back in time mysteriously. Corey Fancy Pants. I'm going to take you... Well, actually, no, you need to drink alcohol. I will be right back. Make sure this dwarf drinks some booze. 2 seconds, chat. No doors or gates? I don't have any doors nor gates yet. I'm making them. I'll be right back. I will also say, if we'd made it to like 9 years when the world ended, I probably would have just ended it. Because like the dwarf was in the fort for 10 years at that point. Uh-oh. Did I eat somebody? What did I do? Snitches can't be stitches, chat. Well, that's not good. Vampire got a little too thirsty. So he is the god of death. Well, this gives us an interesting plot device. A bunch of dwarves in this squad just witnessed him murder a person. I hadn't really thought about what I would do if that happened. I mean, who was eaten? Was Asmil? Well, okay, so this is the Engravers Guild. This is not his religion. I suppose I could do one of two things. I could convict every person who witnessed him find the body off of him, right? I could convict every single one of those people. Or wait, actually, hold on. What religion do you follow? The Assaulted Communion. Wrong god. Communion of Gods. Correct god. One sparse. Doctrine of Horns. Wrong god. Creed of Ivy. Wrong god. The Fellowship of Deceivers. Right god, wrong religion. Communion of Gods. Right god. I don't know.
Or, you mean and, right?
I mean, I don't know what you mean, to be completely direct. Ilmirin, hello! I don't know how to play that out. Like, genuinely, I don't actually know how to play that out. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers, please, for Ilmir and keeping that subscription alive for 23 months? Appreciate you greatly, man. I don't know what to do with that. Also, by the way, shoutouts to those of you jumping onto the blog, by the way. I do see you. Appreciate you. I genuinely don't actually have a way of, like, putting notifications for people over here. Also, I don't know if I want to, because some people do put their real name in. I don't really want to dox people. But, thank you. I need to figure out a way if there's a way to have, like, a manual notification. There probably is. Just, like, bind it to a hotkey or something. I made one 2 weeks ago that not many people watched, Garju, about the Dwarf Fortress soundtracks. And I do one with Tarn more or less quarterly or after a major patch. But if there hasn't been any major patches, then we don't generally do them. But that's primarily the ones I do these days. I mean, I've made dozens in the past, so you can go watch those. They take an absolutely ridiculous amount of work, and not many people watch them, so unfortunately they don't make much sense to do super frequently. Like, without being too mean, I didn't even make, like, $50 on that video. And that video took me, like, a weekend, plus 2 interviews, plus editing the initial audio and breaking it down and sorting it. It's just not viable. I mean, I will continue to put them out with the similar regularity that I do right now, which is like maybe one a year. And then the ones I do with Tarn. Because they don't make sense, unfortunately. I wish they did, but they don't, so I don't make them very often. As fun as they are to make. It is what it is. I mean, it's the least popular type of content that I make, so I'm just gonna get rid of this out here. You asked, I'm just being honest. Apologies for the honesty, but it is what it is. They just say it to the guard first. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Like, they just say that they found a body. But if I interrogate any of them on this, I guarantee you they'll be like, the captain of the guard did it. Why don't we do that? Let's interrogate them. Like, one sparse. Let's see what they say. I'm actually just kind of curious now. Also, before time's up, I need to check some things. Okay, so you are already hooked up. You, I'm just gonna jump to where you're hooked up. You're hooked up to here. Huh, okay. I didn't actually realize this, but I have to go one higher. Okay. Let's see how this interrogation goes. It's got nothing to do with viewers, Guard. It's just not a particularly popular style of content. Like, I don't want to just sit here and harp on it because it sucks to just, like, talk down the work that I've done, which is what this always turns into. But genuinely, you need to realize that there is a core small group of people that like weird niche interviews like that. And the most common feedback I get are, these are really well produced and I like them, but I find them kind of boring, so I don't watch them very often, is genuinely the most common piece of feedback I get. And so I have two options. I can make content that gets that kind of feedback and generally gets shied away from by the majority of my audience, which gets my YouTube channel as a whole recommended less. Or I could not make them very frequently because they're time consuming, pay terribly, and not very many people watch them. And I like making that kind of content because it's very rewarding mentally. But I have a mortgage to pay. Jack, can I please get a big round of beers so that I don't need to harp on this subject for any longer? Because it's just, I'm going to get stuck here, and I'm going to be here for the rest of the day if that's the case. Appeal to the threat to the shared worship of Urath in order to elicit information. Naively complied. No new information was revealed. So I would take that to mean that they're not going to talk. You respect the chain of command? Clearly. I wonder what his intimidation skill is. I realize the game's paused when it's not supposed to be, but... adequate. I mean, he is a professional speaker, though. I don't think all these dwarves are soldiers necessarily, though. Totally, Tubist. And I will upload videos like that from time to time. But it's not what pays the bills. Well, naturally, he's funny. Of course, he's gonna always be funny. Like, that just makes perfect sense. And I will make them when and where they make sense. Gotcha. Waiting for the 20th so I can pause. There we go. We're almost done preparing that. You need to be hooked to a lever. In order to do this, the easiest way to do it would be to forbid all of the not lava safe materials. Oops. Keep those ones unforbidden. Forbid. 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 So then you, right here. Unforbid you. And we got two basalt mechanisms, which are both made of basalt, which is lava safe. Because there's going to be lava flowing over these. And you right there. Okay, then the next thing I can do is I can go to mechanisms. Unforbid all these. Just don't re-forbid any of them or you'll cancel your job. And then right here, horizontal axle. And before a single non-magma safe item was used? I mean, it's possible. The good news is, though, I do have a drawbridge now. And a door that I can lock. Actually, I'm just gonna set this as vampire only. Like 90 seconds before you tuned in was when I reloaded. Corey Fancy Pants. Like, I kid you not. It was like 90 seconds. We basically, sometime in the next 60 days in game, are going to get 2 sieges. We're going to get attacked by elves and goblins. And I had a direct route into the fort that I couldn't block. And I'm still building it all up the same way, but like, I'm just completing it earlier so that I will have a way to unblock it if and when need. We are recording one right now, Garage. Waiting for the 25th. If you type an exclamation point goal, it'll give you an idea. Otherwise, chat can fill you in, I'm sure. But simply put, I'm trying to follow One Dwarf for 10 years. Turns out it's actually very hard to manage sieges during those situations, which is to be expected. Well, I said goal, not ghoul. Ghoul! That's the weirdest spelling of ghoul I've ever seen. Oh, how cool! You found the ghoul! That's what I was looking for. This is all done. Let's just use gold, and gold. What's the ghoul of this fort? I think his name's Tosin. Okay, so the next thing I need to do is, because I did start doing this last time, is I started organizing a festival, but I'm just gonna go start pausing all the jobs for the minute. At least most of the jobs, I'll say. Certainly the non-mission critical ones. Also need to refresh some squads and see what our gear is like. Is your dwarf still alive? If you were Yuristov, yes, you are. Currently you want martial training and you want to pray, but you're still at it, still mining, still picking away. You're done, just disengaged. So all the way up to here. I should be able to close this. We can see if this thing works. Although he's reading a book at the moment. Also need to change the ammo you're using because it looks like, yeah, you've just got bone bolts. Metal bolts, please. I also need, actually, literally don't want any of these. I'm just gonna unassign all of them. Just need more melee squads is really what I need. Okay, he goes off to go pull the lever. Ow. That was me trying to pause the... I missed it. Still playing Star Sector even though you're burnt out? It's never a good idea. Only if you're still enjoying it, man. Let's take you off duty. You go put your stuff away. I'm gonna go chain up a Marksdorf. What for? Probably just like one of the more nonsensical goals. You can't merge stacks? They're supposed to be training ammo. Like, they're supposed to not be effective combat ammo. The reason they're in stacks of 5 is because they're not supposed to be used as a primary ammo source. But there is at least one mod that I've seen that just turns them into stacks of 25. I actually don't care about not merging stacks all that much, because if you use them the way they're supposed to be used, they do get destroyed enough of the time that you don't really notice them. At least I find you don't really notice them. Maybe I'm just not annoyed by it at this point. Like, there are some things that, like, maybe used to annoy me back in the day about this game that just, I don't even register anymore as something that someone would find annoying. I think we call that Stockholm Syndrome. So you're storing something in the stockpile. God, there's so much Elonite down here. This is such a neat material. It's one of my favorites. One of the better ones, that's for sure. Okay, let's pause the game real quick. So this right here is going to be specifically Vampire. We're going to see if you go pull that lever. Stockpile Syndrome? I guess. And a flying fire blob just showed up. Rip. Moo Cow Rars in YouTube chat says that they're trying to make a pump stack and it's taking forever, and a flying fire blob just showed up. One bolt will pop it. Like, you just need a squad of Marksdwarves with bolts. One bolt will do her. Literally just one. That's all you need. Unless it's only one assigned. Because they alternate. The best way to do it, I find, Kage, is literally have them assigned to a barracks so that they're wrestling, and then they'll take turns doing archery practice. Because if they were all assigned to, like, ranged practice at all times, then they would just run out of combat ammo immediately. And you want them training in a normal barracks anyway, because they need to have dodging skills. And they only train archery and range. So, like, that's something you just want running in the background kind of concurrently at all times. If you want to do it that way, I never bother, to be honest with you. I just get them to train in combat because they train 7 times faster. So I just train them in a barracks. And then the first siege, they suck. But by the 3rd siege, they're great. And, like, I don't know. It doesn't need to be a barracks, but if you want them to more efficiently train, what you would do is you'd have a barracks here, right? And then you'd have an archery area here, right? And then you could go like 1, 2, 3, 4 separate archery ranges or just one archery range. And then assign your Marksdorf squad to the archery range as well. So they train over here and then they cycle out one at a time and go over there and practice archery. Like, that's like the most efficient way to do it. Because it is a one at a time thing. Like, it's something that, like, always kind of bounces off my brain a little bit when people ask, because it's like, it's annoying that it works the way it's designed. It's like, well, do you want to just run out of ammo immediately? So, like, in case of emergency, you want to have the training ammo as, like, a stockpile, right? So, would you want them to just, like, power through all that ammo immediately? Because I would want them to, like, cycle through while also getting other things trained. It's just not the most straightforward. I mean, you could do that, or just like the first 2 or 3 sieges you get that are smaller, just let your Mark Dwarves train on that, because they train 7x faster on live targets, right? So you could, like, by the end of the first siege, you'll have accomplished Mark Dwarves. Like, they'll suck initially. If you're making a bolt recovery pit, Nick, and you're also the person, and you see people complaining about not being able to remerge stacks, it's because you were literally utilizing a bug to have unlimited training ammo, which you don't need to do at all. You used to have to do that. You don't need to do that at all now. Just go into the ammo thing and assign some training ammo. I just haven't bothered. I mean, I could, but it's not really a huge priority for me at the minute. Because I genuinely don't think you even need to train them in an archery range. Like, is it optimal to have pre-skilled dwarves? Sure. I kind of don't care. Okay, so, we're gonna turn this sucker on. We're gonna find out if it's busted or if it works. But we're in an ad break, so we will wait. I do always make and create 2 different types of ammo so that hunters use bow and bolts. You find Mark Dwarves very underwhelming. Bolt throwers are so much better. I disagree wholeheartedly. Bolt throwers are crowd control. Mark Dwarves are fucking snipers. Like, skilled Mark Dwarves with good bolts can, like, one-tap an enemy. Like, I've seen them one-tap angels through multiple sets of bars and 2 sets of grates and, like, a doorway and a fucking, like, they're basically the guys from Wanted, that movie where they bend bullets around corners by snapping their arm really quickly. It's literally that. Like, I've seen them, like, 30 tiles away, maximum possible distance, like the impossible shot, just like fly perfectly in like 1 shot an angel. So no, Mark Dwarves are really good, but the difference is bolt throwers are just it's just like accuracy by volume kind of thing, but they run out of ammo so quickly that, like, Mark Dwarves are better. Yeah, you also can't move a bolt thrower. Yeah, that's the issue, right? Yeah, but they only need to fire, like, half a clip of ammo to, like, stop being rusty at that skill immediately, right? So, like, I do like, having an archery range can be useful, but it is not mandatory at all. At all. Like, can you do it? Certainly. Do you need to? No. Let's follow the vampire. Let's see if this is busted. Who's currently praying to the god of death. And he's gonna go pull the lever. Hopefully it's still the 10th when he pulls it. And then I can unpause and we can see if it's broken. Let's see if it's busted. Or if it worked. Haha! Look at that. Motherfucker, it works. It works. The really important thing with Mark Dwarves, though, if you want to utilize them well and efficiently, is you need to have lots of little barracks everywhere and let them store ammo there. Because then they'll have little ammo depots all over your fort. Like, it only needs to be like a 1-tile zone. So, like, this is a barracks, right? If I go to my 2 Mark Dwarf squads, which are these 2 bottom squads, and let them store ammo here, there's a bunch of ammo up here, but it's not specifically theirs. I should also make a separate one for metal bolts, but because those are mostly bone bolts, which are going into the bolt throwers here. That's the purpose of them. I use those more for disarming, but, like, then they'll store ammo here that are assigned to the squad, right? Which are most of the metal bolts plus the bone bolts. And then they don't need to run all the way to God knows where to go get more ammo. And you could put more chests in, and then they'll store more bolts there. Or I could go, like, I don't know, over here and make a 1-tile barracks, and then I can go here and do this and this, which allows them to store ammunition in there, and then just go here and make a 1-tile zone right there, which that is the right spot, right? Yes, it is. A 1-tile zone right there, and then just make a ammo bin for metal bolts. And then they will go store and collect their ammo here. Or I could even get rid of this and alternatively just do it this way. I'll just put that there, so it's now like an ammo depot. Okay, so there was a bug fix. I always say like about a year ago, because anything that happened more than 3 months ago is about a year ago. About a year ago, a while ago, I want to say this was the first time they updated Mark's Dwarves. There was a tag, which is they only have meals in their backpacks if they have meals assigned to the squad, which has always been something that you could unassign, but like if you just go to equipment now, they just put it up here. There's a very obvious button now for it instead of it being in the uniform. So you can just click supplies and you can tell them whether or not they carry food. However, what they used to do is they used to drop their meals on the ground when you unassign them from the squad, but that dwarf gained ownership of the meal, like a piece of clothing. Something like a year ago, I don't know. They changed it so that when they drop the meals, they never gain ownership of it, so it just gets put away. So that hasn't been a problem for like a year plus. Most of these dwarves don't have backpacks, though, I don't think. Yeah, I don't have very many backpacks. I do have plenty of leather, though. I should make backpacks. And quivers. So yeah, no, that hasn't been a going concern for a very long time. And I always feel the chat, is it appreciated that I over-elaborate when people ask a simple question like that? Because I could just be like, nope, hasn't been an issue for a while. But I find that when I just say, nope, hasn't been an issue for a while, people just don't believe me. They're like, sure, yeah. I just don't make backpacks unless I'm sending dwarves out of the map, or if I have long patrols running. But yeah, that was an ownership issue. Although I will say you will still sometimes see a dwarf take food and put it in their bedroom. And it might still sometimes rot. Because some dwarves are greedy and specifically like certain food items. And then they will store it in their bedroom. But if they have a chest, they'll put it in their chest and it won't rot then. Like there was a dwarf in the last fort that just had like a pile of apricots in their bedroom. And there was like nothing I could do about it. They just kept claiming the apricots. It doesn't happen very often. But Source Dude, trust me, I mean... I swear is it. At least you didn't make me say trust me, bro. And Tom T, hello. Not gonna lie, I will be bummed out if we don't get sieged again, though. I'm gonna check. Oh. Speak of the devil. All right, folks, who's ready to partay? Part 2. I need a big round of beers for good luck and a vile force of darkness. I have to keep following the vampire for another day. Okay. I'm just gonna lock this door because they elves won't be able to get. Uh-oh. Kiddo, no! We'll see if he's able to get out. If he's able to get out, then yay. If he's not, then oh no. By the way, you can cancel haul item to stockpile. You literally just need to hit T, and then this little button right here, just click that, and it'll take that dwarf off that task. So uncancelable tasks, you can cancel them from this screen. Pro tip. You're welcome. We'll pause these as well. And then I'm going to go here, 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 and here. Okay. Okay, so they should all just be there already, so that's fine. But you, this squad right here is going to go up to here. Vampire's going to go fire the bolt thrower. A green force of nature ass. Okay, so because like the camera angle's real bad here and he's just going to sit there and fire, I'm just going to move the camera over to the left so we can actually get some sort of a view. Bunch of pointy-eared hippies, yeah. Bunch of Vulcans. You know, in Star Trek, there's so many Vulcans everywhere, but like no one ever talks about Christopher Vulcan. So we do know that they have giant animals. There's been 2 ambushes. Vampires right there. How's your thoughts doing? That seems very specific because blocks have always made 4 blocks, and recently they changed the wording. So instead of just saying blocks with an S, which is kind of ambiguous, they changed it to blocks 4 specifically so that people knew that. It's like the wording in the game for a very long time was shoes, but it didn't state that it was making a pair of shoes. Now it says a pair of shoes. There was an update recently that like clarifies some wording of tasks. So it's always been 4 blocks. It's just now it tells you that it's 4 blocks instead of just blocks. It's just like if you type in, all right, we're on the 20th. 3 adamantine goblets, because when you forge a goblet, it doesn't make a goblet, it makes 3 goblets. 3 rock mugs makes 3. I used to always have to tell people this because it would just say rock mug, like not even plural. And then people would be like, well, how many mugs is this making? Or like, people would ask me, like, why, or comment that they have so many mugs. And I would be like, well, how many are you making? They're like, I don't know, I make a few dozen. It's okay. Okay, so times that by 3. It took you so long to realize why I kept making so many meals? Why did you keep making so many meals? Because it makes like hundreds per meal unit? Well, maybe not hundreds, but... You had thousands of meals? Checks out. I could just send the squads out. Holy fucking elephant! My hunting tiger just saw the elephant. And it immediately kills the tiger. Woof. Actually, yeah, we're on the 23rd. I can't do anything. Here they come. Bolt throwers. That one just gets whipped off the edge by a catapult. Dog runs out and dies almost immediately. Vampire hasn't started firing yet. I'm gonna see if I can move you to there. Come on, buddy. Claim it. Go fire the bolt thrower. Come on, you can do it. Go fire the bolt thrower. You know you wanna. Did the other dwarf claim it? The other dwarf claimed it. There you go. And the crowd goes wild, weed. See, like, this is all you need. Like, we've got expert mark dwarves and adequate, and most of these were recruits not too long ago. This is all loaded with forgotten beast bone bolts. Oh. Now the real question is, how do you not see them? They're very sneaky. Very Looney Tunes is how. Doesn't feel anything while in conflict, that's for sure. They tiptoe. That's how we didn't see them. How goes the vamp? I mean, it was touch and go for a minute there, but there's a elven ambush on the map at the moment. I'm curious if they brought the giant honey badgers again, because those were pretty badass. I could send the. Okay, I'm gonna be brave. Oh, wait, no, we're not. We're not on the. We're not on the first. I can't do it. Let's wait for the first. Okay. I'm going to send the Mark's dwarves out to here. They're gonna go scout a little bit. Do we make a bunch of discoveries almost immediately as the dwarves go outside? Let's try and bring them back in. So when they come back in for ammo, they'll then retreat back over to here. It's off in the distance. We can't really see much. We've got a dwarf that's brawling under the influence. Oh, that can't be good. Oh, that can't be good. A dozen quail? Budgie, are you here? You're the resident quail expert. Budgie was here earlier, so. What's the occasion for the quail? You taking up raising birds? Where even? Oh. Okay, sure. They've still got a ways to walk, I guess. Just gonna let the squads go get food if they need it and then come back. With the exception of this squad who's gonna come back to here. You had them before, you're just getting new ones? Gotcha, gotcha. Do you keep them inside or outside? Curse all friends of nature. They're going after my war dogs. Poor pupper did nothing wrong. Let's give this dwarf a break and that dwarf a break. Let's give you a break. And you a break. And assign 2 more dwarves. Okay, so one of my dogs just went off and died. Sup, Nomald? We are being attacked by elves. They sent a group of elephants to come fight with us. Now we're waiting for the next wave. But due to a premonition of the future, I may or may not be aware of an additional siege that's coming. See where they're at in a second. How goes it? Oh, it's going, Nutty. It's good to see you, man. How you been? We're following a vampire for 10 years. I'm currently under attack by an army of elves, which are all kind of hanging out down here for some reason. I'm gonna take my vampire off of this and let him go grab his military gear. Actually, not sure where he left it. Oh, he left it down here. Okay. Guess he's gonna go probably get a backpack if I had to bet. Up. More arrive. No, he's just been having some pretty bad nightmares recently. Where actually is he going? Oh, he's literally grabbing a backpack. See? You think it's your drinks because they're piling up on your still? No burrows or anything? Very odd? Probably not actually that odd. The easiest way to diagnose that usually is just to go to places and then go to stockpiles. You can see which stockpiles are full. That or they just literally can't locate the item. Whose pile has room? Okay, do you have enough barrels? Do you have places to put the seeds? Uh-oh. That was kind of wild. Let's actually just move all the squads down into here. Tisk, tisk. I apparently need to work on my blood sugar. I will be back in a second. I gotta go stab myself with a needle. I have to run anyway. I'm just gonna let it run right now, and then we will see where we are going to end up when we charge. What's up, Deck Frontier? Who got munched? That's a good question. Who was the last dwarf that got munched? Not anybody named. Asmil, the dwarf. All right, chat. I need a big vile force of darkness. We're charging. The dwarves begin charging. Bolts are flying from Mark's dwarves. I was thinking that they would find them pretty quickly. Oh, there's one. And dead. Surprise, motherfucker! Well, that's not good. It's the 16th and I can't pause. So, do you guys think it's back in the home, or do you guys think it's safe? Here's hoping it's safe. I mean, we've made it to late winter, so yeah, there is in fact a lot going on. I'm just gonna move Toasted's squad up here so I can see. The problem with elves is it's really hard to know when the siege is actually over. Because if the siege is over with normal sieges, it's like, siege is over. Well, they're fighting with one of my cats. So they are still on the map. Because if I deconstruct this, you can see that they're still fighting. I really don't like the fact that they've got elven swords masters. That's actually scary. Tarn has talked at lengths about all sorts of magic gobbledygunk over the years, and yeah, there's been all sorts of things talked about at length with gobbledygunk related to magic. I'm just gonna let it make its way into the game. But Tarn has talked about like artifacts maybe having spells associated with them. He's talked about that stuff, but whenever I see people saying things like, oh, it's gonna be like Noita, I go, oh no, because I don't think it will. You know how like a lot of stuff in Dwarf is very random? I think it'll just be very random, if I had to bet. I don't think it's gonna be like, I want wind, and this, and this, and this. I would be very surprised if that manifested in that way. If anything, that seems more like an adventure mode thing, but, or like a mods thing. I was expecting the goblins to have hit by now, but they haven't yet, which is weird. Did you guys just see a dwarf fly off the edge? Because I thought I did. Sure. Or like forbidding items so that you can gimmick it. Silversheen. Curse all friends of nature. Orf runs away. I was kind of hoping that you would go operate the bolt thrower. There you go. Wait, in real life, or are you talking about in Dwarford? Because you gotta specify you're talking about a video game here. Tiny hippo. Guess I could do another lap. Oh, dwarves tossing themselves over the edge. Okay, got it. I don't know if that's what I saw, though. All right, well... I don't know. Let's just wait. We'll keep cycling the squads. These 3 squads can just go back to training so that they can go eat when they need to. I mean, a stockpile crash would be a terrible mess to have to clean up. I will say this. Because, like, If someone were to cave in a layer with a stockpile in it, and then all the dwarves are like, all right, time to go pick up all of those bolts and all of that food. And then Eurus is like, no, I would also throw myself off the drawbridge, honestly. If I was Eurus in that position, I would probably also do that. So weird thing, last night I watched an 1.5 hour long video essay, and at the very end was one of my first Twitch subscribers as one of the first patrons. I see that kind of a lot. Where it's like random patron for a video essay that I'm watching, and it's just like first person in the list or like person in the list I look at and I go, oh, I know that name. Like there's a few in CoffeeZilla that I recognize. Do you guys have an internet cinematic universe? Like podcasts or YouTubers that you watch that then like all have the same patrons? Uh-oh, there we go. They finally made it. They do seem to kind of just fall off the edge more often than not. The bolt delivery system being delivered by the children. More bolts fly out. Reloading the bolt thrower with all those bone bolts. More bolts get fired up. Man, those Elven Swordmasters are brutally good. Brutally good. Well, it's like, yeah, look at this guy. He's a swordsmaster, right? So he's a very skilled dodger. Just dodge, 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 dodge. Okay, well, he was already injured, so. Man, that's a young elf. 29. Dude. It's so young for an elf. Dog's helping. You love to see it. Except for when the dog dies, then nobody loves to see it. Found an animal that climbed a tree and tossed it and crossed it. Found an animal that climbed a tree and crossed it. So he built a bridge. Oh, they were trying to collect vermin corpses from the middle of goddamn nowhere? I mean, that stuff is disabled by default, right? Like, you're not supposed to be able... Well, the default setting is such that you don't haul vermin corpses. Just seeing how many are left that are visible. If there aren't any, then... Man, I'm kind of tempted to just fuck it. Chat, fuck it. We're going to say fuck it. So clear basically is run around outside. So we're sending all but one of my squads to go do a lap around the map. What could possibly go wrong, chat? Aside from, you know, everything. Firing bolts off. Multiple bolts. Many bolts are flying. Ooh, that's sketchy. Dude, you should run. It's gonna go get more bolts. That got scary. Maybe I should get them off of clear because that seems like a sketchy, scary situation to be in. Once you get back inside, I'm going to take you off task and just get you to go work on the siege engines, if you can. Yeah, you can. Get back to the siege engine, dwarf. Come on. Unless you're going to go eat somebody, in which case then I get it. Is he hungry? I think he's hungry. We seem to have lost missed them, and then mysteriously a dwarf was appeared completely drained of blood. It's weird how that happens. Yeah, it's probably in the lower cavern layer based on that. Oopsies. Dwarf's off to go pick up some sort of equipment. Not sure what. Oh. Clothing from the vampire, I bet. Yeah. Dwarf withdraws from society. Then goes and puts his stuff away. Am I that dumb? Nope. Why are you putting items away? You should go fire a bolt thrower. Speaking of firing bolt throwers, we've got more bolt throwers to fire. More bolt throwers to fire. All right, can I get 2 more Vile Forces of Darkness, please? Because good lord. And YouTube folks, you guys can just hit the party button a bunch, yeah? Did we find them or did they find us? Okay, I'm just gonna... I love the fact that, like, Vampire drains a Dwarf of Blood, loots their corpse for all they got. It's like a pretty standard RPG character. Like, genuinely a pretty standard RPG character. Let's see, where are they? There's like one right there. They've killed a dog. Probably killed my dog. They're all just like scattered everywhere. If I wasn't so scared of the goblins, I could just like send them out. Chat, I have a question. What would you rather see? We wait here until they slowly all funnel in, or do I just send the squads out and say, fuck it, fight them? Doesn't need to be the vampire. Catan's squad is volunteered. The blockaded nobles are heading out to go clear. Good luck, dwarves. I just want to see where they're actually colliding. It's like they are sprinting. Fuck it, goblins have obviously gone somewhere else. Well, not necessarily. I'm not sending out my entire army, just the one squad. Huh? What a fucking time! Holy shit! Goblins, some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Yeah, no kidding. What the sh... Smartest dwarves of the year go to. Oh my god. I'm not gonna say that I have no words, because I've got plenty of words, but all of them are what the fuck. What? Giant Codys, eh? What a Cody pie. And, poor Meztub. Menzub has noticed them and is in pieces. In other news, we should hide inside, I think. This is normal difficulty, yeah? I haven't changed anything. Well, Codys are like a type of lemur monkey thingy, right? They're the same family, aren't they? All right, well, let's see if I can get these squads back inside. I'm not super hopeful on that, but we'll see. I mean, they are all legendary, I think. Most of them, yeah, Axe Lord, see? 16 other kills, 4 notable. But we're just losing so many on... Oh, shit, I lost Paxmac. What? Rest in peace, Paxmac. I realize it's not the 20th, but shit. Rest in peace, Paxmac. F's to pay respects, as well as to those migrants. I'm so fucking shocked by those migrants. Holy crap. That might be one of the dumbest sets of migrants I've ever seen. Although, actually, the vampire fort that I did was definitely worse because I would have migrants that would show up completely encased in ice that couldn't actually get to the fort and would just starve to death. Or like they'd arrive and like some of them would make it and then some others would just like starve to death. Okay, so we did lose a spearmaster and a swords dwarf, but a bunch of the squads are getting back, and that's actually a new migrant. Holy shit. One of them made it in, chat. 2 of them made it in. That's wild. Got a dwarf that's been missing for a week. 2 peasants that have been found dead. These are all migrants. Or when they come in over a frozen ocean, it's just... I haven't played on a frozen ocean in a while. But yeah, that's definitely happened before. I once started a fortress on a glacier / frozen ocean, and wagon parked. I spent 3 days in game, like unpacking everything, and the ocean thawed, and the fort ended. Kubok the Engraver has created a nice earring named Domas Sherbrum. Remind me after the fight, and I'll go look at it. I can't believe that some dwarves actually made it in. That's crazy. Did Stormwolf die? Stormwolf was in a martial trance. Stormwolf seems to still be alive. Also, if you're wondering about your dwarves, just, like, let me know. You can do that kind of whenever, and I will check as best I can. More dwarves are coming in. Oh, I thought we were on the 25th. 6 notable kills, 20 others on Stormwolf. Besmer's injured, but he's got 9 kills, including one that's legendary. We got goblins and piles of others. There's also a mule all the way the hell over there. A nice earring made of nice, yes. Okay, let's check. How many are left? So, there's a pretty good chance the fight's over. And I say pretty good, like asterisk. Let's just take these 2 bottom squads, the Marks Dwarves, and we're going to send them out. I do have some injured dwarves. So, there goes the Vampire. We're gonna go do a lap. I think actually sending out that last squad was the right decision. I think it was. We'll discover more ambushes if there is more. I also need to look at what the default recovering wounded task is. I think it's an orderly. Because if that's the case, yeah. Let's get these dwarves back inside. I think we're done. If we find more elves, we'll deal with it then. Round of beers, chat. We defeated the siege. The ambushes. It's strange that the goblins didn't show up this time, but... Or rather, that the goblins didn't show up and it was just the elves. And then the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to here and I'm going to butcher the animals that we don't need. You know what? Let's just go here. Just double check orderlies. What is orderlies specifically? Yeah, okay, so orderlies does include recovering wounded. Basically what I want to do is I'm going to disable hauling. And also let's go to places, siege engines, load. And I'm going to see if we can have a break after those fights. Because I think these dwarves need it. I wonder what set us up in a situation where the goblins attacked last time. Because I know the attacks have much... Well, they still have logic to them, but they're just less predictable now. Ever since the siege update, but like I wonder, because for those of you who don't know, before the timeline change, we did get attacked by the elves and then the goblins. But then I went and fixed the mistakes that allowed them to get in on a new timeline, and then they did make it in, or did not make it in rather, and we didn't get attacked by the goblins, just the elves. And that's intriguing to me. Also, Name a Dwarf is open, if anybody wants to name a dwarf. It's been open for a bit. In case you've had a hankering for a dwarfing. Okay, so that should have been enough time to get everybody indoors. Bertrude, beardless, I presume, based on the username. Okay, so now that everybody's inside, I'm going to just enable hauling. Beardless would be cool, but no preference. Okay, on the 10th we can do it. Wonder how our recent thoughts are doing post that fight. It's certainly like that fight was absolutely a lot. That's the biggest takeaway I have, is that the fight was a lot. All right, so I guess now we have two options. Do I presume that we've evaded the goblins this time and then just go back to outdoor construction? I think that's what we do, hey? I mean, like, it's the most logical thing to do. Chad, how was your weekend, by the way? You guys up to anything? A lot of good video games have come out recently. Is anybody playing anything cool? I think that we can probably most likely all say that that new NVIDIA DLSS announcement is, you think people want that. Busy weekend? Slay Aspire 2? Gotcha. Imagine that with DLSS on. Just like melted AI slop faces. That would maybe actually be the only way to make Slay the Spire uglier. Does anybody else feel like Esoteric EBB stole Caves of Cud's font work treatment for the logo? I don't know if those, like, if there's any, like, relation or, like, crossover between the two whatsoever, but, like, I saw that, I was like, that looks, what? That looks like Cud. I thought it was an April Fool's Day joke. Now, only Blizzard does that. Deep Learning Super Slop. I'm going to call it that from now on. Thank you. I was like thinking about it in my head as Deep Learning Stupid Stuff, or Derpy Learning Stupid Stuff. Chad, I just have to say real quick, Fs. Both the giant praying mantises died of old age. They reached the old age of 1, and they're dead now. So rest in peace. Derpy learning stupid slop. That's what we're calling it now. You like your game slop free? I do actually like the original few implementations of DLSS. Like, it does have some uses. Like, if you have a lower power PC that you want to plug into a TV and just use as a console, like, there are some things about the idea of DLSS that make sense to me. But it is wild the direction they're going with it. It's like since it was like DLSS 3 that I started going, But like the original version of DLSS, it's like, yeah, it adds some latency, but for games that like don't require super high latency, it never really bothered me all that much. Okay, so what I'm going to do is name that dwarf for Bert. Because I keep missing the 5s and 0s. Just gonna wait for the 20th. I mean, there's frame generation, and then there's just like, what do they call those things where you like make your face look different in Snapchat? Filters. Frame generation's cool, but graphic filters, eh. You know, it's like I really like the idea of like playing retro games on a modern PC with no latency, but the second you put like CRT filters over it, it just looks wrong to me. Like it looks, it's. I know that like it's more the intended art style, air quotes, but like none of them look good, except for the really expensified ones, or expensive ones. None of them just quite look like a phosphorus glow. Like it's hard to replicate that. So I'd rather have like pixel perfect that just doesn't look like the original product than like blurry. Smearing Vaseline on the computer or TV never looks good to me. But just like, yeah, I don't know. It's frustrating though, because like I do really like the add ray tracing to whatever game modding that they've been doing. Because like Portal with ray tracing looks weirdly cool, in my opinion. I still kind of like that version of Portal. So what I'm gonna do is this. We're going to go find a dwarf. Do you have preference of gig at all? Because there's a bunch of happy ladies in the fort. We got farmers, planter, an engraver. I will say, just like when people like whenever NVIDIA announces anything and people just troll the shit out of them, the memes have been pretty good. Like, unintentionally, like, NVIDIA's really fucking funny when they announce something that nobody wants, and then it just gets turned into a meme. Like, I saw this posted by the one and only Victoria, who's the community manager of Inner Sloth. Yes, quite. They should actually like put a DLSS mode into Among Us, and then just make it do that. They should do that. Just like just a toggle. It's just like perfectly normal, and then just like hyper realistic background. This is I think the VR one that they made, right? That's what that backdrop looks like to me. Pretty sure that's Among Us VR. Anyway, that made me smile when I saw it. Very amusing. Chat, what's your favorite DLSS meme? I feel like I could probably do that with Dwarf, where it's just like DLSS off, DLSS on, and it's just like super blown out Lord of the Rings. Wait, no, that's just The Hobbit. The Hobbit, but like turn the brightness all the way up. So Bert Bertrude. Chamber fondle. Are you here to fondle my chamber, or are you just happy to see me? Is very ambitious and always looking for a way to better her situation, without developing a sense of obligation. Preferring to act as the current situation demands. She feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards, and is quick to anger. She is a friendly individual and does not easily fall in love, or rarely develops positive feelings. She's somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and she often feels lustful. She often acts with compassion, and she doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. She does not reveal personal information and likes to brawl. She is assertive and she does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and she has a sense of duty. She often is nervous and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. I'm here to fondle your chamber pots. Wait, it's kind of crappy. She dreams of attaining a rank in society. That's why she's fondling all the chamber pots. And she finds the idea of independence and freedom somewhat foolish and doesn't care about art one way or another. I need to check something real quick. We good. She likes bituminous coal and black bronze and sapphire and coral and giant tortoiseshell bolts and high boots and quivers and barrels and the words of the skirts of embracing. When possible, prefers to consume giant cave swallow and tuber beer and 2-grain wheat flour, and absolutely hates flies. Her dry, curly hair is extremely long, her nose bridge is very convex, and her ears are splayed out. She has a deeply recessed chin, her nose is short, and her eyelashes are extremely short. Her eyebrows are extremely short, and her gold eyes are somewhat narrow. Her somewhat tall head is somewhat broad, and her hair is dark chestnut. Good in theory is her husband, who's dead. Dead in reality is good in theory. And she's satisfied at work and doesn't care much about seeing an elf's dead body. She's a member of the correct religion. Probably why she's not super bothered by her husband being dead. And that's it. So, I said I was going to do a thing. We're going to do a thing. So I'm going to go to bodies. All corpses are permitted already. Currently, the only dwarf allowed to deconstruct things and construct things is you, and I'm curious if this will work. Oh. Yeah, we also have the burrow one. Oh, I need to turn off the burrow for you. Is there's way... Okay. I've got another idea on how to do this. I realize I'm pausing off pace here, but I've got a better idea. What I'm going to do is just this. I'm just going to put a door right there. You're a widow. Mm-hmm. I don't know why the Necrons would do that, because I know too little about how Necrons work. I gotta be real with you. Did you watch my smallest map video? I suppose not, Ranger Rick. That's literally like the whole point of my smallest map video. So if you haven't seen it, I recommend it, because that's literally the whole point of that video. And what I did for the majority of that video's duration was make liches. But yeah, you can have if a vampire becomes a intelligent undead. Well, actually, sorry, no, I didn't make a vampire lich in that video. But if they become undead, they still be vampire. It's just like if a necromancer becomes undead, they keep the necromancer curse. All right, so we're gonna go down to here. And Lampy McPire is going to go over here. But first he's going to go grab his gear. As he does. As is tradition. Actually kind of curious as to where he left the rest of it. Probably outside somewhere, hey? So this dwarf is going to go stand in that zone down there. And we're going to get him toppling a whole bunch of coffins. And, you know, disposing of bodies. Now, the reason I'm doing this is, in my headcanon, like, the dwarves are taking a break because it's, you know, they just fought off this massive fight, and it's going to take a little while for them to regroup to be able to put away the bodies. Did you walk that far to grab a steel gauntlet? I think you did. Plutterino, how you doing, mate? And because I think it would be... You good there, dwarf? What do you... Didn't seem to be in combat. That was weird. My plan is to make it so that we start getting ghosts. And for those of you who watched my Ghost Fort video, I do talk about ghosts a little bit in that video, or a lot in that video, but I'll talk about ghosts a little bit. If a dwarf died violently, or if you violate their tomb, they become a murderous haunt. And dwarves that are murderous haunts just start murdering people. And I kind of have this goal that I want this dwarf to be the only one left alive by the end of this fort. Like, just an insane vampire alone in a fortress is just a fun visual to me. So I'm trying to set that up. That is the goal. That is the hope. That is the plan. Why are you tired? What's up, Plutterino? I feel that, but I've been sleeping a little bit better as of late. Now that we're kind of through that. How does one violate a tomb? Unmake it? Yeah. Topple it. Break the gravestone. Like this. Go collect and put into the stockpile. That's really perplexing. God is taught. Thank you very much for the 39th month. Welcome back. Appreciate you, mate. There's an elf's head. I don't know how that elf's head got down there, but I suppose it did. Well, this I can just forbid all of. For a second there, I thought a fire alarm was going off, but it's just a backup signal on a garbage truck. So, fun thing about the city I live in is the alarm sound on the street cleaners in this city, like the backup signal that they make, sounds exactly the same. Like, indistinguishable. Oh my god, I'm such a fucking moron. Can't even fully explain to you guys why I'm such a moron, but oh my god, I'm such a fucking moron. Indistinguishable from the fire alarm in my old apartment building. I'm such a moron. The thing is, like, I could just, like, chisel through this, but that would probably kill the vampire. Let's just station you here. And go down to here. There you go. You're gonna go off and chain somebody up, that's fine. Gotta get his rocks off somehow. Freeways, how you doing? Daryl, hello. It's good to see you. Evening. YouTube chat's been quiet for the last little bit, so if I'm slow to respond, I apologize. Okay, so then you go stand over here. We're just gonna wait until a dwarf walks out. There you go. Okay, so now we can destroy buildings. And buildings. And buildings. And buildings. The question is, how many of these do we destroy? There's Bootlegger. There's 409. Arash. There's Server Lord. So these are all going to immediately come back as ghosts. If not immediately, then very quickly. If anybody has a specific dwarf that they want me to bring back, we can make that happen. I'm just going to pause this because we're on the 15th. So he's just going to go dispose of these bodies. It's going to be mighty strange, you know? Like, bodies just disappeared during the festival. The dwarves got some respite, finally. Perhaps it's some other weird curse to do with this place. Or maybe it's a sign from their god that all of the death was valued. Perhaps they should just start sacrificing the dead because, well, they've had so many at this point. The ghost of your husband could possibly come back. I don't think he's in this little area, but... It's kind of interesting that he doesn't feel anything after seeing their bodies anymore. He used to. He used to. Literally reading the book is what they do to become a necromancer. Like, I have a question. What else did you think they were doing? Did I not show it well? Yeah, when they read the book, they learn the text in the book. And when they learn the text of the book, then they become a necromancer. Like, that is one-to-one how that works. There's a second monitor? Oh, that's fair. I was just worried I didn't explain it well enough. But yeah, no, that's literally just how it works. item are you going for down in the stockpile? Please tell me it wasn't canceled. That would be a bummer. No, it wasn't. Well, that's good. Yeah, that's fair. Lots of things are my second monitor entertainment. But yeah, no, literally, you just need to find a book that contains the secrets of life and death, and then a dwarf needs to read it. And then, boom, necromancer. I'm a little bit perplexed as to why this dwarf is still running down this way, but there's got to just be a lot of crap down here that I wasn't aware of. Yep, looks like it. Oh, I know why. Okay. They just all got moved. I don't want you running up and down forever, vampire. Seldom? Maybe? You'd have much more luck if you... We'll read that in a second. That's a problem. You'd have much more luck if you played adventure mode and you distributed them. Because in fort mode, I think items just disappear off into the ether. Or if you let a bunch of dwarves read the secrets of life and death and then expel them. That would also do it. Although necromancers won't build towers after World Gen is over. The Wereskink Captain Kivish Fikod Dondakis has come. Hey, does anybody want to look this dwarf up in Legends? Exclamation point Legends if you want to see the Legends printout. I'll read their last name when I click on them. A large twisted skink twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow chartreuse. Its charcoal scales are blocky and close set. You will know why you fear the night. Just for last name purposes, I will just check. Its last name is Glazen Joy. Glaze, enjoy. At least the vampire is safe. Yikes. I can't pause until the 25th. So, well, okay. There was no combat logs. So I'm presuming we're safe. The captain of the mythical risks. Certainly risky. It's a dwarf wereskink. Exciting. Thank you for finding them. Early on, rock and hydra? I find almost always when somebody worships a rock or a hydra, it's because their whole family was killed by them at some point. So he was cursed. So he desecrated a temple then. Basically meaning like he punched a temple at some point. Punched a temple. Rolled dices, toppled a piece of furniture, statue. Used to only be statues, but now it's any piece of furniture. So toppled a piece of furniture in a temple or something. That's exciting. Also, I think I said something when this happened, but God is taught. Thank you very much for the 10 months. I do appreciate you. Thank you very much for helping keep the channel funded. Appreciate you, mate. Thought it was yours? Yeah, it's always terrifying. I used to get that from League of Legends a lot when I used to like watch streams and play League of Legends. I would like hear double kills suddenly while playing the game and freak out and then realize it was just from the stream that somehow got unmuted. I used to watch a lot of streams on a platform called Owned 3D, which had a bad habit of unmuting itself mid-stream. Like would go from being muted to unmuted. And then suddenly there would just be like sounds I wasn't anticipating hearing. Profaned a structure in 185. Gotcha. Kavish profaned the structure of the Chapel of Oiling in earbusts. Earbusts. That's just a big bass speaker. You wished it was the gambling? I don't know, Ken. I don't think I've ever actually seen that happen outside of adventure mode. Like, I don't know if they can do that in Legend. Like, maybe they can, but I don't think I've ever seen it. So yeah, that would be kind of surprising. Something I should mention about the Myths and Magic video, though, I did something recently, a little bit of experimenting. There was a sequence where I kind of state what the goal of the video is, and there was also a sequence at the end where I shut out my blog. I've removed those from the video because I personally think that it's worth experimenting on YouTube a little bit, and I decided to experiment by seeing if I could potentially increase retention time by cutting out sections that have big dips in the video. Like, if you watch bigger YouTube channels, you might notice that after a while they tend to cut out sponsored segments, and also a lot of bigger channels recently have just been like ending immediately without doing like a little outro sequence. And in my experience, the reason for this is YouTube values retention above all else. Because YouTube values retention above all else, they kind of want you to, how do I put this? Make sure that the watch time is as long as possible. So anything that drops down retention time is a negative. So I've cut out those two segments. So if there's a weird cut in that video now, that's why. Because I feel like most of the people who are going to see that video have seen it. And I'm curious if increasing the retention time by cutting out those segments will get it better stats in the end. Basically, I'm doing a little bit of YouTube experimenting. Is that where you are, Bully Played? I was going to say, it's not spring break yet, but that seems really warm. I don't know what normal weather is for SoCal Long Beach. I haven't been to Long Beach since TwitchCon was in Long Beach, and that was a long time ago. 2017? Almost 10 years. Darrow in YouTube chat says, in the Quern, I tend to task mill plants like Dimple Dive cups for dye. That's what I'm doing in this fort, yeah. Other than the Quern, you can't make a work order at the Quern to mill plants. I only ever use mills, so I don't actually know. I only use powered mills because they're faster. Querns are really slow. Maybe you can't. I don't know. I haven't built one in ages. Chat, do you guys know? I think I'm going to bring the military squads down here. We're going to get the military squads helping. So we need some extra hands down in here. Well, that's not good. Which one of you thought that was a good idea, dwarves? Since the die update, yeah, it's about the same for me. God damn it. So hard to get this door closed. Okay. And then we're going to go back to this and say, yeah, everybody does that. Getting everything put away and tossed. Then on the 15th, I'll get all the stuff down in the basement dealt with. I'm trying to think what the justification would be for this outside of, like, religion. Because I can't really think of one. Oh, they said, oops, they can make a task? What was the issue? Darrow? Were you out of the material? Stockpile's not connected or something? Okay, so just about, there we go. Alright, so now they should go down there and get that stuff. Yeah, I couldn't tell you the last time I used a quern. Frustrated over the scarcity of cages. And when he gets up to the top, I will open the front gates. By that I mean the doors. Yeah. So hard to click on. There we go. Got one. Shinobi, the mayor, has been re-elected. Vampy, you're being sus. And this time, Udil Cave Glade mysteriously vanished in the night. Captain of the Guard is sus, chat. Speaking of Captain of the Guard, who's pissed off? The Boyer. Clearly, no one could possibly have done such a crime except for the Boyer. What's the update on the secret vamp? We died once. But now we're trying to undie it. Well, not undie it, but like... We died once, now we're trying to, remedy the mistakes. Goblins are gonna arrive to Siege, like, right about now, hey? That's what's gonna happen. It's time to head to bed. Just don't slip. Travel safely. Currently what I'm doing is I may or may not be releasing ghosts. Because the thing about ghosts is if they were in a tomb and their tomb was disturbed, then they come back as a murderous haunt. And I'm kind of hoping that we can get some murderous haunts on this map to start killing dwarves. Basically, like, I'm starting to push this fortress towards Calamity. Because they do worship the god of death, so it would make a degree of sense that these dwarves would do some horrendous things with, you know, their worshipping of the god of death. Also, my militia commander here is going to go raid the goblins because they raided us. We need to give them evil seizure. Pillage it. We need to give them an excuse to come get us again. Oh, sorry, the second vamp. The second vampire is dead. Actually, like, committed a crime and got 1,000 days in prison and then got executed, oddly enough, which is not a punishment you see very often, but it was actually, like, classified as an execution, so Toasted killed him. There was actually 2 secret second vamps for a bit there, but they're both dead. One of them died normally, and then the other one just... Excuse me. With the hiccups at the minute. And there's you know it's like there's a lot of stuff that needs to be thrown out when they actually start putting socks and clothing and stuff into the refuse pile. Yeah, fair. Hero. Makes sense. Glad you're able to sort it out. Uh-oh. Oh, I see. Swordmaster has been put to rest. Well, that's... I actually don't know how that happened. We must have had extra tombs available. Running all the way... Where are you going to go get Obok? Really makes you wonder where the hell Obok is. Storf is going all the... Okay. Also, I'm really curious about something. Think I could put a ghost in prison? Chat? I've never tried to arrest a ghost, at least not in this version. I'm gonna try to interrogate a ghost. Don't they vanish? We'll find out. You just have to grab them by the scruff of their neck before they disappear, right? Is it even possible? I've seen some weird things happen with ghosts, but I've never pulled that off, that's for sure. That would be a new one for me. That would, in fact, be a new one for me. Woodcrafter named Kadul has created a Tower Cat bracelet and claims it as a family heirloom. I'm kind of just ignoring artifacts that aren't super interesting. Trying to bust those ghosts. Well, I have a vampire, and I'm following this vampire for 10 years, and my kind of side goal is I only want the vampire to be alive by the end of the 10 years. Although it's crazy, like, you know, this vampire is here and he's the captain of the guard, but all these other dwarves just keep mysteriously committing all these crimes like murders. It's wild. Also, I think I need to get rid of some of these puppies. There's too many puppies. It's making pathing a bit of a problem. There we go. Better. Puppy rinth. Yep. Are there still forgotten beasts in the basement? Probably. I haven't seen them on the map in a while, but yeah, probably. I'd assume so. It's not like they've really, like, done much. Some more migrants have arrived despite the danger. Won't be the first one, won't be the last. We do literally have, like, a statue, an artifact statue of Serverlord, like, butchering a puppy and the puppy screaming. Like, literally that is an artifact statue on this map. Wait. Are you... I have a new mayor? You telling me Micah no longer mayor? Or did somebody just die? I thought that... I can't remember if Micah was the mayor or not. Shinobi was the mayor? Yeah, you're right. So then what happened to Shinobi? Did Shinobi die in the fighting? Well, a dwarven child's been missing for a week. I don't know. You think Shinobi has been ghosted? No, that's just me that gets that. Also, Hand of Fate has risen and is haunting the fortress. Same with Locum. I mean, we can see if one of them did it. Okay, well, you killed a Forgotten Beast a while ago. So it wasn't Hand of Fate. Wasn't you. I don't see Shinobi's body. Unless, like, he left the map and died, like... That's peculiar. Lightast outmatched the Goblin with, like, strong positional... and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. The first Goblin was struck down by Ral. Second Goblin was struck down. Like, I don't think he was in this squad. So I thought I removed him from the squads. Yeah, no, came back, so that wasn't that. Did he die during the fighting and I just didn't notice? Like, genuinely. I wonder, like, if... Okay, actually, here's a theory. Okay, so here's a theory. This is very dangerous right here. There is a non-zero chance that he was just standing right here and got torched. There is a non-zero chance that that's what happened. Can I check in Legends? Not without crashing the game, and it would take like 10 minutes. So, like, if you insist, but it's probably he just got splashed with lava. Yeah, I've got a few dwarves that are popping up missing for me. He must have just gotten splashed with lava. That's like the only logical things that could have happened. Also, we're off to go interrogate a ghost, by the way. Just in case you didn't know. Yeah, I'll just say he went missing, though. Yeah, because, like, nobody's seen the death yet. It's just going to say went missing. Maybe I could interrogate him if he comes back as a ghost. So we're about to find out if you can interrogate a ghost. I don't think you can. Like, I think it's just going to cancel. Chat room, he's taking a ghost to the captain of the guard's office. That's why he's walking slowly, is because it's behind him. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, he died in lava. Guarantee you. Guarantee it. Guarantee it. So, do you think he's gonna get a response from him? My god, wouldn't that be fucking funny if that's what the ghost does? I don't know, Bone Doll. Your guess is as good as mine. Also, how you doing, Haas, by the way? Mods, if there's any mods lurking around, can I get a shout out for Haas, please? Man, I really need to, like, move these puppies out of here. This is getting silly. I guess there are no mods lurking, so I will give you a shout out, Haas. This might sound crazy, chat, but I think I might need to mod some new people because I've had to do shoutouts a lot recently. Okay, so how did that interrogation go? I need to know. Made flattering remarks in order to elicit information. Subject succumbed to vanity. No new information was revealed. Are you fucking shitting me? Motherfucker just interrogated a ghost. Could I... convict a ghost of a crime. Will he chain up a ghost? It's all good, hobo. I already done did it. Maybe a bald dwarf, sure. I can do that on the 15th, so in 1 day in game. Okay, he doesn't seem to chain up the ghost. I mean, what? He can just, like, phase through it. It's fine. Also, how you doing, hobo? How's thing, man? We'd like a bald dwarf. Now, is this bald dwarf any gender or bald dwarf male? So I have a problem. There's a lot of hoods in this fort. I don't actually know who's bald. For many of these dwarves. Because most of them have hoods. Not everyone, though, like this one. Thankfully. But beard or no beard, Edward? Went to Ren Fair, had a wonderful time. Good stuff, good stuff. I'm just going to assume you want a beard, Edward. Edward Grin, Lanced Bristle, relies on the advice of others during decision-making, and he accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. He is unfriendly and disagreeable, and is bothered by this since he values friendship. He is not careful with resources when working on projects, and often spends unnecessary effort. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and finds something special, and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. He does not often feel lustful and can handle stress, and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He is conflicted by this, as he values artwork and its creation. He quite often tells pointless stories when he's bored and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of raising a family and personally values good craftsmanship. He likes magnetite and trifle pewter, as well as Levin opal and plum wood and sparrow leather and bluefish bone, and cotton paper, maces, quivers, and totems and goats for their eating habits, and the words of the goldenrod smiles, and when possible prefers consume halibut, reindeer cheese, leeks, cassava beer, and garden cress leaves, and absolutely hates cave spiders. He dreams of raising a family and personally values good craftsmanship. He likes, already said all that. You worship Vudness of the Cavernous Sack. The Cavernous Sack is, the Bag of Holding is the religion you're a part of, but what the fuck is the Cavernous Sack? Very far down the list. Maybe not that far down the list. Where the heck is this Cavernous Sack? It's the god of fame. That's a different one. Something's up with this. You worship some heretical god of fame. You're part of a religion for that god. But you don't... But the religion isn't makeable here. That's weird. Oh, I see. Former member of the Cavernous Sack. I'm dumb. Don't actually worship religion. That's a former group, but that's an interesting god. Well, I mean, the Cavernous Sack is the name of a group they were in previously, so I presume that's just a bag of holding. Or they really like Santa, I don't know. Bruh. That's interesting. Gonna get you toppled. You're gonna go down here and destroy a building. Just to, you know, get some more ghosts appearing periodically around the fort. And then they get thrown into the lava with the rest of them. All right. I think that's enough bodies ripped out of their tombs and disposed of into the lava. But I gotta go through here and get rid of all these, or they're gonna break, cause issues. That can go away. And that can go away. All right. I'm gonna go down into here. And I'm going to do this. Up to here. Except I don't actually want to do it that way, because that's the dumb way. Go back down to here. Granite. So for those of you who don't know, we are currently in the year 221. Fall year 221 will be the end of year 6, because 224 fall is the end of this attempt, basically. So we're getting there. I'm going to actually do some things real quick. I'm going to get rid of you. Because I could actually just use floor pieces, which would probably be a lot easier. Yeah, so we'll do a flat piece there, and then a ramp there, and then a corner there, and we'll just do it that way. We'll just do it that way. Also, are these open? Nope. So, chat, as a reminder to everybody, this is a crowdfunded channel. We make a living because people throw money at the stream and help keep the channel funded one day at a time. We did get a few new members on the blog today, which is really nice to see, but I just want to remind everybody that if you happen to have a Prime subscription available, I don't know, maybe think about me, because the day-to-day channel here is funded because of Twitch, generally. Sometimes it's the YouTube channel, but like 80% of the time it's because of Twitch. So if you like what I do here and would like to keep it sponsor-free, or would like to help keep it sponsor-free is maybe the better way to put it, I don't know, consider subscribing to a channel near you. And if you have a hat next to your name, congratulations. You're one of the ones who helps keep the channel funded. And if you're hanging out in the chat and you can't afford to subscribe, that's cool. But if you could help me keep the channel moving, like chat discussion-wise, But whatever. I mean, what you're doing this week, what your hobbies are, what games you've been playing, or whether or not you think this dwarf's beard is long enough. It's okay. You're in the process of getting a new one. All of your hats are in the wash. Freeways. I should just say if you have a skull next to your name, but. Fun fact about dwarves. When male dwarves are born, their beard is minimum possible length, which is just base level baseline stubble. And then their beards grow for the entirety of their life. Also, dwarven beards are considered an external organ, meaning they could actually get wounds and cuts in their beard, and they could also get stitches in their beard and surgery done on their beard. And it is possible for a dwarf to die of a beard infection. Thanks for subscribing to Beard Facts, your one source for all of your facts of dwarven beards. And bizarre Dwarf Fortress mechanics, I guess. Because we're in an ad break, I will plus. Let's see what they've been able to do here. And then you. You're up till 5 a.m.? What kept you up so late? My tutorials kept you up so late. Well, I would say that your sleep is probably more important than my silly tutorials. They'll still be there when you wake up, unless YouTube turns the servers off, which would actually be kind of weird. But yeah, at this point, like, we're far enough into this fort where we're just gonna finish it, and it might take a little bit to get there, but damn it, we're gonna finish it. So I hope that you guys are enjoying this fort, because we've still got a little ways to go, but it will be done sooner than later. This fort will be complete, and you'll miss it already. You know, it was funny, actually, when I did the 10 years of following Cog, the last time I did a 10-year following of a dwarf, chat got real fucking bored with it towards the end. Like, it was really difficult, so I'm kind of expecting it to be similar. But after that video released, I had so many comments that they wished I'd gone for 50 years. There was, like, overwhelmingly, it was just like, man, I would love to watch you follow a child dwarf from childhood to adulthood. Or I would love to watch you, like, do that. I was just like, you realize that this took, like, 70 hours? And chat was complaining it took too long? I kind of understand, like, the more is better kind of in a lot of instances with content, but, like, yeah. I'm almost regretting doing this one because, like, it is getting kind of, we're in it. That would be like a Twilight Zone episode at this point. Like, that would be wild if YouTube just, like, shut. Like, what would actually happen to video on the internet if YouTube just shut down? You know what I mean? Like, if YouTube just turned off one day. If Google was like, you know what, this is a fun experiment. You get 10 days to download all your videos. You know, that might actually be YouTube's, or Google's way to make YouTube profitable, is turn off YouTube. Because then everybody would have to, like, pay for server space to back up their YouTube videos. The amount of hosting revenue they would make from just random people rehosting their videos. Like, everybody just sticking it on Google Drives. Anything happen yet? All sorts of exciting things have happened. You should tune in more, Happy Bassett. Had sieges. There are ghosts. I interrogated a ghost. Which seems like a bad witness, if you ask me, but not much brain left. We've had artifacts, forgotten beasts, although none of the forgotten beasts got into the fort this time. We had a mayor mysteriously disappear in a sheen of lava. Very mysterious. Rip me at the zoo. I feel like Rip me at the zoo might be one of the most reposted videos I've ever seen. I'm not entirely certain I agree with what you're saying, Sorbasi, but okay. You watch that every time you feel really down? Yeah. I don't really have any... I mean, if I know that... If I need to clean my apartment, and I know it's going to take a while, I just put on, like, the oof video that H-Bomber guy made. Because that video is like 4 hours. Gets me through the working day. I don't know. I think it's just being the mayor isn't necessarily one of the most dangerous. I think that's actually being in the military or being a miner. I think you're just... Let's lock the dwarves in the party zone. I don't even know what that is, but that seems like a lot. Has it been running that long? Bundle? Like, is it just a really long running series, or is like this you rewatching or re-listening to a thing? Although I've never been much for a Minecraft mods person, so. I mean, I might do that soonish. In regards to the adamantine mines. You're watching it all over again all the time? Huh. Yeah, there aren't really any, like, series like that I go back to. I'm more likely to rewatch a movie. Need to be with family, but you have no family. I could lock you in a room with a person, but then you might eat them. I feel like I need to just let my vampire chill for a little bit and maybe make some friends. Although we need to make him cages and chains. So we can deal with the frustrations. Uh-oh, ghost! They're in our ears, chat. They're talking to us. What kind of ghost are you? Restless haunt, troubling past. The spirit has not been properly memorialized. To a horse trotting? I mean, I've talked about the cows that would break out from time to time, and then trample all of our grass and put big footprints in the mud. Those were always fun. I mean, I believe you. It's probably a horse. It'd be weird if it wasn't a horse. Jet lagged? I'm not sure what jet lagged is. Although my primary source of off-stream entertainment is just podcasts. I listen to Nextlander, I listen to Jeff Gerstmann, and Jeff Gerstmann on his own puts out 6 hours of podcasts a week by himself, just him nattering into a microphone. So just listen to Jeff talk. That's my background noise entertainment generally. Okay, we need more bedrooms. Bastet, thanks for the raid. What's up? How was stream? You still Digimoning? Because that's what you were doing the last time. I saw somebody refer to Digimon as sentient NFTs. It's like, aren't Digimon like the original NFT? Just kind of like as a troll post recently. Kind of got a chuckle out of me, I'm not gonna lie. Mostly because like I know I think I know more about Pokemon than I do about Digimon, and that's already saying something. Like I know like nothing about Pokemon. But I somehow know less about Digimon. Somehow. Let's slaughter those beak dogs. Nice Hand of Fate. This one's just a forlorn hunt. Okay, maybe that's changed then, because they don't all seem to be murderous hunts. I mean, chat, can we get a round of beers for the raiders? Please don't drown them. Or drown them. It's up to you. And your carpenter was gone. Yeah, that'll happen sometimes. Rough toke. Dwarves just disappearing into the ether. Need after knowledge. Do I have extra tables and chairs? No. Surely just make a bunch of gold ones. Investments are open once again, chat. Bert, you know better. Come on, man. I will say, in regards to new video games that aren't Dwarf Fortress, I have to admit that I will probably be buying Star Wars Galactic Racer and playing it off stream because that looks really fucking fun. Like, I do not see myself streaming that at all, but I can almost guarantee you I will be playing that off stream because that looks like a fucking riot. Like, I am way more interested in that thing than I thought I would be. We're gonna go pillage and pillage. Pillaging the goblins. And the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to here. I'm going to turn the burrow off. And then I'm going to go here. And then you can just be that. Oops. That. And you down here can do this. These. And that. Actually, since we're here, the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go down to the bottom. This kind of looks like I fucked it up, but I don't actually think I did. Oh, I did fuck this up. That's kind of funny. I need to go up to here and dig through this and then channel down into here. But basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to go from like right here. Some weird lag because the game's paused, so I shouldn't be. It's just like taking a while to process this. Yeah, this is just taking a little while to process. So that's 104 blocks. Granted it is. I beg your pardon? Dear Dwarf Fortress, what the fuck are you doing? You lied to me. I thought that you had this game. That is not the most efficient way. We've been over this. It's like you were so close, but you got everything else. How the heck did that happen? Well, we can get them to do all this, so that part's fine. Alright, so, ad break's just finished. Good timing. Something like that. It's actually going to be like a minecart elevator if I can make it work. But we'll see. Not positive, but we'll see. It's going to be the most ridiculous lava cannon I've ever built. If I can make it work. I don't know if I can make it work, but I will try and make it work. How are you doing today, Lateran? Fuck yeah, good luck. Yeah, we'll need it. So it seems like our vampire doesn't really like being around ghosts. Maybe he's like regretting his deeds. I mean, he is being haunted by the dead. After all. Strange possession in the night, you know? Especially considering I think he killed a bunch of these dwarves, right? So they're gonna be like, we're haunting you. He's gonna be like, oh no! What a horrible day. Pretty good, J-Mega, I think. Pretty good. I'm gonna go rinse my coffee mug. I want to be back in a moment. Nosefields tree, cherry blossom. Yeah, we got cherry blossoms here too. Just starting. I will also note that the construction on the road, for those of you who remember last summer when they were just like blasting with, well, not blasting, but just using a excavator jackhammer all summer, all the way up and down the road. And it went on for like 3 months. They decided to start doing that again, but I actually went and asked one of the project organizers, like, so how long is the jackhammer going to be out? And they were like, hopefully only 2 to 3 days. I was like, whew. Because that is the worst sound of all time. Although it is significantly further away now than it was before. Where is the Stored Master Ghost now? I haven't seen them reappear. Or rather, I haven't seen them appear. Like, they're gone most of the time, right? Yeah, no, like, they haven't even... Yeah, they're not on the map right now. I interrogated a ghost, yeah. But they do move around, so I highly doubt they would stay there. But I could try interrogating another ghost if you want. See where they end up. Well, that was the one that I interrogated the first time. Like this one who's constantly appearing. This one, this one, this one. Although they might cancel it if they're in a wall. I don't know what crime this dwarf committed, but I'm sure it was bad, so. Yeah, so like this was a bad mistake. Although we just moved into autumn, so like if it keeps breaking. And I can... Because I guess they would have to get to them, right? So if they're like in a wall, they wouldn't be able to get to them. Yeah, so like he grabs... If they're not in a wall, then he can interrogate them. I don't think they're being relocated. I think they're just going back to where they died. So, how do you feel about this, chat? Should you be able to interrogate ghosts? Oh, there we go. Caught him. Or are we just, like, slowly dragging them all into this temple to the god of the dead? Because, yeah, they do just seem to leave. Like, now he's just chilling over there. I mean, it is scaring the shit out of him, for one thing. Ghost talking seems like a curse, if you ask me. I see dead people, kind of thing. It certainly doesn't seem like the sort of thing that I would feel like you'd want, you know? It should be an option to try. Well, I mean... Okay, now we're just hauling diorite. Oh, wrong day. Need to unforbid all those. That looks pretty dope, actually. Just a giant rail going up and down like that. You sound a little hoarse, Mint Yogi. Nay, he's an exorcist. I mean, I don't know if I would go that far. That might be giving this dwarf too much credit, I think. What flavor would that tart be, though, if it's in Tardigate? This is going to be kind of gimmicky here. So we need wall pieces first. Ramp pieces second. Floor pieces third, and then I can queue all three up. And then go back down here. Do that and that. And let's say rock blocks 500, I guess. How much granite do I have? Not
Crypt beer,
500.
crypt beer, crypt beer.
Not even close to 500. I need to go mine more granite. Oh, hi, Mark. How are you doing? How's things, man? I hope you're doing well. It's Daysite. Marble. Daysite. Where's granite? That's where the obsidian is. Hematite. Andesite. Diorite. Diorite. Andesite. Granite! There's the granite. And I need to deal with the scarcity of chains. Although we don't actually have that many, so. Gold table. Gold throne. Gold chain, because I've just got tons of gold just lying around. Quartzite it is. He did not. We do actually have a Tommy Wiseau emote, except it's not just Tommy Wiseau, it's Tommy Wiseau's face put onto Anakin Skywalker's face, and Tommy Wiseau is Tommy Wiseau in Star Wars Episode 1 featuring Tommy Wiseau. It's a very meta piece of fan fiction. It's like a 10-minute long video, which is just like the abridged version of Star Wars, of the prequels, of the Star Wars prequels, except everybody's played by Tommy Wiseau. I don't know why that exists, but somebody made it, and I thought it was funny once. And then also the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go into here and I'm going to start clicking do everything. These all just get re-upped automatically. There we go. Back to work. These birds have been gone a long time. Oh, hey, they're back finally. Let's see how that pillage went. Bad Cobras was the first place that we pillaged. The Cruelty of Sin, they snuck in. The defenders were led by a goblin named Aslot, Jackal Baldness. Katin led the attack and outmatched the goblin Aslot, and the blockaded nobles led by the dwarf Katin clashed with 7 goblins and bad cobras and slayed them, all 7. I just have to say, Drowning Hosts is one grim goblin name. Bessemer got a kill. Hogsack got a kill. Stormwolf, in fact, got a kill. We got Momas who got a kill. We got Stormwolf who got another kill. And they looted treasure, which is probably nothing of real value. Yeah, nothing of super heavy value, but the other fight went pretty well as well. We attacked the Frothy Witch specifically, and Lightas Tool Smokes led the attack, and their tactical planning was superior to the Goblin Samatsu quested ghouls. And once again, they looted treasure. And a caravan has arrived in time to trade. It is the 15th, so I will set this up for trading. I'm kind of amazed we didn't get attacked twice like we did the first time. I was very much expecting to get attacked twice, but... It's just me assuming the old mechanics still take place. But how you been today, Letteran? How's things? Hopefully well. Mark, what you been up to? We're just here following this vampire and trying to slowly let this fortress fall into chaos. If not quickly let the fortress fall into chaos. Just not sell any artifacts. So basically everything but that. Ah, crowns are contraband. Got it. How about figurines? Jelly opal figurine of Domas Guild-clapped? I want to get guild-clapped out of existence, you know? I think that you are still... Yes, you are still the broker. What's up, Ham? Evening? Is it that late in the day? It's 3:15 here. Still feels early. Yes, this dwarf witch is a vampire. Has this dwarf killed or fed on or killed anyone? Like 20 something? 27. So quite a few, yeah. Does Alexa really have like Suno bullshit or something built into it now? Because that's grim. I maintain, I feel bad for everybody named Alexa. Like that is, like there's probably not that many people named Siri, but I knew a lot of people named Alexa in like post-high school age. Like I knew so many Alexas. It's actually... These are probably all just troll clothing. Large Gorlak. Yep, definitely troll clothing. Sword. Except let's just say anything made out of wood that isn't a crossbow. Your headset hinge started breaking, so in order to save up, you ordered a hinge for a couple of bucks instead of taping the hell out of it with electric tape and getting new ones. In the process of replacing the hinge, I broke the tiny cable and it doesn't work anymore. What brand of headset? This is the reason that I adore these headphones, is because I can just unplug the cables. It's like, they're too expensive, really. Like, spending $600 on headphones is too much for most people, but at least that's how much they were when they were new. Uh-oh, speaking of feeding. Speaking of feeding. Yeah, Sennheiser. But these are the HD 650s. It's like I can just unplug these and plug them back in. I've replaced this cable like maybe 6 times since 2011 when I bought the headphones, and the cable is like $12. It's Kogan. Rest in peace, Kogan. Chat, can I get a round of Fs? For good old Kogan. Did any of you guys see that meme that was posted on my Discord? I'm just thinking about this because you said Taylor Swift, glass half empty, but it's a picture of Taylor Swift before she puts makeup on, and it's just like, the first comment is like, man, she looks like the singer of Megadeth. There's something about that comment that just makes me chuckle way harder than it should, but it really does. It's like, man, she looks like Dave Mustaine. I think Dave Mustaine just puts on enough makeup so that he looks like Taylor Swift. Let's see if I can find that picture. What's this image? It's like that one comment just right there. It looks like the singer of Megadeth. You can unplug yours. You broke the cable that. Oh. I mean, if you, I don't know if you have a soldering iron, but that actually wouldn't be too hard to fix. But that sucks. My condolences. It's the 25th. Let's pause and get trading going. Let's also do diplomacy real quick. I'm relaying from the Mountain Homes. They speak with the new mayor. I come in power to elevate this land in the eyes of our realm. There's much to share. And I will just keep requesting wood, which is like the only thing I've actually requested up until this point. And they want ivory and tooth crowns. Crowns made of ivory. I mean, huh. It's really not that hard. It's like welding with it's like welding with a pencil. I don't know what welding is like, so actually I shouldn't say that, but I feel like I'd be willing to assume, potentially irresponsibly, that it's easier than welding. Let's just buy a bunch of instruments. A bunch of flasks. A bunch of random boots. Some gear. Some more gear. A bunch of bags. A bunch of bins with cloth in it. All of the bolts. So what happens when you just have too much money in the game and you're just like, what if I just buy everything? Which is very much where we're at. Food variety for the dwarves so that they don't go insane, as much as I'm trying to make them go insane. Classic dissection, my favorite scroll, chat. Exploring joy, that's a myth. It doesn't exist. The nuanced dissection, after animal dissection, and questions about the truth. I feel like those are some important books to pick up. All right, purchase. Yeah, so trying to interrogate ghosts, maybe not necessarily the best of ideas. Is every now and again he tries to go interrogate a ghost but just can't get to it. And it doesn't seem like the ghosts stay where you put them. You mean there's a new Stellaris game out? I saw a meme once. I don't know how accurate it is, but I assume it's real because it was a meme on the internet and you should believe everything that you read on the internet. Necrontier, that every time they patch Stellaris, they just release a new game. It's like, it was basically just Blizzard fans once, and then it's just like deleting Warcraft 3, and then it's like Stellaris fans every time the game patches. Stellaris Reforged! Yeah, I honestly, well, I mean, it's less chance of physical harm. Just don't grab the spicy end. Veteran. I did actually see somebody do that once, though. Years ago, I was taking a soldering class, and I saw somebody grab a soldering iron by the wrong end. He literally had to shake it twice to get it off of his hand. Do not recommend, in fact. Might be a surprise, but I very much recommend against grabbing the wrong end of a soldering iron. Lasted longer than any other headset anyway. I'm very much an advocate of paying too much for a very, very, very well-built headset, but the main reason I advocate for the ones with all of the cables that are replaceable and no exposed wires is because I how do I put this? I used to live with cats, and they chewed through the cable of this so many times. And my ex had these wireless headphones that had the exposed wire up there, and they chewed through that once. And connectors are the first thing to fail on headphones usually. So, I don't know. Get repairable electronics if they're available to you and affordable. But I'm glad you were able to pick up the same model. I mean, that's kind of what I did with the mouse. I just bought a newer version of the same mouse. Okay, we should be able to go work on that tower in a minute. On your Bose? You mean Bose? I guess I'm a little bit audiophile hoity-toity when it comes to Bose headphones. I'm not a big fan of the brand. But in theory, there isn't anything necessarily wrong with Bose. I don't like them. So let's do granite. Let's do ramps. And floor. Wall and wall. And then down here, I'll just build stairs all the way down because I need to do that anyway. Vampire's getting a little bit upset. Is that still true, Greg? And then some. I feel like a lot of headphones have just gotten more expensive over time. So I've been out of the headphone market for a really long time, and I'm aware that there are still your kind of budget brands of headphones, but when you look at medium to decent, well-made headphones, they all kind of seem to be around the Bose price range these days. But that's honestly because I don't see Bose around that much anymore. I would actually say I don't think I'm, just because I've been out of the market for headphones for so long, I don't actually think I'm a very good judge of the value of headphones these days. I'm just placing chains and cages over there. I'm actually going to take my vampire, put you off duty for a little bit. It's gonna go store his bolts. Oh no, there's a ghost in the middle of the road. Walkway. Boat ring. Hey. I know you. Yeah, that's another thing is every now and again I'll run into somebody who's yeah, I've always used speakers on my computer, and that is another universe to me. I cannot imagine using speakers with a computer because it's been so long. I think I've spent more than half my life now without speakers for a computer. I think the last time I had speakers plugged into a computer has to have been pre-2008. Because around the time I started playing video games, I started using headphones because I didn't want to bother my little sister because her bedroom shared a wall with me. Which actually just, we're in an ad break, so I'm gonna pause the game. Which actually just means that like my mom wouldn't buy me speakers for Christmas because they didn't want me to bother my sister, so they bought me headphones. Yeah, that's totally fair. I mean, I could pretty easily, like I have 2 extra amplifiers and 4 extra speakers, which I thrifted ages ago, just in the closet right here. I could very easily just like grab one of those grab one of the two functional. I've got 3 if you count one that doesn't function. I can grab one of the 2 functional amplifiers from there, plug it into this computer, into the out jack, and then just wire up the speakers on my desk, and boom, I'd have like a pretty nice little setup. I just kind of, I don't know, I don't do that. It may also just because I'm very spoiled. Yeah, I won't use Bluetooth. I can't do wireless. Like 6 hours a week, basically just during D&D and Saturday games with buds. Yeah, but you live in a big enough space that like you're not gonna bother your family though, right, Hubba? So Sly Fox in YouTube chat says, I would like to offer up the name Heinrich for your sourdough. Something Germanic certainly feels fitting. I went with Bogwater. That or Boglin or Bog Monster. I'm not sure yet. But I've made 2 loaves with my sourdough starter, so Bog is the name of it. Although there is a sourdough bakery pretty close to me, Sly Fox in YouTube chat, that makes fucking banger sourdough. So I might go buy a small loaf from them and steal some of it and make another starter with it. We'll see. Well, that's perplexing. A dwarf was found dead, dehydrated. Where? Oh. Well, that explains a lot. I may or may not have locked a child in a tunnel. May or may not have done that. Whoops. Oh well, nothing of value was lost. Stopped using headphones on your computer when you got Edirol speakers from your friend for a beer. Oh my god. You pretty much use them when you hit the gym. I get you. The Hillocks of Torch Frenzies has been founded nearly a day's travel to the west and incorporated into your holdings. I need to remind myself to get that dwarf off of ranged combat. Some open move shocks. I'm really excited about what Motorola does this year, actually. I changed the name to Pete. That's actually really funny. So Sly Fox in YouTube chat just says, Bogwater's a really good name for it. If you dehydrate it, will you change the name to Pete? This is Pete, son of Bogwater. He's a bit more dry on the humor. That's funny. Maybe. I'll consider it. So this squad, these 2 squads, are going to go raise. Don't steal random crap. I don't need random crap. I'm going to go raise that location. I'm going to jump back out to the surface here. Oopsies. I've always wanted a set of those. My brother-in-law uses those, Darius, when he's on job sites. Because he works in construction, so when he's on job sites, he uses those, but just because, like, you know, it's safer. Have to go out of my way to cheer this dwarf up for a little bit. Oh, my Farmer's Guild needs an upgrade. Can probably... Whoa, 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 whoa. Why are you injured? Seems like somebody's coming to recover the injured, so that's good. Existing conflict. I'm sorry, I need to go look at this. Bloodman? Well, that's not something you see every day. He's not very strong. I mean, he's just like, he's liquid, right? So his attacks are just glancing away. That is not something you see every day. He's beating the Gorlak because the Gorlak is just too tired to keep fighting. You guys want to explore a cavern layer just so that we can kill the Bloodman? Hole for a face? Yeah. I didn't want to sleep tonight anyway. my apologies. I really wonder how long that fight goes on. Get some Soulsborne things? I don't know. I don't know about Soulsborne necessarily. It's a bit too much color for Soulsborne. They're just Nazgul from Lord of the Rings, except instead of like dark cloud, they are made of blood. Cheers, Darrow. You have a good night, mate. So we are now into the mid-autumn of 2021, which means we have mid-autumn of 2022, mid-autumn of 2023, and then when we hit the mid-autumn of 2024, we're done. Which means we can probably, if we don't finish this fort tomorrow, we will finish it the day after. And as I said earlier, I am open to ideas. I just really, really hope that we hit Mountain Home, or at the very least, like, have the leader arrive. I think we're going to attempt to raise that one goblin location. And then when they come back, we're going to see if we can siege the caverns. I keep screwing up 221. I've said 321. I've said 20. I've said all kinds of things. This was my fault for starting it at 2-2, right? I'm just like one slight slip up from saying 2020. Not the first time I've done that. You'll miss most of the stream tomorrow because of working shifts. Gotcha. Well, if I am able to finish it tomorrow, then I will be able to just take Friday and edit, or Thursday and then just edit. Well, regardless, I'll get Friday. But how many people does Toasted have to eat to become king? Kind of a lot. kind of a lot. Just gonna topple a bunch of coffins while nobody's looking. It is madness, after all. Just waiting for the 25th. The engraver's been possessed. He's gonna need to drink something pretty soon. But at least he can pray to his god. Clear that. Your gaming mouse died? Oh no! Did a cat get it? Jokes aside, though, like, what happened? Okay, so it's Aloth is the ghost that... So we keep trying to interrogate this ghost. I'm actually going to make... this ghost a slab because it keeps breaking this dwarf's jobs every time it appears. So the next time it appears here, I'm just going to designate it. I'm just going to pause as soon as it pops up. There it is. Locum is who we're trying to interrogate. I need to stop this. I've screwed this up. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, that's what started happening to my mouse. My old mouse, which I had from 2016 until, I guess, Black Friday last year. The center mouse button stopped working and I cleaned it, and then it stopped working entirely. So like I couldn't scroll up and down, which is kind of important for Dwarfort. And then the right mouse click was starting to get a little bit annoying to use, so. Yes, but I cannot remember how I did it. You'd have to go watch the World Gen stream that I did. I couldn't tell you. I could not tell you. If I recall correctly, we did... It was basically just a force lots of variance, but from high elevation to low elevation, and tick the object to periodically erode extreme cliffs. And we tried increasing rainfall and reducing rainfall, which had varying different effects. Basically fuck around until you figure it out, is quite literally what I did. Although I wasn't going specifically for steep cliffs, I was going specifically for deep oceans, so it just ended up also generating a lot of steep cliffs. Your middle mouse gets double clicks. Hey chat, I have a question. And I try to stay away from some of the grimmer topics about the current world, but is the Steam Machine going to release this year? Like, genuine question. It'll release when GTA 6 releases? Wait, hold on. Because GTA 6 isn't simultaneously releasing on console and PC. So it'll release when GTA 6 releases on console, or when it releases on PC? We'll see some RAM producers enter I mean, there's a bunch of Chinese RAM manufacturers. I have this weird feeling that we're going to just be buying RAM on AliExpress in 2 years. Like, all of the consumer RAM manufacturers are just going to vanish, and then we're just going to be buying RAM online through, like, Chinese imports. I'd actually be willing to believe that it's going to be the way going forward. Family heirloom mug. Okay, that I do want to see. This is a marble mug. Our craft store ship is of the highest quality. That's a nice mug. It is encrusted with cushioned marble cabochons and decorated with turkey leather and beak dog bone, and encircled with bands of oval marble cabochons and rectangular chalk cabochons and oval cut rock crystals. This object menaces with spikes of wild boar leather. On the item is an image of radiant cut gems and marble. On the item is an image of Zan shaken mirrored, the dwarf and dwarves in iron. Zan shaken mirrored is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarves. Zan shaken mirrored to the position of queen of the dipped volcano in 187. On the item is an image of Stakkud trumpet groves, the dwarf, and Kakame Walled Snarl, the elf in chicken leather. Kakame Walled Snarl is striking down Stakkud trumpet groves. The artwork relates to the killing of the dwarf Stakkud trumpet groves by the elf Walled Snarl in bolted fissure in the blanketed horn in the early winter of 120 during Arete Nafe, the attack of raking. And Phineas wants you to post beers. I agree. You know, I like to remind people when they mention the value of these, the 80s Hammer, that pre-Steam, the value of artifacts was significantly higher. So it's very rare that I go, whoa, on the value of an artifact, because, like, back in my day, it was like, if you had an artifact that was worth less than 100k dwarf bucks, like, what the fuck are you even doing? Like, your dwarves are, like, don't have good materials or something. And I still kind of feel that way, even though, like, I'm very much aware that it's like, I'm just wrecked because it used to be so much more ridiculous. They chopped the zeros off. No, they just changed how the math was done. Like, I remember getting, like, an artifact, this admittedly did have adamantine in it. An artifact adamantine corkscrew that was worth, like, 4 million dwarf bucks or something. It was ridiculous how much it was worth. But it is much more reasonable where it's at now. And the math makes more sense. Basically, there was, like, a few, like, issues with Tarn's math in places where, like, things were worth, I would argue, probably more than they should have been based on how the mathematics was supposed to work. But, because there were certain materials that just gave bonuses which were, like, fucking ridiculous and, like, no real discernible reason as to why. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go back over here. Let's see if I can do more. So this should be granite. So granite. Then ramps. No, actually, I'd have to do multiple levels of that. I'm not even gonna fucking bother. Well, actually, no, I could do it. Hold on. So granite, 2 levels. Floors. Floors. Walls. Yeah, no, I'm not even gonna bother. Let's do it one at a time where it's simpler. Just get rid of that. And then you... ramps. Floors. No, I don't need that. I do, however, need this. And then you go there. And you do this. Alan! Thank you very much for the 20 months. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Alan keeping that sub alive for 20 months? Report crime. What crime? Did I murder somebody and I didn't notice? Maybe, maybe not. But a bunch of people are reporting a crime. Maybe. Melville, Shores, Datan. Maybe? Weird. Also, it looks like the squads are... Nope, the squads are not back. I'm not entirely sure what I'm doing with that minecart, by the way. I thought that I had, like, a plan for it. Now I'm kind of, like, building that tower, going like, I don't know what this is going to turn into, but I'll figure something out. All I can think is, like, I need to figure out some way of making, like, a fully repeating, like, lava gun. I've got a few ideas on what I could do, but I don't really know how it's going to work yet. I don't really know how it's going to work yet, so we'll find out. Hello, Tim Graham. Good morning. But the problem is the way I'm doing this is it's gonna take a trillion years to actually build. And I may have actually chose like the least efficient method of doing this. Getting rid of giant coyotes. But, I don't know, maybe if I'm lucky, it'll look really cool. Holy shit. Bits.
Letterin cheered. X1000. Heading off to do inventory.
You're off to poker night at the inventory? I'm assuming that's not what you mean, but... that's what it means in my heart, goddammit. Thank you very much for the bits. I greatly appreciate that, seriously. Hey chat, can I get a round of beers for Letteran helping keep the channel funded? With the $10 in bits. Another Helix has been founded, jeez. Iden has been appointed to Sheriff of the Hall of Enjoyment. Hold on. Not somebody in my fort. Got it. Oh, hey, the squads are back, though. But a historic dwarf has been appointed to the position of sheriff. Also, Jarwin, hello. I've thought it would be fun recently to do an embark anywhere on a Helix. And then just build a fortress on a Helix. Let's wait until the 15th and then we'll check how that siege went. It seems like it went well. I mean, squads have all returned, so that's a good sign. And then we can go after that lower cavern layer. See what we can do. I will say this. I will be kind of impressed and or surprised if the Steam machine releases this year. But I really wish they would release the Steam controller because my Xbox controller is getting kind of gnarly. Like, I've got an Xbox One controller. And I would like to buy a controller from not Microsoft. I guess I could buy like an 8-bit DOE controller or something. Lytas Tool Smokes led the attack, and the defenders were led by a goblin named Casbin Nutswhite. Good for you. Casbin Nutswhite was unfortunately not a very superior tactician and thus had a very massive disadvantage. And the dwarves, specifically the goblin Abo, was killed by one of my dwarves almost immediately in Sinful Muse. And Umbral, Alderman, thanks for the $4. Apparently they're going to let us customize those soon. That's what the scuttlebutt's saying. I just want to have like minecarts going everywhere. You could fire a minecart shotgun. Wouldn't that be fun? Or really obnoxious, depending on who you are, I guess. They rampaged throughout and searched the place and found nothing. Did I destroy it, though? It does not appear that we did. Is there a bigger one here? It's just this one with less than 10. That's terrifying. The real question is how many are actually there? So the question is, are my commanders good enough? No, they're just competent. I don't think they're actually good enough to go after the elves. Because the elves are way more competent than we are. Let's go after this one. Pillage this one. Don't loot other items. I'm going to send the same 2 squads. They're just going to leave again. Good luck, dwarves. Stratus plus pads for the $30 EA. So somebody who lives in my apartment building, Shinobi, works for SteelSeries. And I've been kind of like sitting there thinking like, specifically he works for like a company that is hired by SteelSeries to do things. And I've been kind of tempted to be like, hey, do you get free shit? But apparently they are the least hard to work with of the companies that they work with, because he works for a marketing agency that like basically helps do like online marketing and making content for brands that need to be marketed. And supposedly they are like the least uptight and precious about their brand, which is kind of great. He's like, yeah, I got to help direct a video that like involves hanging the CEO of the company for Halloween, which like, man, you have to be pretty comfortable with like the quality of your brand to hang your CEO. I kind of respect that a little bit. I have one SteelSeries thing in my repertoire of stuff, and it's this. It's this mouse pad. I think I bought this in like 2009 or something. Like this was one of the first like computer things I buy. And like, that's not dirt. That's just scuffs. Like it's just scratched, wear and tear. We're in an ad break, so I'll just wait until that's done. But yeah, I don't know. It's funny. Like there's been a part of me where I've been saying for a little bit now that like I'm in the market for a Steam machine. I think what I might actually be in the market for, and I realized that like DDR4 is going up too, is just building a little DDR4 box, you know? Because I do have some parts I could reuse. Like I already have a computer that I'm not using. It's just in a big awkward case. The problem was the CPU in it was kind of getting gnarly because I overclocked it at one point. And it kind of needs like new thermal paste, and like I don't really trust the cooler in it because it's super old. And it's a all-in-one liquid cooler, so it's like, maybe what I actually need to do is just buy a small case and just like maybe replace that CPU, get like a used CPU or something, and just make a small DDR4 Intel box that I can just, because I just want something that I could use as like a TV PC basically. And just like, you know, make it auto boot into Steam Big Picture and maybe get it like a 2.5 gigabit jack, because right now it only has that motherboard only has a 1 gigabit jack. We're in an ad break, so I'll pause. It's like only a 1 gigabit jack instead of and put like a 2.5 NIC or a 10 gig NIC into it, and then just use it as a streaming box. That's really what I want to do. And I just kind of, I really like the look of that little custom case that they made for the Steam machine. And it would be really nice to have like a Steam OS box, but that might end up being what I end up doing eventually. It's just like staring at eBay until like the right used parts appear, you know? Because like I don't watch a lot of tech YouTube, but I watch enough, and like there's a bunch of channels that I've been following her just like, hey, yeah, just like buying used CPUs for like 12 bucks on eBay. Of course you have to stare until you get the deal, but like there is used stuff by it now for affordable, like pretty consistently. So I don't know. Chad, are you buying computer parts, or are you saying fuck it? Are you out? What does Choose a Duck do? At the very intro of the stream, I play music on a record player. And during that sequence, the first person to tune into the stream, basically, can redeem Choose a Duck, and then I have one duck for every letter of the alphabet, and they can pick one to put onto the record player. I couldn't remember if I put the record away or not. I did. It's literally like this scene right here. Yeah. It's like my starting soon screen, essentially. Just something that I checked behind the scenes during the ad break. Chat, as a reminder, this is a crowdfunded channel. I make a living because people help keep the channel funded by throwing bits, tips, primes, and gifts, etc. If you're interested in helping keep the channel funded and would like to support this stream financially, one of the best ways to do that is if you happen to have a Prime sub, consider thinking about me. I do have a daily minimum where if I hit that, I made minimum wage for the 8 hours of stream, and while I did get a couple of a couple new subscriptions on my blog, Twitch is the thing that gives me long-term stability at the minute. So if you happen to have a Prime subscription or a couple extra bits on your account, I'm just under halfway to the daily minimum, and we literally haven't made it in 2 weeks. So I don't know if that's me like making a self-fulfilling prophecy, or if the world is just ending. I think it's the world's ending. But the Severe Heavens, what a fucking name for a book. Yeah, I don't know. That's just your Prime sub reminder. That's all. Prime sub a day keeps HelloFresh at bay. Actually, it's more like 20, but you're gonna wait for RAM to normalize? I agree. I agree. You've never caught the start of the stream? Yeah, I mean, depending on like where your time zone is, it's rough. I'm not gonna lie. You bought stuff at the perfect time. I should have bought RAM. I didn't expect RAM to go up. I expected hard drives to go up. I expected M.2 drives to go up, and I expected like graphics cards to keep going up. RAM kind of caught me off guard. RAM was the one that like startled me, which like I don't know. I guess like because like hard drive like server bank hard drives are going up. So I'm really happy I bought my server last year. I just wish that I spent like the extra $200 to get like an extra 64 gigs of RAM just to have. You're seriously considering buying an M3 Ultra Mac? The 250 is wait, just 75,000? Sorry, it's not 75,000. $7,500? What the shit? What the fucking shit, man? What the actual fucking shit? Hey, chat. Can you believe? I'm just trying to find this thing so I can do a bit, but it's not really working. Can you believe that RAM used to be cheaper than the complete edition of WWE 2K26 Monday Night War Edition? It's almost as expensive as a used car. No, that makes sense. I mean, depending on like what you're doing. I have a local LLM that I fuck around with, but that's about it. Not much more than that. I mostly use it for spell check. Yeah, Jesus Christ, though. Have M3 Ultramax always been that expensive? So I don't know. I feel like those used to be like $3,000. Which is like an expensive computer. I think the last time I heard about a computer being that expensive was, this was Windows XP era. I had a friend whose dad was a 3D modeler. Like he did 3D modeling. I don't actually know what he did it for, but he did like 3D rendering as part of his work. I think he did some sort of graphic design. But that kid's dad, we would play games on his computer sometimes, although I wasn't allowed to use his dad's computer. I'd use my friend's computer because my friend's computer was like the cheaper one that they trust me using. Gory Paws is going around toppling statues. Lovely. And I remember once asking him, I was like, well, what kind of computer does your dad have? And he goes, I don't know, but I do know that it cost him $12,000. So like, I don't know what he was doing in like 2008 or 7 or 6 or whenever that was, or 5 even. But I feel like that was the last time I heard about computers being that expensive. It was like, or like that one guy that I knew back when I played a lot of like first-person shooters and free-to-play stuff, who had like a server computer that he was running, like he was playing on, but also running private World of Warcraft servers. There was one guy that I knew who did that. And it was like, I remember him saying, he's like, yeah, I've got a dual Xeon processor and like, it's like 128 gigabytes of RAM or something in like 2008, 9-ish. It was 3,500. I remember my dad saying that his Acorn Archimedes was $800. Who are we giving water to? Prisoners? So, this dwarf is sleeping. And the vampire was bringing them water. Why were you bringing them water? Was the baby thirsty or something? Huh. Just $10,020.97 modern USD. That is a lot of money. Hello, Darren. How are you? That is a lot of money, Darius. I would not hesitate too much to say too much money. Kind of amazed we haven't been attacked again. Oh no, I'm well aware. Black Winds. I am well aware, but as far as my computer and stuff goes, like, I'm good for quite a while as long as I don't try to play AAA stuff on stream. As long as I'm not streaming like high-end stuff, I'm good. But the reason like I'm kind of in the market for maybe building a little tiny computer is partially because I just kind of want a streaming box for my TV, just for vanity's sake. But if I don't end up doing that, the other thing that I've been looking at are like V-Links and other mini PCs, just something that has a good rendering chip on it. The Helix Mind Wound has been founded a day's travel to the northwest and has been incorporated into your holdings. Another one. Oh my god, this faction is active. And the reason I'm thinking about doing that is because I could actually quite easily... Ezim batters the militia commander. Totally. The ghosts are getting active, my friends. Hail the god of dead. But the reason I'm talking about maybe building a mini PC on top of it, or buying a mini PC like a B-Link or one of those other mini PCs, once I can afford it, because like I'm in the middle of tax season. I'm paying taxes currently, so it's like I'm broke at the moment, which is one of the reasons I keep shouting about Prime subs. Don't forget to check your Primes, chat. I was waiting for the 15th, and now it's the 16th. Shit. But I'm trying to think of ways to like prolong this streaming rig's life in any means necessary. And one of the things that puts more strain on this computer, not a lot, but more, is while I'm streaming, I'm recording. And while I stream to 2 different streaming platforms, which is like not a, like OBS uses more of my CPU actively than Dwarf Fortress does, or any game that I play does. And I've been thinking that it might not be a terrible idea to take some of the load off of the main computer and go through a mini PC. But I don't know if I'm actually going to do that. Is it a bad idea in general to make a vampire doctor? That's like asking, is it a bad idea to make anybody a doctor in Dwarf Fort? I mean, like, he'll kill 2 to 4 people a year, just out of nowhere. It's kind of no different. I mean, it's not a bad idea, but like, I think having a vampire in general in your fort is a bad idea. So if you're going to commit to having one anyway, then it doesn't really matter. Got a new piece of clothing. You got a new shoe? Oh, look at that. It's got fancy dyed shoes now, chat. Hell yeah. All right. Let's do some logging, because... Okay, so you're gonna head out. You got attacked by the dead? Oh no. Winded? Her right false ribs are fractured. The ghost took the wind out of her. Hardware and code AV1. I don't even need AV1. Like, AV1 is like a luxury. I just need like base level streaming, like at a quality level that is standard that people can load. That's literally all I need. Like, there's this kind of mantra that I live by, which, I don't know, take this for what you will. It'll probably say a lot about me, but I don't care about streaming at the highest possible quality. I don't care about streaming at the highest possible bitrate. I don't even care about the fastest possible rendering times. I purely care about most people being able to load it. Like, I could stream in 4K, but I don't. And it's not because I don't want to stream in 4K, it's just because I'm just aware that most people aren't going to be loading my stream in 4K. Like, that's just kind of a fact, right? Like, most people are not going to be able to watch at that level of fidelity anyway. And so because of that, I just kind of don't care. Like, would it be nice? Yeah. But I don't need it. It'd be nice for video, though. Although my main rendering PC, like, does all the rendering for me anyway, so at that point, it kind of almost doesn't matter. It's a bit of a moot point. Okay. They're all digging down there. Popcorn from scratch? So in my mind, popcorn from scratch would define that as like taking a corn on the cob, cutting the popcorn kernels off, drying them, and then making popcorn. That's what that means to me. Uh-oh. Chat, it's that time again. The vampire is thirsty. Rest in peace to Dishmab Future Rooms. Your time in this land is so brief. I like now that he's just like immediately hides the body. He just immediately grabs the body and just books it. Just instantly. Just immediately just gone. Like, dwarf dies, commits murder, immediately goes and hides the body. Yeah, no, that's fair. Chat, can I get a round of Fs for Dishmab? Bringing us up to 29 notable kills. Not all of them are dwarves, but large number of them are. Okay, so I'm very worried that this dwarf is going to have a hard time because of their skill, their injury. So I'm gonna actually swap you out with a different dwarf. Was that wandering around? Most of them are like poltergeists, but bust crystal. Restless Haunt and a poltergeist, I think, are the ones in the library. There's one sadistic haunt, but most of them are pretty passive. Let's just go into furniture, instruments. Throw those two down there. That'll probably sort that out. You're currently stressed and unconscious and tired and sleeping. Okay, so I thought I was hearing a phone vibrating in my apartment going, my phone's right next to me. Why am I hearing a phone vibrating? And it creeped me out for a moment there, and then it's definitely just like some construction noise outside. Shh, yeah, probably. The truth about rainfall, it pisses me off. Just watching his mood change. We had any major shifts in memories? Nothing crazy. Haunts are haunting me IRL. I will say that, okay, so this was around the time I moved into this building. My neighbors, who I share a bedroom wall with, I have new neighbors now, but the neighbors I had when I first moved into this building, Freeway slipped into depression. When I first moved into this building, when I first moved into this building, would leave what I presume to be a phone on their desk or dresser or something in that room. And every now and again I would hear bzzz, 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 like a phone ringing just on the other side of the wall. It drove me nuts. That or they've got some sort of remote vibrator. The Bronze Colossus, Oben, Bujid Zular, Vustigethic has come, a gigantic magic statue made of bronze and bent on mayhem. It is the first, so I can pause. The Hardy Cave, hey? He's got 7 kills. Most recent, quite a while ago. Killed Strolmus. Well, let's see if I can get everybody indoors. Places, siege engines, fire! Except you. You just go fire. Chat, wish us some luck. Before the moon's path, Dwarf, I really, really need you to go to the front door, please. I really, 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 really need you to go to the front door, please. Like, I don't need you to read this book. Please stop reading this book. Thank you. Oh, come on. I really need you. Please? There's no fighting combat yet. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for good luck? There literally is a statue made of bronze who's coming in to kill us all. And it may or may not be dead. I don't actually know. Although nobody's died yet, I don't think. It may already be dead, for all we know. I won't know until the 5th. I won't know until the 5th. It might already be dead. I will be really disappointed if it's dead, though, to be honest. Dear Dwarf, you are very too much a bookworm. Steel Bolt hits it in the head. Hallelujah! They beheaded it. We got it. Never mind. We're all good. No need to panic. You don't need to panic, chat. I repeat, you do not need to panic. The Marks Dwarves did their work. They had their work cut out for them, and they cut the head right off of them. Which means I can add a statue to the collection. That's pretty dope, actually. I haven't seen one of these because they've changed them. So it used to just be a random bronze statue that you would get from them. Now you get specifically a statue of the Bronze Colossus. That is rad. That is awesome, actually. Yeah, I kind of liked the random statues, but I think, like, the statue of literally, like, that image is great. I don't know if that was lore. I think that was just headcanon, but... Reanimating the Bronze Colossus? You can't reanimate a Bronze Colossus. That's already a statue. I will say, like, Steel Bolt's most effective way to kill a Bronze Colossus. Time to be free after being humiliated due to confinement. Have to go pick up equipment. From what? All it takes is some magic. True that, yeah. But then, like, wouldn't all statues suddenly be a threat then? That would actually be really cool. If they just let us... If there was, like, a spell where you could animate your statues and then just, like... makes like 100 statues of, like, I don't know, chickens, and then you give a bunch of chicken automatons. I feel like that would need to be a pretty rare consumable because those would be real strong. Just platinum chickens. Go get them, boys! Fear my army of cats! I mean, it would be busted if you could just make them infinitely, though. It'd also be like it would be hell on your pathing. Although I'm kind of imagining just playing like a tower defense game literally in Dwarf Fort where you just build like archer dwarves that shoot bolts. Or crossbow dwarves that just shoot bolts, rather. They need to make this happen. I don't know about need, but it'd be cool. There's lots of things that'd be cool if they happened. Trying to figure out how best to do this. Like how best to power this whole fucking thing. Because basically, like, I'm gonna have to do this. I'm gonna have to do this. Gonna have to do that. I should just, like, fix this now while I can. And then I'll just replace those with flooring. What else do I need? I need more bedrooms. I am shocked that the goblins didn't attack me again. I mean, I realize I've just been laying hell in on them now, but... like, they attacked me in the alternate timeline and we lost. And then I rebuilt it and tried again, and... the fact that they haven't attacked me again yet is kind of wild. Like, when Torrin says that the attacks are random, I guess he's not joking. Oh, apparently I have no woodcutters. That explains a lot. What's the idea with the roller coaster tower? I'm trying to make a really convoluted minecart shotgun to shoot lava, but I decided to do it in a way that I thought would be cool, and now that I'm actually building it, I'm very much regretting it. I don't know why I decided to do it this way. I think that this way is really dumb. I should have just built a bigger series of pumps. I should actually just do that. I should really just do that. Siege crashed your game when you loaded and they never occurred? And, like, never returned, I guess? Well, I know that Torn has said that they can attack now randomly within a window. Actually, I wonder. Every now and again, I use the fix retrieve units command and immediately think, oh shit, what have I done? That's one of those times. Oh shit, what have I done? Because, oh shit, what have I done? Flaming ghost retrieved, eh? Do you know that ghosts are combustible, chat? Apparently they're combustible. Another Helix has been added to our holdings. My god. I do have to say, huge thank you to those of you who've tuned in so far today, by the way. I greatly appreciate all of you. I really hope that this isn't the trend that we are seeing for, like, the general traffic that the channel's getting. Because I said this last week, and it sounds very apocalyptic and shitty, but for full transparency here, the amount of money I'm currently making, if the trend continues in the direction that it's going, I will have to start seeking sponsorships by the end of the year, which I don't want to do. So I do really hope that we get kind of another influx sooner than later. Hopefully Tarn puts out a patch, because it's starting to make me a little worried. Gotta be honest with you. I haven't made minimum wage in a stream in about a week and a half, so pretty bad. Weed. I do have to say thank you for the, like, behind the scenes subscriptions, but that is not representative of the vast majority of my income. Like, last year, I made about a month and a half worth of Twitch revenue through my blog. So, like, it is a very small fraction of my audience supports me through that. And so I focus on the Twitch revenue because that's where I've always received the majority of what keeps me doing this full time. So from a Twitch perspective, today's been very slow. yesterday. Last stream was very slow. The stream before was very slow. So I'm worried. That's about it. We're in an ad break, so I gotta pause. And like, I think a lot of that is to do with the fact that right now there's 136 people watching, which is back in the beginning of January before I took 10 days off because I fucking broke my foot and was cranky and in pain. We had about 250 average. When I came back, it was about 170, and it's just been consistently trending downwards. The last time this happened, I almost stopped streaming full time, and that was in 2019. So I don't think it's going to be that bad, but I am getting worried. So financially, I don't think I've had a good day since for mid-February.
Crypt beer.
Genuinely. Cracker Lacquer, thank you very much for the 7 months. Appreciate you. At least when it comes to streams. So, like, there's been a couple behind-the-scenes tips that have been nice, but just strictly from a streamer perspective. You started watching streams like a week ago? Yeah. No, I mean, I've been doing this for 12 years. To give you full transparency here, I have about 430-ish active Twitch subs. That's actually a lower number than that, but that's how many sub points I have, so like the higher tier subs kind of throw it off a bit. And thank you, Crackalacker, for keeping that sub alive. I have 56 on my block. Most of them are at the $3 tier. All right, so where am I going here? Top 5 hundo? Hell yeah. But no, everything has been like crashing downwards since like, I would say January, but in reality it's actually like since mid-February. And stuff exploding in the Middle East has made everything go voomp like this basically. So and I'm worried. I think like if I was still renting and living in the place that I hated where I was depressed all the time and didn't want to live anymore, I wouldn't be as money stressed, but I am money stressed because I decided to make the bold risk of getting a mortgage. I mean, at the end of the day, push comes to shove and my world actually ends, I sell this apartment and go back to renting. That would cut like my living costs in half. So like that is the worst case scenario, and I hope to not have to do that, but although admittedly at this point I think I'm like a year away from having to do that minimum, so there will be opportunities. It's just in the short term I'm stressed. Yeah, I mean, like, to give you an idea, like, if I get 0 gifted subs and 0 bits, I wouldn't be able to hit my monthly living costs right now. Between cost of meds, like insulin and shit to not die, cost of living, and cost of food, I would be in trouble. I would need my YouTube channel to double in revenue or triple in revenue. Or at the very least, go back to where it was 6 months ago. Before like all my stuff stopped getting recommended. Basically, I wouldn't be able to do anything risky on YouTube ever again and would need to drastically increase my output on YouTube, which might end up happening this year. I might do that because it doesn't require people tipping me to do okay. And push comes to shove, I would have to do that. And also, like, how do I put this? Seek sponsorships for the YouTube videos, which I really don't want to do. Because that side of the business fucking blows. What was I doing? Literally nothing. I'm supposed to be following the door for another half a day. But yeah, I don't know, it sucks. That's all there really is to it. Although, like, even YouTube is, like, less sustainable now because, like, if you watch basically any like, YouTube insider talk about, like, the state of YouTube, like, the front page of YouTube, which is where the vast, like, it's where 90% of my views come from, is from the front page of YouTube. Like, 2% of my views or something comes from the subscription box. The YouTube homepage went from 30 videos on the YouTube homepage in 2016 to 12 videos on the YouTube homepage in 2019 to 6 videos on the YouTube homepage in 2023 when they like started heavily pushing shorts. And now we're down to 3 videos on the YouTube homepage and 2 rows of shorts. And I don't know if you guys are seeing this now too, but there's now algorithmic shorts in the subscription box as well, regardless of if you turn it on or off. Like, I have it on my TV and I have it on the computer and I have it on my phone. So I don't know how many regions that's hit, but that's a thing that's happening now. So it's like, on paper that's okay if people still watch your videos, but like, it means it's even easier to fall out of the algorithm than it was before. A Glassmaker's been taken by a family. I should have raw glass. I should. It's not even enshittification, because enshittification is like costing money. It's just like targeting a different audience, right? Because like, to me, enshittifying requires like microtransactions, like business, like you're costing your audience more. So like, to me, enshittification would just be increasing more ads, but ads are worth less and cost less and pay out way less on the shorts for the amount of work that the creator has to do. Basically, it's like, it's requiring more effort and work for less compensation from the creators and threatening you with no money. So it's good to see you, Zion. So yeah, I don't know. I'm stressed out at the minute. It is worrying me. And like, the type of audience and content that I cater to is an aging audience. Sorry to call you guys old, but the average does get older every year. And people get busy and have families and shit that's more important than watching idiots like me on the internet play video games. So I will be here for the determinable future, and I've been here for 12 years, and it'd be stupid of me to stop now. But I may have to get creative this year if things continue at this rate, and I am in desperate need of somebody to talk to me about literally anything else, so I don't just talk in circles about this for the rest of the day, because I'm realizing I'm doing that now. Shit. Careful, you'll throw out your back, weed. Good thing I never liked the Xbox 360, so I can't get hit by that nostalgia. I don't really like Xboxes. I have like vague nostalgia for some of those games, but they were all on PC anyway, so. All the ones I had nostalgia for anyway were also on PC. Basically, like, I don't know and won't know for a while if this is misplaced stress or not. But yeah, we were ahead of that trend, Daystoned. Or not stoned. Stone. The original Wii? I had a Wii U. That was the last console I had. You never owned an Xbox? Neither did I. I had friends who did. I always thought it was really silly that they had to pay money to go on the internet. Still making blocks. Let's go over here and do this. That wasn't what I wanted. So I don't know. Cross your fingers for me, because that's all I can really ask for at the end of the day, you know. I can only do so much. And here's hoping that my craziness works, but I can't guarantee anything ever. The Dreamcast was a junk file find. Yeah, I don't know. I just had computers. That was all I ever had. Nothing super cool, but just computers. Is going? Do you feel you have a video put together? I've already got like all of the footage up until the stream today scheduled, and like basically like take the VOD, you cut the chunk, you skim through it at like 10x speed by dragging through the timeline and cut the chunks in that you want. I've already done all that. So yeah, I've got a pretty good idea of it. Got a few fun ideas. I've got the full intro recorded. I've got a bunch of audio recorded that I haven't timelined yet. It's still gonna take a bunch of work, but I just hope it does well, because I haven't had a video take off since September, and the format that I make videos in is pretty consistent, but it's also really high stakes, right? Like, if a video does well, then it does really well. If a video misses, then you wasted 2 weeks working on something that didn't pay you enough to buy groceries. It was more of a Blu-ray player. I bought a PS4 the day the... No, I bought a PS3 the day the PS4 came out. Not a PS4 the day the PS5 came out. Okay, dumb question, chat. And this just shows how much I pay attention to PlayStation. What's the current generation of PlayStation? Are they on PS6? Or is it PS5 still? I actually don't know. That you bought from your friend for 20 bucks. You mostly played Forza Motorsport. Sounds fine, yeah. PS5, okay. PS5 Pro, right. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, no, I bought a PS3 the day the PS4 came out. Again, I used it as like a DVD player, Blu-ray player thing. Played Shadow of the Colossus, and I played whatever the Naughty Dog games with the fucking not Indiana Jones in it was, and I thought those games were really boring. Like, just not fun. Didn't you miss the vampire is probably not going to fight him. He's probably dead, but we are going down to that cavern lair. You haven't missed anything. We just haven't gone down there yet. The defenders were led by a goblin. The dwarf's tactical planning was superior to the goblin. Goblins are such bad tactical planners, but the goblins had a strong positional advantage in lied instance. They lied about their instance and filled it full of malware. PS4 was also junk? Yeah, sounds about right. I think like my only concern about this becoming a series, or not a series, a video umbrella is just I don't know how it's going to end yet. It could either go positively or it could go negatively. Because I haven't like figured that part out yet, really. Alpha struck down by Stormwolf. Alpha struck down. I'm looking for things that aren't elves or goblins. Not really seeing much of that. It's just elves and goblins. More goblins struck down, more goblins struck down, more goblins struck down. It was quite the rampage, holy shit. Kind of amazed that we haven't hit any, like, mounts or anything, like any livestock. Good luck, Necrontier. Good luck, Weed. Good luck, Darius. Anyway, I should try to keep my bitching to a minimum regardless, because, you know, you guys are still very generous and you still very much are keeping the channel here. But it is... I don't know. I guess it's normal human nature to be stressed out. It's not trying to... I'm trying to not let it get too much to my head, that's all. Because I still have plenty of fallbacks and alternative options if things get bad. But it's always easier to build back up once you have an audience, so. Realistically, maybe I just need to wait for the Slay the Spire hype to die down. Maybe that's all I need to do. Well, this is the longest fight we've had so far, that's for sure. No trolls or ogres yet. Or cave dragons or Moneras or any of that. It's not an issue yet, Bone Doll. Is like the thing I need to be specific about here. It's not an issue yet. But it will be if the current trends continue. I don't have enough current Irish heritage to do that. Also, St. Patrick's Day is over. YouTube chat. Like, my grandma was Irish, but I don't really identify with that at all. Nope, they defeated it. They explored the dark... we stole a bunch of books, including the Dark Fortress, Strange Pits, Nettle and Nothing More After Goblins, Light Instance Uncovered, The People When It Counts, Strange Limbs Skinned? Strange Limbs Skinned. Aha, to the Dark Fortress. Boring Worry of Dabblers. It's like my life. My memoir at the minute. Records of the Fortress. Contained Steam. Concerning the Humans. They seize livestock as well. Damn. One helmet snake. Okay. Well then. Not bad. That's kind of impressive, actually. That's kind of impressive. I think the last time things got really stressful was 2019. And then, like, shortly before Dwarf Fortress released, because it was just taking long enough that it was starting to stress me out. But, like... yes. In regards to that statement of compounding our RNG risk. Okay, what's the power of this right now? 730? I have no idea why. I don't have any family who are trying to migrate to Canada. Celesty, I am not the person to ask. Please see Canadian government websites. Very much outside of my jurisdiction and pay grade. let's go explore a cavern lair. To do that, I'm going to send all of the squads. To here. That's not true. I'm actually going to leave one of them. You guys can stay up top. What? Why? The only, like, international family that I'm aware of that I have are in Holland, and I think that they're fine because they're in Holland. I don't really know what that would be a subject of. Wouldn't that be, like, intensely personal if it was a subject? I mean, my older sister's husband has some family, but I'm not going to talk about that because, one, it's fucking depressing, and two, it's kind of a nightmare, and three, I don't know my older sister or her husband particularly well. I think I could count them on, I could count the number of times I've met them in, or seen them in the last 10 years in maybe 2 hands, and most of them are Christmas. So I'm not really something I'm even remotely versed in. So. Yeah, I guess I don't know how that would be something that I could talk about, really, even if it was something I was versed in. Let's go clear those caverns once this dwarf decides to pick up all their bolts. I don't know. I stream video games on the internet because I like talking with people on the internet about video games. I like talking with people in the internet about things that they're interested in, hobbies and other stuff. And I stream primarily the same game because, one, it's a game that I enjoy, and two, because it's a game that makes my brain tickle very creatively. But the last 2 months, it's been really difficult to keep conversations going for a multitude of reasons. I think mostly, unfortunately, due to the fact that world has been real tough as of late, and that makes keeping people positively engaged difficult. So I don't really know how to best do this at this point anymore. So I just have to say, thank you to those of you who hang out, but I do honestly feel like my job is just getting more difficult as of late, so. This is a clear glass bucket worth 18,000 dwarf bucks. All craft storage is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of paracut clear glass gems and fungi wood. This object is adorned with hanging rings of iron and menaces with spikes of cave spider silk and marble. On the item is an image of the cunning webs, the green glass armor stand in giant dingo leather. On the item is an image of a forgotten beast in iron. On the item is an image of Dusum Silver Power, the dwarf, and dwarves in green zircon. Dusum Silver Power is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Dusum Silver Power in the position of king of the dipped volcano in the year 161. Cool. So I don't know. I don't know. We're going to go take those lower cavern layers. Do our best with it. On the 10th, I will get that bridge, which should be done, hooking up. Which we should almost be there. We should almost be there. Okay. So I will jump to up here with you. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay, so that's not what I can do. I have to literally manually jump. And then, I'm gonna dig through these. Station the dwarves down here. Let's see what goes wrong, chat. Hold on to your butts, chat. Round of beers or don't, I don't know. The world is your oyster and I'm just entertaining. That's all I'm really doing. So I'm actually not going to know because my vampire decided to go and chain somebody who apparently had a prison sentence that apparently ended. I thought they didn't end. What a casual. How dare you end your prison sentence? So now effectively, I'm not going to know. So now we're fighting with a giant Olm. That's off to a good start. On the 15th, I can find out if there's Forgotten Beasts on this layer. Which there probably is. It's just a matter of where. Oh, there we go, fighting with something. A Mulmarian. A very dead Mulmarian. More Mulmarians. Also very dead more Mulmarians. There's a bug bat skeleton. And we've discovered an unusual volcanic wall studded with gems. Where is it? Let's just tell the dwarves to go stand right there. A Hillix has been founded close by. And a magma pool. Dwarf was found dead. Don't know why. Found another volcanic wall studded with gems. Ah, well, there's the Forgotten Beast. This is Rikot, who has killed 3 other Forgotten Beasts, and is a one-eyed alligator with thin wings of stretched skin. It has a gaunt appearance. Its lime scales are round and close set. Beware. Its deadly spittle. What a badass place for it to be, too. Just like hanging out above this lava flow. It's pretty fucking rad, actually. Vampire runs off to go collect equipment. Which is probably bolts in this instance. Because if I say the English word for German beer, which is piss water, it also won't post beer. That's my lead. Should get like a FFZ emote that just posts a Bud Light or a Budweiser or something. So I assume the Forgotten Beast has already fought by the time we get back down there. I'm seeing a lot of creeping eyes. Yep, they did already fight with it, and nobody's dead, so I am willing to assume that the Forgotten Beast is dead. It's the 20th. Spear Dwarf stabs the Forgotten Beast with his spear. The creature is now dead. Well, this is a pretty rad cavern lair, if I do say so myself. We could work with this, chat. I mean, if your keyboard is capable of making those characters, Bone Doll. All right, so the fortress is lagging, but that's because so many things are piling. Why are you not moving towards the fortress at the moment? I think I might just get a squad training down here for a bit. Maybe also put like a livestock zone down here. And these squads all go back upstairs. Lever are you gonna go pull? Don't actually know. All right, chat. We've been on for 8 hours, and we've made some good progress. We're into late winter of the year 221, not 2021, 221. Actually want this to get pulled. Oh no, I do actually. That's true. I do want that pulled. Which means currently this fortress has been running for, actually let's go till the 25th. This fortress has now been running since the year 214, late fall. We're now late winter. So we need to do late fall 221, 222, late fall 223, late fall 224. So 2.5 years are left. I could go later, but things are really quiet, and I feel that my time is better spent editing. I really, really hope that I'm not too doom and gloomy. But that's just been the mood for me as of late. You're in a fist fight with your printer. Why'd you give your printer boxing gloves? You should have brought the brass knuckles. But it's not your fault, Letterhead. There's, you know... There's a point sometimes where you just need to say, I'm going to call it, presumably Letterhead, because they're still typing. The printer, oh no! Rip. Cue Rocky montage. Rocky training montage. But yeah, I love what I do, and I love this job, and I'm very thankful that I'm able to do it, but I do hope that sooner than later I cease to be stressed about this, because it's starting to fuck with me, and that's bad. From all scenes, so... Here's hoping Tarn pulls out a banger patch that livens things up in these parts sooner than later. And otherwise, I don't know. I need to reach out to you, Weed, actually, after stream, because I owe you some things. You can get a custom sound command if you want, as long as it's less than 10 seconds and not something that'll give me a DMCA takedown request. YouTube, folks, I'm shutting you down now, for those of you still lurking. But if you want to come raid somebody, pop over here onto Twitch. Otherwise, we will see you tomorrow at the normal time for maybe the final chunk of this fort. We'll see. Laters, YouTube.